Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
In the still sweltering heat, classmates I hadn't seen in a while arrived at school, each seeming to carry the weariness of the end of summer break. However, as expected of youthful energy, after just a short while, everyone seemed to get back into the swing of things, chatting and catching up with friends they hadn't seen in a while throughout the classroom. I remember in my previous life, the end of summer break was always so painful, and I couldn't understand why those outgoing kids would say things like, being with friends at school is more fun than staying at home. But now, I can somewhat understand that feeling. Now that I don't have to fear my surroundings anymore, the lively atmosphere of this classroom is quite pleasant. Hey, can you help me copy the homework? And hey, how was the camp with the club members? Words like these reached my ears, and for some reason, it made me smile. I'm sorry, Nayahama. I still have hazy memories, but I vaguely recall you and that driver taking care of us when we were drunk and staggering, said Jinji, Kazumihara, and Fudahashi as they lined up in front of me with guilty looks on their faces. We still don't know who bought the alcohol in the first place. Well, it was quite a hassle, but don't worry about it. You didn't cause any trouble, and besides, the barbecue was almost over anyway. As I smiled and waved off their concerns, the three of them heaved sighs of relief, their expressions softening. Oh, phew. If you say so, I guess the guilt eases a bit. By the way, our memories of that time are quite fuzzy, but did we say anything embarrassing? Asked Kazumihara timidly. Well, it's understandable that she's uneasy when he doesn't remember what he said. Well, I'll go one by one first. Jinji, you don't need to worry. You were a bit of a crybaby, but what you said didn't change much. Is that so? Well, I'm relieved, but it's a bit disappointing that I'm just too ordinary to make it into the conversation later. Indeed, when you're drunk, what you say reflects your suppressed feelings and true thoughts, but you're just a regular otaku without any particular peculiarities, so you won't say anything dangerous. As for Kazumihara, I never knew you were so grateful to me. Huh? Wait, what did I say? What's with that gentle look on your face? It's okay, Kazumihara. You may always have a poker face and act like a cold-hearted, dry-tongued office lady, but I know you genuinely care about your friends. Finally, Fudahashi, just forget about it for the sake of your honor as a girl. Huh, what? Hey, what does that mean? What did I do? That reaction is natural, but it can't be helped. The truth is, Fudahashi at that time was the complete opposite of her usual athletic, healthy, and beautiful girl self. It was more like a perverted old man. I know it's hard to not be concerned, but just forget about it, Fudahashi. Oh, but once you can handle alcohol, make sure you're aware of your limits. If you get drunk at a university club or something, it could affect you later on. You expect me to forget about it? That's impossible. As Fudahashi glared at me, I averted my gaze and ignored her. It's true that I could tell her if she really wanted to know, but there's no way I could say something like that in the middle of this class. Huh? Oh, it looks like Shishun-san is here. At Jinji's words, the atmosphere reset, and the two girls and I directed our gazes towards the beautiful girl who entered the classroom. Oh, she's still cute in her school uniform. As I looked at her long, glossy black hair and her too adorable appearance, the fact that we had snuggled up to each other at the beach felt like a lie. I was worried about what would happen after I got drunk and fell asleep, but yesterday, after talking with Kanako, I was so exhausted from the day before that I ended up sleeping until night and missed the timing to send a text. Good morning, Shishun-san. Are you feeling better now? I approached Shishun-san's seat and greeted the girl I hadn't seen for 2 days. This casual interaction was my greatest weapon in my second life and a result of the connection I had built up with Shishun-san in this life. That's what I thought, but what? Normally, Shishun-san would respond to my greeting with a smile, but as soon as she saw my face, she quickly averted her gaze. It wasn't that she couldn't hear my voice or that someone else called her. She reacted to my voice and presence and deliberately turned away, not wanting to see me. Shishun-san, I'll be right back, going to the restroom. Without showing me her face at all, Shishun-san hurriedly left the classroom. I was left standing there, dumbfounded, frozen in the same pose as when I called out to her. She turned away from me and ran away. She didn't even want to look at my face, couldn't bear being in my presence. I was hit with an unexpected reaction, and it felt like the ground beneath my feet suddenly disappeared, plunging me into an abyss. My entire body felt as frozen as the Arctic Ocean, and I knew countless cracks were forming in my glass heart. And in an instant, all my vitality withered away, and I inevitably collapsed on the classroom floor. Huh? Oh no, Nayahama seems to be dead. What's wrong? Is it severe heat exhaustion? Oh no, his face looks like a zombie, and his breathing is shallow. Seriously? Haruka's attitude is mysterious, but I can't tell if Nayahama is mentally strong or weak. I could hear my classmates panicking and fretting, but it had no effect on my heart, which was suffering from a fatal blow. Shishun-san disliked me. I wanted to die. I experienced despair multiple times during my corporate slave days. When a shipment of 1,000 items arrived due to my mistake instead of the intended 10, when I was told to handle a task that might take 10 people until tomorrow all by myself, when I found out that the data storage containing crucial internal data had crashed and the backup wasn't functioning, the list of such moments is endless. However, this is an entirely different kind of despair. Work-related despair felt like being impaled by an icicle through the heart, but being disliked by someone you care about is like a collapse into a dark abyss where the world crumbles beneath your feet. What could have possibly gone wrong? Did I unintentionally stare too much at her in a swimsuit? Was it because of the accidental touches? Or perhaps, for some reason, she developed an aversion to me? I want to die. You finally said something, and it's that? Suddenly, I realized that I was prostrate on my desk, with Jinji standing next to me. Time had been strangely distorted, and I couldn't recall what had just happened. Oh, Jinji, is it time for the opening ceremony? The opening ceremony ended a long time ago. Are you really okay? As I was told this, I finally remembered what had transpired up until now. This morning, after being avoided by Shishun-san, I collapsed in shock. After somehow managing to reboot my mental state, I weakly got up, determined to somehow talk to Shishun-san. But what awaited me was the merciless reality of Shishun-san blatantly avoiding me. No matter how many times I tried to engage in conversation, she would turn away and flee. I couldn't hold a proper conversation with her. Even after the gymnasium's opening ceremony ended and everyone left, she was nowhere to be found. In my despair, I rested my head on the desk, seeking solace in a self-imposed exile. However, I couldn't stay like this forever. Whether it's work or relationships, most issues that become complicated won't be resolved unless I take action myself. Fudahashi and Kazumihara seem to be trying to extract information from Shishun-san, but it seems like you haven't had any contact with her yet. I see. All right, it's time to end this mental break. Scolding my despondent heart, I unsteadily stood up. No matter how shattered my heart was during my corporate slave days, no one came to my rescue amidst the alienation from my family and the terrible work environment. That's why I've learned to rebuild my mental state on my own and find solutions even in the face of distress. Though I'm still deeply affected, it's essential to address the problems that must be solved as quickly as possible. Oh, you're getting back to your usual self. I'm not over the shock yet. But I can't afford to remain in this state of despair. Oh, by the way, Shishun-san is sitting on the bench in the courtyard. According to information from Kazumihara-san, she said, when Nayahama-kun restarts, please let me know. Good information, Jinji. Alright, I'm going. With that, I rushed out of the classroom. Though the surrounding students were giving me curious looks as I sprinted down the corridor, I ignored them all and focused solely on one thing: reaching the girl I cared about. If I've done something to bother you, I'll apologize. I'll do anything. So please tell me what you disliked about me. With determination, I finally managed to convey my words to the bewildered Shishun. I had no idea how she would react, but I was resolute in restoring the relationship we had until yesterday. However, I disliked you, Nayahama-kun? As if she had been told something completely unexpected, Shishun responded in a daze. Surprised by her perplexing reaction, I involuntarily lifted my face from its previously bowed position and responded in a baffled tone. TLN, sliding Dogza Orts. Well, you see, you've been avoiding me since this morning. Whenever I try to talk to you, you turn away. I thought maybe I did something without realizing it and you started disliking me. What? And no, it's not like that. When I explained the reason for my prostration, Shishun widened her eyes in surprise and fervently denied my concerns, vigorously shaking her hands and vehemently refuting my worries. There's no way I could ever dislike you. I couldn't adjust to the sudden shift in her voice, and this time it was my turn to be astonished. Though I wasn't entirely sure how deeply Shishun was considering her words, her affirmation of the connection and bond we had built was like a blessing to me. In the depths of my despondent heart, a radiant sunlight pierced through. The vice-like grip that had constricted my chest seemed to ease, and I realized my heart and stomach were returning to their normal state from the previous turbulence. Really? You're saying you didn't start avoiding me because you disliked me? Absolutely not. There's no reason for me to dislike you. As I clung to this inquiry, Shishun raised her voice childishly, repeating her denial with fervor. Each of her words felt like a sweet balm to my spirit. Phew, thank goodness, I'm so relieved. Nayahama-kun, are you crying? Well, tears of relief would naturally flow. Even though I had been teased by Kazumihara at the beach, I realized anew how heavy the feelings I had been carrying were. If I were to confess and get rejected now, I might end up as a living corpse for about a year. But then, why were you keeping your distance from me today? As I brushed the dirt off my pants and stood up from my prostration, I asked the obvious question. However, for some reason, Shishun froze like a statue for a moment. That I apologize for causing a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. Maybe it's not that you're fine, but I'm really not okay. My heart is so jumbled up that even thinking about it makes me feel embarrassingly hot, like my head's about to boil. Shishun blushed intensely and appeared more flustered than ever, using frantic hand gestures to convey her chaotic state of mind. It seemed that both her emotions and thoughts were in disarray, and her mental circuitry was on the verge of short-circuiting. Even if I'm fine, she's not okay. Just thinking about it is embarrassing. From those words, I could deduce. Oh, no, could it be? Well, maybe, just maybe, In her state of emotional turmoil, where her feelings seemed to be overheating, I cautiously addressed Shijun with hesitant words. Do you remember everything that happened when we got drunk at the beach? Upon hearing this, Shijun went speechless and froze in her tracks. Then, her already red face deepened in hue, and she gently covered her face with both hands, unable to hide her embarrassment. TLN, cute. She even lowered herself to the ground and assumed a pose reminiscent of a soccer player who had missed a goal, unable to face the situation. Why yes I remember. On my bed, Haruka Shijun, woke up. Seems like I sweated in my sleep, my t-shirt is slightly damp. Why am I in my room? I was supposed to go to the beach with everyone. In a room that's comfortably air-conditioned, I push myself up from the bed, still half asleep. My memories are a bit fuzzy, I can't recall the sequence of events. The sea, yes, the sea. I went to the beach with Naya Hamakun's invitation, right? See, could it be was that whole beach outing just a dream? In a panic, I search for my mobile phone and find it near the bed, hastily operating it. With a hopeful heart, I open the photo folder and there are numerous photos of Naya Hamakun and everyone. A sigh of relief escapes my lips. Phew, thank goodness. I couldn't bear the thought of it all being a fantasy. With genuine relief, I gaze at the photos I took with my phone. Each and every one of them is as precious to me as a jewel, a treasure trove after being deprived of friends for so long. Hihi, it was so much fun. The beach with friends that I had yearned for turned out to be even more exciting than I had expected. We made a lot of noise together, shared meals, soaked in the sea, and basked in the sunlight. In the evening, we had a perfect dinner on the beach with a barbecue. I ended up overeating a bit. Come to think of it, my memory gets fuzzy around the time I got full from the barbecue. How did I get back, exactly? Considering it rationally, after eating so much and being tired from playing, I probably just fell asleep. But for some reason, it doesn't quite make sense. I place the index fingers of both hands against my temples and groan as I try to recall. Oddly enough, there's resistance in remembering it. It's almost as if my subconscious is shouting, just pretend you fell asleep and that's it. Don't remember it, but wanting to ensure that the memory of that wonderful day remains intact, I delve into the memory. And then, gotcha, Naya Hamakun. What is this memory? Shiny Chiro-kun, Shiny Chiro-kun. Once the memory is unlocked, my actions spill out like a flood. Hugging Naya Hamakun and pressing my cheek against his chest. Starting a game of tag on the sandy beach. Complaining to Naya Hamakun, you're too proper? No? No. Revived memories set my face on fire, and overwhelmed by an explosive sense of embarrassment, I squirm and writhe on the bed. The enormity of my own actions renders me completely helpless, only capable of clutching my head and flailing about. GG goodness, what have I done? I've surpassed the level of embarrassment. Why did I do something like that? As I delved further into my memories, I vaguely recall Naya Hamakun mentioning something about alcohol. Though I can't fully grasp the details, I'm guessing there was some mistake where alcohol got mixed into the juice I drank. As a result, I felt unbelievably lightheaded. Why did I have to remember that? My self-esteem is on the verge of being shattered. Memories seem to be interconnected. When one memory resurfaces, it brings related memories along with it. For instance, when I hugged Naya Hamakun while intoxicated and felt the robustness of his chest against my cheek, or when I leaned in close to his ear and let out a feverish voice. I'm going to die. I'm seriously going to die. I cover my bright red face with both hands, and the unbearable embarrassment feels like it's overflowing from my entire body. I've reached the limit in various ways. What's wrong, Haruka? What happened? You screamed, you know? Wait, Tokaimun-san? I told you, barging into our daughter's room without knocking is so inappropriate. Amidst the turmoil of my heart erupting like a volcano, my parents suddenly entered the room. They must have rushed over from the living room in this spacious house. My father seems slightly out of breath, and my mother appears to have chased after him. Hey, aren't we the kind of parents who rush in when we hear our daughter scream? So, what happened, Haruka? You woke up and immediately screamed like that. Did something happen with that boy at the beach? Ugh, it's not like something happened with him. Rather, I'm the one who did something weird. Even though I really didn't want to talk about it, I ended up blurting it out because I didn't want any baseless suspicions to fall on Naya Hamakun. What's that? What's that? Come on, what fun and embarrassing things happened at the beach? Mom really loves hearing about stuff like that? I'm starting to get a sense of that lately. Not just my father, but my mother also seems to lack subtlety when it comes to her daughter. What's with those sparkling eyes filled with anticipation? Natsuzaki-san mentioned it to me, but come to think of it, Haruka accidentally drank some alcohol, right? Could this be a celebration rice cake? Hey you, Akiko, what on earth did you just imagine? Well, you know, this child might seem reserved, but I feel like her unconscious mind gets a bit heavy sometimes. If you mix in alcohol and the restraint comes off well, who knows, it might have led to something crazy. These parents who suddenly burst into their daughter's room are really, please, just leave me alone for a while. My head is all over the place right now. Enough already, you don't need to worry about anything. Both of you, just leave. With my emotions running wild, I spread my arms wide and shout. In response, both of them show surprised expressions and apologize, saying sorry and sorry, Haruka as they quickly exit the room. Sigh. letting out a sigh in the now quiet room, the embarrassment swirling within me still won't dissipate. I cover myself with the towel blanket from head to toe and hunch over on the bed, looking like some kind of ghost. The silver lining is that it's currently summer vacation. At least, I have a bit more time to sort out my thoughts. That's when I notice the date on the calendar hanging on the wall of my room. Today is the end of summer vacation, and tomorrow is the opening ceremony where I'll see everyone. Alright. Staring at the calendar as if in prayer, the merciless reality remains unchanged. Having ended summer with a fun memory at the beach and taking a day to rest before the opening ceremony, I now remember that Naya Hamakun had arranged this plan for us. What should I do? I can't face Naya Hamakun like this. Hunching over in my towel blanket ghost state, I clutch my head, and my panicked thoughts cause me to roll around on the bed. In the school courtyard, Shizuen-san was in a state I had never seen before. She was crouched down, her face bright red, covering it with both hands. She trembled all over, unable to bear the embarrassment. But now that I knew the reason, I thought it was understandable. After all, the drunken Shizuen-san from 2 days ago had been quite something, and if she remembered all of it, it's no wonder she was in such despair. Shizuen-san? You said you remembered what happened when you got drunk at the beach, but to what extent? After much hesitation about how to address her, I cautiously asked to confirm the current situation. If her embarrassing memories were limited to certain points, it might not be so bad. It's all I remember at all. Fooling around, hugging you, asking for a chase on the beach, complaining about your manners to Naya Hamakun. I remember everything. That's well. I couldn't find words to console Shizuen-san, who was crying out in desperation. Of course everything, Which is why I've been unable to face Naya Hamakun since this morning. I even considered skipping school seriously for the first time in my life. While hugging the telephone pole, tears streaming down her face, Shizuen-san continued to lament. I could imagine just how difficult it must have been for her to meet me. Well, don't worry too much about it. Jinji and the others were also drunk, and their memories of that time are vague too. Besides, the way you acted while drunk was kind of cute. I've seen much worse drunk episodes, like a guy patting his bald boss on the head and shouting, "Your baldness is astonishing, chief. Let's make this place a curling venue for the next Olympics." Remembering the various drunken incidents involving adults, I honestly didn't think Shizuen-san's actions were that bad. That doesn't really make me feel better about how much of a failure adults are. Shizuen-san, who seemed quite rattled, spoke through her sobs in a drunken-like manner. Her sense of self-loathing due to the embarrassment, at least in her own mind, seemed intense. Well, I actually found it quite heartwarming. Though it was a bit embarrassing to say, I scratched my head and confessed my true feelings. It seemed that Shizuen-san didn't understand the intention behind my words, as her teary eyes blinked in response. Back then you scolded me saying I was too distant, right? Well, if that was your true feeling, it means I can be more open with you than I am now. As if recalling when she scolded me at the beach, Shizuen-san's face grew even redder. Whether it was due to remembering her own drunken actions or something else, I didn't know. Even though you might not want to remember it, your words when you were drunk were sincere. That's why I felt happy. Alcohol can loosen the tongue and reveal one's true feelings. In that state, Shizuen-san's words, though slurred, had shown me her genuine sentiments all along. It was something that made me happy. Is that true? You really don't think of me as some drunk, embarrassing girl? Shizuen-san looked up at me with teary eyes, her gaze almost childishly asking, "Aren't you mad?" It was an endearing gesture that struck right at my heart. Suppressing my male instincts, I gave a confident nod, avoiding any overt display of emotion on my face. Yes, absolutely. If I'm lying, I'll drink 1,000 needles and work 100 consecutive shifts. 100 consecutive shifts? But, if Naya Hamakun says so, yes, I believe you. Saying that, Shizuen-san staggered to her feet. While her cheeks remained flushed from embarrassment, it seemed that she had at least managed to come to some sort of resolution. I'm sorry, I should be the one apologizing for avoiding you and making a fuss. Today, I was just being a sulky child. I must have been such a bother. Although Shizuen-san said that, as someone who knew various types of troublesome people, I could only say that Shizuen-san was as cute as ever. But thanks to you, I feel much better. I finally realized I was scared that I had shown such an embarrassing side of myself and that you might dislike me. Regaining her usual composure, Shizuen-san smiled and took a step closer to me. While the alcohol had caused an unintended incident, it seemed to have inadvertently led to a psychological closeness that came from relaxed interactions. It's embarrassing, but everything I said at that time was true. Naya Hamakun, you're always considerate of me, but it's okay for us to talk more casually, like friends, right? Yes, I'll try my best. Uncertain how to react to Shizuen-san's bashful demeanor, I finally managed to reply in a slightly stuttering voice. Even though just a little while ago, she had been shrinking in embarrassment, now it was me who felt uneasy. Why was that? Even though I'm like this, please take care of me from now on too, Shinichiro-kun. At the whispered sound of my name in my ear, my eyes widened. When I looked, Shizuen-san was standing by my side, smiling gently. The face of the girl who had spoken my name with nothing but genuine affection seemed to convey that the scene by the sea was a sincere reflection of her heart. It was slightly awkward, yet her quiet smile seemed to embrace the sound of her own words like she found it pleasant. Oh, right, that's how it is. Not hesitating to show her affection was a characteristic of this natural-born young lady. I had thought that what happened on that beach was merely a fleeting effect of the alcohol, but, well, I mean I feel the same way. Beneath the slightly alleviated summer sky, just like back then, I stumbled over my words. Unlike Shizun-san, I had more worldly desires. In other words, I was acutely aware of my romantic feelings, making that single sentence not come out easily. However, my desire to take our relationship to the next level gave me the courage to speak. I feel the same way from now on. Please take care of me too, Haruka. Yes? Haruka's eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically, her face lighting up with a smile full of joy. They really are something, my father and mother? Just when I was feeling embarrassed and holding my head over the embarrassing drunken incident, they barged into my room and made such a fuss. It's true that I scared them with my self-loathing and screaming, but they lack sensitivity. I see. I can totally imagine Tokaimun-san swooping in. During the night at my home, I replied deeply to the girl on the other end of the phone. Until now, our communication outside of school was mainly through texts, and phone calls were usually reserved for when there was a specific reason. However, after going through the summer, we had started using phone calls more sporadically, as they were faster than emails for certain purposes. That alone was already a significant change, but... Speaking of which, my mother was saying something weird about red bean rice while I was wallowing in embarrassment and remembering my humiliating state from being drunk. Do you get what she meant? I see. So your mother walked in while you were at the bottom of embarrassment. I can imagine the scene. What on earth was that celebrity mom blabbering about? Thanks to her, I'm stuck with such a difficult question to answer. Well, I don't really get it. Oh, by the way, have you seen the latest volume of Full Metal Destiny? Oh, yes. I've seen it. The protagonist who lost everything in the previous volume and started fighting alone again was so cool. I totally get you. Also, the battle with those beat-up mass-produced mechs was really awesome. I know, right? The latter half was so exciting, like watching a movie. Sharing impressions on the latest light novel release was always a pleasant conversation. It was refreshing to openly express a straight-up "I like it," without feeling embarrassed. But still, it's really heartwarming. After exchanging our thoughts on the light novel for a while, I heard a voice on the other end of the phone that was quietly savoring some kind of joy. Is it about being able to talk to you whenever I want? The way she said my name so naturally made my heart skip a beat. Addressing someone by their first name versus last name, it's just that slight difference, but my cheeks naturally flushed with warmth, and I felt a sweet tingle deep in my brain. Goodness, how long am I going to keep being so nervous? It's been quite a while since that first day of school. Suppressing the inner turmoil from showing, I let out a light breath and composed myself. Before the time leap, I had lived as an adult for a long time, even working in the corporate world, but my reactions in moments like this still felt like those of a middle schooler. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Typing out texts takes time, and calling is definitely more convenient. Also, Shizun-san, you. Again, Shinichiro-kun. Before I could finish, a slightly sulking voice came from the other end of the line. Well, I haven't gotten used to it yet. Sorry, Haruka. You always revert back. Didn't you promise to stop being so formal? Geez. Oh, yeah, I'm just not used to it yet. Sorry, Haruka. In response to Haruka's cute complaints, I found myself bowing slightly, even though she couldn't see me. Although Haruka and I had officially started addressing each other by our first names, the impact of being called Shinichiro-kun still unsettled me. In contrast, Haruka didn't hesitate at all to call me Shinichiro-kun. It was pure and straightforward, a sign of her genuine affection. And has the way she treats me changed a bit? I would be troubled if someone asked me to pinpoint exactly how, but it felt like she had become even more unrestrained and carefree, while still being her usual well-mannered self. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean she sees me as a boyfriend or anything, though. Presumably, in Haruka's mind, addressing someone by their first name meant they were really close friends. This principle likely applied not just to her female friends but her male ones as well. So, while it was certain that she felt close to me, it was unclear whether she saw me in a romantic light. Don't worry, I'm not mad or anything. I just didn't want you to revert back to being so formal after we finally started using given names. Cough. What an adorable thing to say. The innocent and cheerful whisper of those words caused a sweet sensation to burst in the depths of my chest. This was part of Haruka's natural talent as a mischievous little devil. Also, I need to apologize for the complete opposite reason. The other day, I accidentally called out your name in class, and I'm really sorry for that. Oh, yeah, about that. Well, it's good that it didn't turn into a big deal. While we had settled on using first names, I had suggested that we restrict it to when we were alone, and Haruka, with a slightly puzzled expression, had readily agreed without much objection. However, 4 days later, a small incident occurred. During lunch break in the classroom, while Haruka and I were chatting, she accidentally started saying, "Yes, that's right, Shinichiro-kun." The reaction from our surroundings was intense. Even though the lunchroom was already noisy, and Haruka's voice wasn't particularly loud, at that moment, it was as if time had frozen. After a split second, a multitude of our classmates, who were in the midst of eating and chatting, simultaneously directed their gaze toward us. Their synchronization is quite something. No wonder Haruka was totally freaked out by their reaction. We managed to cover it up by saying things like, haha, no, Shizun-san, the name of the protagonist is not Shukairo, it's Koichiro, and our classmates, who had been gaping in shock, returned to their lunch breaks with expressions that seemed to say, oh, I must have misheard. I didn't realize it would cause such a commotion if my name calling was revealed in public. I don't know the reason, but everyone's reaction was really unusual. I didn't expect such an intense reaction either. They were way too interested in it. Seriously, they overreacted. It seemed that whenever Haruka called out someone's name, regardless of gender, people couldn't help but be intrigued. I was reminded once again of just how sensitive high schoolers were to any signs of romance in the air. So, can you please keep this a secret from your parents? Especially Tokimune-san, who would probably have an extreme reaction. Yes, I'll be careful about that. I'll make sure not to cause any trouble for you like my dad did, Haruka declared resolutely, but as someone who knew that within her earnestness also coexisted a tendency to be clumsy, I couldn't help but feel a slight unease. Well, it's not like it would be a big deal if it got revealed anyway. Besides, I've heard that my father is really busy with some expansion project, so there won't be many chances for it to be exposed. Oh, but there's a family meal planned for next month, so I'll need to be extra careful not to slip up then. Oh, is there some kind of celebration or event? While I had this impression that her father really cherished his time with the family, I casually asked without expecting any significant information that would be crucial for a guy in love with Haruka. Little did I know that there was vital information that I, as a man infatuated with Haruka, absolutely could not afford to miss, hidden within her response. After ending the call with Haruka, I found myself groaning while sitting on my chair in my room. The information I had just heard from Haruka was of utmost importance to me, but at the same time, it had brought about a certain dilemma. Yes, the kind of dilemma that everyone experiences at one point or another. Need money. Although I hadn't planned on it until the end of the call, I suddenly found myself in need of money. That's why I've been sitting in front of my computer, trying to figure out how to come up with the funds. Money. In my previous life, I didn't use much money either as a student or as a working adult. I didn't have many friends, so I didn't go out to karaoke or bars much, and I didn't buy a ton of games or light novels either. Since I have the advantage of future knowledge, maybe I should try investing in stocks? That thought has actually crossed my mind several times since the time leap. But as of now, my conclusion is that I'll consider that when I become an adult. The reason being my human conscience. Easily obtaining a large sum of money without much effort at a young age, allowing such a cheat might shake my sense of self and my worldview. I honestly lack confidence that I could maintain my humanity and perspective on life as before. Excessive wealth has the power to easily change a person. I might lose all motivation to work in the future, or my sense of crisis in life might diminish, leading to an unwitting descent into debauchery. That's what scares me. Come to think of it, in my previous life, all the money I saved up from working tirelessly, even though I had a low salary and hardly used it for anything, ended up being useless. It's like the only reward for all the hard work was the money piling up in my account without purpose. To die without ever using it feels like my life was a complete waste. The money I had saved up with no time to use it had, of course, not carried over to this life. Now I regret not spending it on something, like going to an expensive sushi restaurant or splurging on something I liked. Well, technically I was given the opportunity to continue from where I would have died in my previous life, so I can't really complain, but still. Nevertheless, I should have at least treated myself to some high-quality eel, I thought as I mused over these regretful thoughts. But just then, I noticed the sound of footsteps approaching my room. Big bro? With a burst of energy, my little sister Kanako burst into the room, swinging the door wide open. Hey, couldn't you at least knock a little? Congratulations, big bro? Kanako-chan is so proud of your magnificent achievement. Her voice filled with excitement, a loud bang and a popping sound echoed in the room, accompanied by a faint scent of fireworks. Simultaneously, various colored strips of paper fluttered through the air. Wait, is this a firecracker? You've finally done it, big bro. Kanako-chan is on the verge of tears witnessing your greatest feat in your life. My sister, wearing a t-shirt and shorts, showered me with admiration as if I had passed a difficult university entrance exam. What on earth is happening with her? Well, what's all this out of the blue? Haha, no need to hide it. I overheard you on the phone earlier, casually calling Haruka-chan by her first name. Oh my, tonight calls for a celebration with red bean rice? Oh. In the sight of my high-energy sister bursting with enthusiasm, I grasped the general situation. However, following Akiko-san, you too with the red bean rice. Despite being a middle school girl, your way of thinking is oddly old-fashioned. Hehe, well, you know, since it was me who acted as the strategist, victory was assured from the beginning. Now I can proudly invite Haruka-chan over anytime, legally. The possibilities are endless. TLN, Imudo setting the bar a little low. Well, about that. Explaining to my sister, who was beaming with a smile, I started clarifying that despite making progress, I hadn't exactly reached the finish line. What is that? What's with this nonsense? Even though you're calling each other by your first names, you're not a couple. I wonder about that. When it's put like that again, it does sound quite confusing. Even though we're on a first name basis, not being in a romantic relationship, I've only heard of that kind of situation in romantic comedies involving childhood friends. Well, in other words, it's a matter of vectors. Haruka-chan's fondness for me is undoubtedly increasing, but no matter how far we go, it's still on the friendship scale and hasn't switched to the romance scale. My sister's analysis, delivered with a sigh, was something I found myself agreeing with. To begin with, that innocent young lady, Haruka, is so naturally airheaded that even if boys throughout the school show interest in her, she doesn't notice any of it. Sometimes, it feels like I'm in a second playthrough of a dating sim with this whole time leap situation, but in the current situation, I seem to have become more like the former introverted protagonist who's now in the process of capturing the easygoing, beautiful yet oblivious heroine. Oh well, you got carried away, didn't you? Well, since it's come to this, we need to secure a complete victory for you as soon as possible, big bro. Why not go for it? Boldly go for a big smooch, and boom, seal the deal? A big smooch? Come on, sis, act a bit more like a middle schooler. Are you some middle-aged drunkard trying to liven things up with a dirty joke? Seriously, you will, of course, I'll work hard for the sake of a complete victory. I've already decided on what I need to do next. As I said that, I glanced briefly at the computer screen on my desk. I had just found the means for that purpose. What do you mean by work hard? Wait, you're seriously doing this? Sure, big bro, you've become like a different person, all cheerful and stuff, but to do this, don't you need to be good at interacting with a lot of strangers? My sister, leaning in to peer at the display following my gaze, seemed genuinely worried. Well, I can understand her concern. From Kanako's perspective, it's only been a few months since I, the shy and introverted otaku, broke out of my shell. While things are going well now, she might be worried that diving into an unknown world might throw me back into my dark self. But my mind is already made up. Yeah, I'm dead serious. To be honest, there was some internal conflict. It was something that dominated most of my previous life. Even though I knew that it was something I couldn't avoid in the future, the fear of stepping back into the situation that had destroyed my life lingered in my mind. After all, that's exactly what killed me in my previous life. My name is Yuko Mishima. I'm a rather plain office worker, with minimal makeup. It's a struggle being a 27-year-old who, every time I visit my parents, gets bombarded with questions like, "Don't you have a nice person in your life?" With my curly, slightly messy long hair, cheap glasses, and unremarkable plain suit, I recently ran into a high school friend from our manga club who said, "Wow, your face still looks great, but you haven't changed a bit. You're a perfect match for someone who's into understated office lady types." Despite my lack of sparkle, I do have one bragging right: I managed to secure a job at a well-known corporation that everyone recognizes. Although my university was quite average, I still gave job hunting a shot. I was moved to tears when my victorious journey into the world of employment began. Or at least, that's how it was supposed to be. What am I going to do about this? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I can't handle this. The clock hadn't even struck 6 a.m., and I was already in my workplace's designated private room, holding my head in my hands. I need to emphasize this: I am a humble 27-year-old office worker, by no means an elite. However, my employee badge is engraved with a position that's way beyond my station. To be precise, Shijuan Group's farewell bookstore CAF acting manager Yuko Mishima. Ugh, why am I the acting manager? This bookstore CAF is one of the experimental branches exploring the fusion of a bookstore and a CAF. They brought in CAF management experts to serve as managers. The reason they didn't fully outsource the CAF to an external company is apparently because the higher UPS want to create a CAF division within Shijuan Bookstore, or even establish a semi-independent CAF company. That's why I was originally stationed at the main Shijuan Bookstore branch, handling procurement and planning tasks for a few years. When I was reassigned here, I was genuinely surprised. Admittedly, there were some complications during the CAF's initial launch, but after 6 months, we'd gathered a fair amount of know-how, and business was picking up. Apparently, the upper management was mostly satisfied with the results. Thanks to this, I was just coasting along as one of the staff members. But then the manager suddenly gets hospitalized? And why in the world did they pick a young woman like me, who's got no experience, as the acting manager? I'm here so early because, as the acting manager, I have too many tasks and responsibilities to handle. It's not that I'm brimming with work enthusiasm. The cause of this whole mess was apparently the manager's frequenting of hostess clubs, which was discovered by his wife. Trembling in fear at his wife's wrath, he attempted to escape through his second-floor window only to fall to the ground, suffering a neck sprain and fracturing his right leg in the process. Though we're looking for a replacement manager, but since we can't find someone who's immediately available, just keep things running as they are for now. What's up with that? Our main pillar, the manager, is gone, and you're telling me to just maintain the status quo? Moreover, right after summer break ended, we had a mass exodus of college student part-timers. Why didn't they let us know earlier that they were all planning to quit? Now, we're struggling with understaffing all around, and it's affecting our sales, and you expect me to fix this with just my supposed talent? I continued to vent my frustrations and complaints in the empty store, my lamentations and resentments filling the manager's office. My gripes about the current situation seemed endless, and I couldn't help but let my stress out by shouting. However, I couldn't keep whining forever. Crying or throwing tantrums might grant me relief, but I knew those were only viable options until the end of compulsory education. I was already an adult. The biggest concern is still the number of part-timers. I took a sip of lightly sweetened canned coffee and voiced my current predicament. Many high school students apply, but why does everyone quit so quickly? Is our environment bad or something? I've racked my brain over it, but honestly, these kids are just taking the job too lightly. Due to a mass exodus at the end of summer, we urgently needed to hire new part-timers, but objectively speaking, none of the applicants, and pardon my bluntness, were any good. Attracted by the stylish concept of a bookstore CAF, they'd apply, only to quit after 3 days, complaining about heavier workload than they expected. Others would come in and chat endlessly with their friends, and when I gave them a warning, they'd stop showing up without a word. Some would smile and confidently declare during the interview, "I can start tomorrow," only to go missing in action afterward. I've completely lost trust in high school students at this point. Having been on the hiring side myself, I realized that the combination of "finally, new recruits have arrived. Let's teach and nurture them with care," followed by "I quit immediately," creates a sense of futility that's hard to describe. Another batch of part-time job interviews from 8 a.m. today. Now, who's the candidate this time? Switching my mindset from venting mode to work mode, I opened the resume that had been sent to me. While another staff member had handled the interview scheduling over the phone, I hadn't yet examined the detailed information as the interviewer. The name is Nayahama Shinichiro-kun. Huh? Well, his face looks kinda cute. As expected, the resume was pretty standard, but the photo showed a boy in a school uniform who seemed quite earnest. Maybe this time, he could turn out to be a dependable force. No, I mustn't be deceived. Boys who look this serious are often underestimating the job. I've been betrayed so many times before. Wait, hold on. Looking out of the window from this store manager's room on the second floor of the shop, I thought I saw a figure outside the entrance. Thinking it might be a staff member coming in early, I stood up and peered out into the dim morning light. And then, what I saw wasn't one of the staff members but a boy in summer clothes, wearing a school uniform. Oddly, he was standing completely still near the entrance, as if he had been ordered to stand guard like a motionless police dog. What is that? I can't understand his intentions, and it's really creepy. Wait, that face. I was momentarily startled by the boy standing there so early in the morning, but I quickly realized that it was the same face I had just seen on the resume in my hand. Nayahama Shinichiro-kun. Wait, isn't the interview scheduled for 8 a.m.? Why is he here 2 hours early, standing around? Even if he mistook the time, anyone could see that the entrance is closed, right? Completely clueless about the mindset of today's teenagers, I held my head in confusion. Even though the summer had ended and the early morning heat still lingered, why was that boy sweating profusely, standing there like a faithful Hachiko? Ugh, I can't make sense of this. But I have to do something. Feeling thoroughly perplexed, I couldn't just leave him there like that, so I hurriedly made my way to the entrance. I would like to thank you for taking the time today. My name is Nayahama Shinichiro. Nice to meet you. Upon entering the manager's office, I energetically greeted the manager, who was the interviewer. Then, I bowed at a 30-degree angle, turned around to close the door, and waited to be prompted before taking a seat. I placed my hands on my knees and straightened my back. I surprisingly remember this kind of stuff. Although I didn't consciously focus on this sequence of movements, due to having repeated interviews during my job hunting days after high school, it seems to have become ingrained in my body, much like riding a bicycle. Seeing me, the young and attractive eyeglasses-wearing female monogerms, Mishima, who had a slightly reserved appearance, seemed somewhat puzzled and muttered, "Job seeker?" I admit I didn't come across as a typical high school student applying for a part-time job. Yes, I am Yuko Mishima, the acting store manager. Thank you for coming today. So, well, I'm curious, why were you waiting in front of the store so early? At the slightly perplexing question from Mishima, I inadvertently let out a surprised voice. Until just a moment ago, I had been waiting outside for the interview. Mishima had come out and called me in earlier than expected, so the interview started much sooner than the scheduled time. However, could it be did my distorted personality come across again? Well, may I ask if it's not common to wait several hours in advance in situations like this? Well, I mean, it's far from common. Early arrival is a good attitude, but if you just don't end up being late, it's fine. Is that so? I apologize for that. Mishima's exasperated tone made me lower my head in apology. While it makes sense if I think about it calmly, the curse ingrained in me seems to run deeper than I thought. Phew, seriously, who on earth taught you something like that? Did you watch some sketchy etiquette tutorial or something? No, it's not like that. It's just that the environment where I learned workplace common sense, or rather, the company's common sense, was quite different. Actually at my previous part-time job, whenever I made an appointment for a meeting or discussion with my supervisor, I was often severely scolded with remarks like I came 2 hours early because I had time, so why weren't you waiting? And I've been repeatedly told, in my workplace overall, that it's only natural for a subordinate to be prepared to accommodate changes in plans by superiors. As Mishima seemed unable to comprehend what I was saying, her young face displayed a bewildered expression. Or rather, does it seem like such an environment would be normal? That's far from normal, you know? Her voice, tinged with exasperation, interrupted me. While she gave off an impression of being rather composed, it seems she's the type to show her emotions more than I thought. What kind of company is that? To demand that you unilaterally adjust your schedule to changes made at the convenience of your superiors, it's one thing to be prepared, but expecting that is a whole different level of social ineptitude. Her anger was quite refreshing to me. While it's obvious that what I'm saying doesn't make sense, the fact that a working adult, a figure from the world I once admired, is criticizing this abnormality makes me feel somewhat relieved. Got it? Forget everything those pathetic adults told you. Don't ever step foot into a workplace where people like that are. Even after graduating, avoid those places like the plague. Why yes, these words, expressing concern for the future of the younger generation, were repeated once again, and my opinion of this female manager increased significantly. Ah, this person, she's someone from the world I admired. A workplace with common sense and ethical behavior of a proper working environment. This wasn't just a figment of my imagination, it was indeed a reality in this world. Witnessing this person, a grown-up, openly criticizing the abnormality within the workplace and working conditions, made me feel somewhat relieved about my trauma associated with labor. Well, alright. Since I understand your motives a bit better now, shall we proceed with the interview? Ugh, geez, you've written so much here that I hardly have anything to ask. It seems she decided to take a more straightforward approach, and while saying this in a somewhat laid-back manner, Mishima looked at the resume I had written with a mix of exasperation and admiration. Normally, this is where they'd inquire about when I can start working and such. For the time being, I've jotted down everything I could think of. Distance and commute time from home to the store, preferred work hours and days, expected duration of the part-time job, exam periods, and there's even a consent form from my parents and school attached. I thought I had included all the information the hiring side would want, but maybe that also didn't come across as typical of a high school student. Mishima-san had a wry smile as she followed the content with her eyes. Well, let's see, about your motivation for applying. This is pretty standard. Matching the hourly wage and commuting conditions, right? Yes, the part-time job conditions that this store is offering align very well with my preferences. When she said this is pretty standard, I was slightly taken aback, but it seemed my straightforward and simple motivation was accepted. Well, that's not the only reason I wanted to work at this store. I see. These conditions would be very much appreciated here. Suddenly, a shadow crossed Mishima-san's expression. A mixture of anxiety and anticipation emanated from her, and a faint hint of wariness and distrust appeared. Could it be she wants to believe, but she's afraid of being let down? I understand that surge of emotion quite well, having experienced it many times myself. That feeling you get from suppliers who promise, leave it to me, I'll have the delivery done in 3 days. Or bosses who boast, if anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. It's the manifestation of doubts like, are they really going to keep their promises? I have a question I'd like to ask. Do you know about the company behind this store? Also, there should be a few book cafes within your commuting range. Why did you choose us? It's probably not just because of the pay, right? This question might seem unnecessary for a regular part-time job interview. While it's somewhat toned down, it's a question akin to the confirmation of interest in the company and the extent of research or a similar inquiry regarding a respectable motivation that's beyond for the money. I see, probably trying to gauge how serious I am about this part-time job. Mishima-san is observing my face intently. In other words, she wants to see my reaction. The question itself likely doesn't matter all that much. It's probably about assessing whether I can respond quickly under pressure as a high school student, whether I'll scramble to answer or answer casually with a reluctant expression. It's a way to get a sense of how seriously I'm taking this. Alright then, I'll answer with all my might and seriousness, to make sure she understands I'm not someone who takes things lightly. Yes, first, regarding this book cafe Rakunan, I'm well aware of it. It's a test store where Chogaku Bookstore, in search of new bookstore business models, has combined the concepts of all-you-can-read books and a cafe, following Zone A and Zone H. It's the third store. I've heard that based on the results, there are plans to expand to F, H, and K prefectures. Mishima-san's eyes widened, perhaps surprised by the content of my nonchalant answer. She probably didn't expect such a clear response. And as for why I was drawn to this store beyond the wage, it's definitely because of its innovative concept. I've always been interested in working at a bookstore. With the rise of ebooks, your company's foresight in exploring the future of bookstores is truly remarkable. I have a strong interest in this forefront book cafe store. Well, mixing the store's origin and concept with my motivation, I saw Mishima-san becoming increasingly bewildered. But for me, I had researched this store's details and my motivation was genuine when I decided to apply. And even though I had initially included this part in the motivation section of my resume, looking at the tightly filled in form, I suddenly wondered, could it be that all they expect from a high school student's motivation is a desire for spending money? So, I simplified it. Well, this part about research and motivation is well covered from my job hunting preparation days. And among the rival stores with a similar concept, I felt most drawn to work at this store, which is trying to attract a stylish and wide range of customers. My answer might be a bit clumsy, but that's about it from my perspective. I see. When I finished answering, Mishima-san responded with a mix of admiration, exasperation, and a somewhat horrified expression. It reminds me of the pressure-filled interview with Tokimune-san from some time ago. When I explained my thoughts about the future during that time, that person also had a similar expression. Well, I've been surprised by a lot, but anyway, I do understand that you're extremely diligent. And yes, that's actually what our store needs the most right now. Although I did my best to earnestly answer what was asked, Mishima-san's reaction was a bit strained, her face looking quite serious. If I strained my ears, I could faintly hear her mutter under her breath, "I did want someone serious, but this is a bit extreme. Is there no middle ground? I wonder if I should have acted a bit more carelessly." Phew yes, you're hired, Naya-hama-kun. Can you start from next Saturday? Oh really? I'm incredibly happy. I seemed to have puzzled Mishima-san as the interviewer, but it appeared I managed to pass after all, and I felt genuinely elated. Even though it takes some courage for me to face labor, considering my cause of death in my previous life, it's a part-time job, but this opportunity to work again can be considered a step forward in my revenge life. In that case, I'll do my best, so please take care of me. Oh, by the way, since I'm a new employee, should I clean the entire store from early morning on my first day? We don't have such a draconian tradition for newbies like that. Just forget that outdated idea and throw it away. On that sunny day, within the book cafe Rakuniki, an atmosphere of a sparkling holiday that seemed somewhat mismatched with my former introverted self filled the air. The interior, dominated by monochrome tones, gave a very stylish impression, with tables and chairs designed in a Nordic furniture style, showcasing great taste. A space filled with a soothing calmness and dazzling stylishness was present there. And amidst all this, "Thank you for waiting. Hey, race your black sugar milk tea and banana chocolate latte." Clad in an apron-like uniform, I, from behind the counter, continued serving drinks and food, spreading my sales smile to many customers. Even though it's a part-time job at a book cafe, I thought most of my work would involve dishwashing or organizing books, but I didn't expect to be put on the register so quickly. After receiving several shifts and completing a comprehensive job briefing, the first position I was assigned to by Assistant Manager Mishima was working the register. According to Mishima, it's not an easy job since it's the place where you need to be most attentive, but it's a waste to put someone like you who's not afraid of anything in a different position. Taking orders, relaying them, serving drinks and food, and then handling the cash register. It didn't sound very complicated when put into words, but being at the forefront of customer service, it indeed required adaptability. May I take your order? Yes, I'd like to order, please. The next customer, an elderly woman, was stumbling through her order, not quite accustomed to this type of cafe setting, as she looked at the menu. While the cafe concept was geared towards a younger demographic, a stylish place where you can read books and relax, it also attracted housewives and older individuals, with the daytime clientele leaning towards the older age group. I'd like to order something I saw my daughter drink earlier. It was a coffee with something white on top, but the menu photos all look quite similar, and I can't remember which one it was. This could be a bit tricky. Coffee with something white on top was the most common type of drink, with options like latte, caramel latte, and cortado, espresso with a small amount of warm milk, featuring similar descriptions. I see. You're looking for a coffee with a topping, right? Could you tell me if the drink was iced? Also, did the white thing on top have any chocolate or sauce drizzled over it? It was cold. And, well, it looked completely white from the top, so I don't think there was anything on it. I see. All right. With this information, I can narrow it down. Thank you. In that case, I believe you're looking for our formed milk latte. Milko, yes. That's it. Wait, how did you know? Yes, for our coffee-based drinks, we serve cream or lattes on top only for hot drinks. For iced drinks, we mix them in. However, for our formed milk latte, which is created by pouring frothed milk, we serve it as a cold drink with the frothed milk on top. So, a completely white from the top cold coffee can only refer to this particular drink. Also, we can add caramel sauce as a topping to it, but considering it was just white on top and cold, I assume the one your daughter had was the plain version. Well, you really figured it out? My goodness, how did you know? I'm sorry for asking such a confusing question. No, not at all. I'll have that prepared for you right away. I responded with a clear voice, wearing a reassuring smile to put the customer at ease. In reality, it wasn't all that difficult. Compared to the order inquiries that often gave me headaches in my previous life, a no-hint deduction contest like it's that thing, you know, the usual thing. If you don't figure it out in 10 seconds, the customer gets upset. This was quite easy. You're really something else. Huh? As I watched the elderly customer, who was now expressing gratitude and leaving with her drink in hand, I was approached by the tall, chestnut-haired senior colleague who was helping at the register. Adorned with various accessories like bracelets and pendants, giving off a slightly flashy impression. I believe his name was Takatori. You're new to the register and order taking, aren't you? Yet you're not flustered at all, and your smile and responses are spot on even in unexpected situations. I'm supposed to be assisting a beginner like you, but I feel like I have nothing to do. Oh, well, yes, I am new to both the register and the food service industry, but I have experience in customer service from my previous job. It's really not a big deal. Don't be so modest. I mean, here I am, regretting my decision to dye my hair and trying to make a university debut, thinking I'd come off as a cool guy, and then they throw me onto the register right away. I bit my tongue a bunch of times, and when I was asked something I didn't know, I panicked and was close to tears. You should have just said you're not good at customer service from the start. Despite his mature appearance, it seemed he had a similar background to me. I just couldn't bring myself to say it anyway. I wanted to say you're amazing compared to me. While Takatora-senpai seemed genuinely impressed, I found it hard to accept his praise. With 12 years of experience in the corporate world, handling customer service like this was only natural. Assuming the appearance of a high school student and falsifying my work history, it was no different from a white lie. I certainly didn't consider myself amazing. Lost in my thoughts, a commotion suddenly erupted. Hey, how could you do this? I'm so sorry. I apologize profusely. In response to an unusually loud voice, my gaze shifted, revealing a high school girl co-worker with her bangs pinned back by a headband, earnestly bowing her head to a woman in her late 20s. Looking more closely, a small amount of what appeared to be coffee had spilled on the counter, with a black droplet hanging from the rim of a plastic cup. And there was a noticeable black stain on the woman's sleeve. This was most likely she must have spilled or shaken the coffee, causing it to splatter onto the customer's sleeve. Ma'am, I'm so sorry. Well, remake the coffee right away. To save the high school girl co-worker, who was on the verge of tears, Takatora-senpai interjected and bowed. It's natural to apologize. How on earth are you going to fix my shirt that you've ruined? Well, we can compensate you for the dry cleaning costs. What? Just because you offer to pay doesn't mean my shirt will be clean again immediately? Ugh, seriously. Why is it always me? The worst, absolutely the worst. What is wrong with you people? Instead of apologizing like idiots, do something about it? The woman was now hysterically yelling. Her headband-clad high school co-worker was shrinking back, and Takatora-senpai was sweating while trying to handle the situation. In reality, this was troublesome. While it was entirely our fault that the coffee was spilled, the customer was not asking for an apology or compensation but was rather venting her frustration, making it difficult to find a solution. Cases like this should be handed over to the acting manager or regular staff nearby, but in reality, for now, it can only be dealt with by the people on site. In that case, as a newcomer, I guess I have no choice but to step up. Excuse me, ma'am. Please use this here. Quickly placing the prepared items on a tray and offering them on the counter, the OL who had been shouting momentarily let out a puzzled-sounding voice. This is a dry towel. First, use it to blot the coffee stain on your sleeve. Then, take this detergent-soaked towel and lightly pat the stain to push it out. Please don't rub it in any way. Using gestures and body language, I explained the emergency stain removal method with a serious expression. At times like these, it's better to speak clearly and with a bit of enthusiasm, so that the instructions are easily understood by an excited listener. Even if the stain doesn't come off, please go back home and wash it again. Stains become harder to remove as time passes, but I believe there's a high chance it will completely come off if done within today. Well. With an expression that wasn't just apologetic, I looked at the OL's face straight on. What's needed here is not just an apology, but sincerity and goodwill to make the rest of her day a little more at ease. Such things can often be conveyed through attitude and facial expressions. Also, while it doesn't exactly make up for it, if you'd like, please enjoy this sample slice of chocolate banana cake. I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience. In this shop, as a way to introduce new products or make use of items before their expiration date, they offer small samples of sweets for free. The timing of this is left to the discretion of the counter staff, and they have some freedom in offering them. Thank you. In response to my offering of the stain removal kit and the sample sweet, the OL reflexively muttered words of gratitude. And with that, the tense atmosphere seemed to calm down all at once, as if she had cooled off from her earlier excitement. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled so much over a cheap shirt. I'm really sorry. Oh, no, it's not. The headband-wearing high school part-timer, who had been trembling until now, seemed to relax as if she had survived a near-death experience, while also being surprised by the sudden change in the OL's attitude. But for me, who had orchestrated this outcome, this wasn't particularly surprising. Well, it was pretty clear that this OL was really stressed out. And finally, with a bow and an apology for saying too much, the OL left for a distant seat with a replacement coffee, cleaning fee, the stain removal kit I provided, and the sample dessert. Phew, that's a relief. Thank you, both of you. I'm sorry, it's my clumsiness that caused this. No, I didn't really do anything. I don't know what's going on, but you saved the day, Naya Hama. Knowing how to remove stains and being all homely like that, you're really something. TLN, the TL software turned his name to Shamahama LOL. Well, I do have some experience with stain removal. Coffee is a staple for waking up during work. But precisely because of that, I've spilled coffee on my shirt a few times, creating stains even if they're small. And if I were to meet with a superior while wearing a stained shirt, no matter how small the stain, I would be scolded intensely and deemed unprofessional. Although those same bosses would wear shirts with stains and the smell of cigarettes and meet people without a care. In any case, due to such experiences, I've become quite knowledgeable about stain removal methods that can be done in break rooms or on the street. Someone's running. While we shared a sense of relief among ourselves, the sound of hurried footsteps coming from the back of the shop reached our ears. Excuse me, customers. I'm Assistant Manager Mishima. I came over to listen to what happened here. A woman in a suit and glasses Mishima-san appeared on the scene and, upon arrival, her gaze swept around the counter area as she voiced her bewilderment. It seemed that other staff had reported the commotion at the counter, prompting her to rush over from the back of the shop. It's quite a challenging situation for her, too. I heard that a female customer got coffee spilled on her and was really furious, but, yes, it's because of my mistake that the situation escalated like that, but as I handed over the stain removal towel and explained it a bit, the anger seemed to dissipate. Huh? Wait, Takatora-kun, what happened? Well, I'm not quite sure myself. Hey, Nayahama, why did that lady suddenly calm down so much when you were talking, despite being angry even when we offered cleaning fees and bowed our heads? Well, it's just something I personally believe, but... With all three of them looking at me with puzzled expressions, I felt a bit embarrassed but opened my mouth to explain the reasoning. When people yell at a shop, there can be various reasons or types, but that OL lady is usually sensible and doesn't yell at people. I thought she was just mentally overwhelmed today, so the anger wasn't really about us. It's more about her being at her limits. In other words, the root cause of the anger is being overwhelmed. Judging from her somewhat despairing behavior, smudged makeup, slightly unkempt hair, and a somewhat worn-out suit, it's apparent that she's mentally strained due to various things in her work and personal life. The unfortunate coffee spill disaster happened in the midst of all that, causing her to explode in various ways. So, what I tried to do was to alleviate some of that overflowing stress. I offered an emergency solution to the having to spend the rest of the day with a black stain on my shirt situation, and I provided a slightly larger sample dessert to give her a small sense of happiness. Of course, it's entirely our fault, but the target of her anger isn't our shop but her accumulated daily stress, so the effectiveness of a simple apology is limited. And, well, I thought that people like her who have a sense of reason would start to calm down when they feel the sincerity of the other person and understand that someone is willing to help them eradicate their misfortune. I can't say for sure how effective it was, but I'm glad it worked out in the end. At the very least, based on my past experiences, I genuinely wish for people like that exhausted office worker to have a slightly more pleasant time during their break and feel sorry for causing any inconvenience. I want to believe that my intentions were felt, and that it contributed at least a little to cooling off the lattice head. Yeah. As I explained my personal theories and methods of resolution, the high school part-timer and Takatora-senpai both let out bewildered voices in unison. It's a bit disheartening. It seems even Mishima-san has her hand to her forehead, wearing a complex expression. Well, I do think you handled it well, but, leaving that aside, seriously, what kind of high schooler are you? What do you have to do to become so accustomed to dealing with trouble like that? While I was saying something far from what a new part-timer would say, Mishima-san shouted in bewilderment, and in my mind, I murmured with a self-deprecating tone, well, if you work until you die, you get used to. All right, now for the manager's office. I, who was working part-time from noon on Saturday, walked down the corridor in the back of the book cafe, carrying a stack of documents. This space was used as an office area for administrative tasks and the bookstore's backstage by the full-time employees, not us part-timers. I was walking here because I had just received a stack of documents from the full-time employees. This was for the typical menial task assigned to a part-timer like me, taking the documents to assistant manager Mishima's room. But the full-time employees seem to be dealing with a lot of challenges too. It must be tough for them too, especially as staff for the new business, feeling responsible for the declining sales. Even this store was already a test store, as a bookstore diving into the cafe business. Moreover, it seemed they had been unlucky enough to have an outside hired manager, who was also a cafe consultant, hospitalized for an extended period. Additionally, due to a mass exodus of part-timers, the store's sales had dropped further due to a decrease in creative and service quality. They seemed to be working hard to address these issues, but for now, maintaining the current situation, or even a slight decrease, seemed to be the best they could achieve. The burden on assistant manager Mishima, who was working to tackle these problems, must be substantial. Excuse me, I'm Nayahama the part-timer. Mishima-san? I felt a bit odd that there was no response to my knock, but I could hear the sound of typing clearly, so I hesitated for a moment before slowly opening the door and entering. And there, just as expected, assistant manager Mishima was typing away at her desk, but, at first glance, she seemed plain, but if she dressed up, she would likely attract the attention of men around the town. However, her eyes were vacant, and she was focused solely on typing, looking somewhat lifeless. Her clothes, which seemed to have been to the dry cleaners less frequently, and her slightly neglected hair indicated the recent busyness, and she didn't seem to notice me standing right beside her, possibly due to her scattered attention. Mishima essay. Beer. Huh? She muttered a word suddenly, directed at the void, causing me to blink in surprise. Highball plum chuhai grilled mackerel tripe stew shrimp mayo chicken liver hee I even drink the oil from the shrimp ahij huh? TLN, chuhai is a type of drink. She was listing her cravings while wearing a faint smile, but her vacant eyes suddenly locked onto me, stopping dead in their tracks. It seemed she had finally recognized my presence. Wait, Nayahama-kun? How long have you been there? Well, just for a moment. Feeling apologetic, I responded to my flustered superior with a touch of regret in my voice. She doesn't need to be this panicked. Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear me mumbling about craving oasis? Well, yes. Oh yeah. Assistant manager Mishima shouted in anguish, much like when she spilled cup noodles into the sink, and covered her face with her hands. While I personally didn't find it embarrassing, it seemed she might be more sensitive than I thought, maybe more like a woman than I expected. Worst now, the part-timers are going to be spreading rumors like the assistant manager in her 30s was muttering about alcohol and salty snacks with a creepy smile endlessly. Did you hear? They might even start gossiping. Is that middle-aged woman an alcoholic? Ha ha ha. I once spread such rumors? Also, how heartless were the part-timers here until now? Perhaps due to exhaustion, assistant manager Mishima's emotions seemed a bit unstable. While the store aimed to keep overtime within reasonable limits according to its policy, the mental strain of being a young manager was inevitably accumulating. But seriously, why do you always exude this mysteriously heavy and convincing atmosphere with such a gloomy expression? Though I genuinely meant to console her, my words accidentally ended up sounding quite mature. The answer would be, because I was older than you once upon a time, haha, but, of course, I couldn't say that. Well, I guess I did overreact a bit. I was afraid my authority as the assistant manager might have diminished, so I got flustered. Finally returning to her usual demeanor, assistant manager Mishima accepted the documents I brought and handed me a canned juice from the refrigerator in her room, saying, "Hey, race, an apology for showing you an embarrassing moment." She leaned back in her office chair and opened a can of coffee herself. Apparently, she realized her own exhaustion and decided to take a short break. "Thank you. It might seem presumptuous for a part-timer like me to worry, but Mishima-san, you seem a bit too exhausted, don't you think?" As someone who had contemplated the meaning of life while facing death due to overwork, I naturally ended up worrying about her. "Well, it'll be fine. It's just tough having so many things to think about. I do take regular breaks, you know. And lately, there's that kid, Nayahama, who can handle just about anything. How about you? It's been a week since you started working here as a part-timer. What do you think about this workplace?" If I were to describe my impression of this store, when asked like that, a natural word came to mind. In a word, it's light. Huh? Light? My sincere impression seemed to be quite nonsensical, as Mishima-san's eyes widened. But there were no more accurate words to convey my feelings. First of all, it's physically bright. Sunlight pours in from outside, and there's no gloomy or dark feeling at all. Moreover, there's a calm and gentle atmosphere here where people enjoy books and coffee. It's filled with a sense of human goodness. I hardly sense any ugly darkness in this workplace. There's no baseless shouting, no personal attacks fueled by malice and ridicule. Even when there's reprimanding, there's a proper reason, and common sense and decency as humans are respected. Both the full-time staff and part-timers are there all decent. They respond sensibly to ordinary things, don't lash out due to mood swings, or demean others like it's second nature. I haven't encountered mindless yelling, malicious personal attacks, or insidious gossip here, at least for now. The smiles of the customers, the efforts and mutual support among the staff, and the soothing aroma of coffee and sweets. If my previous workplace was darkness, this book cafe is light. If I were to compare it, that place was a pile of garbage, while this is a meadow with a gentle spring breeze. The full-time staff and the part-timers, everyone is just so decent. They respond sensibly to ordinary things, and they don't degrade others with insults or malicious comments. It's just being in an environment like this, I can't help but feel truly happy. Sniff. Huh? Why are you crying? Come on, give me a break. It's not like I made you cry. Overwhelmed by the realization that the longed-for white workplace truly exists, I found my eyes welling up with tears. If I had shed tears like this in my previous workplace, those awful bosses would have all been furious. In their eyes, tears were a sign of weakness, an indulgence of the lazy, a proof of not taking work seriously. Compared to that, the woman before me, the store manager, was worried and flustered over a mere part-timer's tears. This alone highlighted how fortunate I was to be in this environment. Well, I'm sorry. Anyway, this workplace is busy, but the wonderful aspects of it being white are what I wanted to say. It's certainly a company run by Tokimune-san. Huh? Tokimune, our president? What's with that friendly way of addressing him, like he's some relative's uncle? Oh, well, that's... Where are you? The cash register is acting up and I don't know what to do, so come back here? Just as I was about to answer, a voice came from the store, a senior working the same shift calling for help. Looking at the clock, I realized it was already well into the afternoon, a time when the CAF would start getting more customers. While I had spent quite a bit of time in this room, it was time to return. They're already depending on you out there. Be careful not to overexert yourself while I'm gone, alright? Haha, yeah, I'll be careful. Well then, if you'll excuse me? I nodded to Mishima-san and quickly left the manager's office, heading back to the CAF floor. Unlike before, I didn't feel a stomach-churning fear when someone called me. Just that simple fact made me feel this workplace was truly amazing. Hey, the register's working again. Thanks a bunch, Nayahama. Well, it was just a matter of checking the error code and following the instructions in the manual. Resolving the issue, which turned out to be simpler than I thought, I received exaggerated thanks from my tall, brown-haired senior, Takatora-san, who was at the cash register counter. Sorry, you know when the register suddenly stops in the middle of a busy time, you tend to panic and not even think about looking at the manual. I understand. When you're about to burst from stress, you don't always think straight up. Well, we're wasting time with idle chatter. Sorry, but can you bring the 3-color macaron parfait to table 5? Yes, of course. While this CAF primarily used a counter service system for both food and drinks, for items that took longer to prepare, table service was necessary. 3 parfaits were already placed on trays in the kitchen, and I grabbed one to deliver it to the designated table. Phew, well, I'm getting used to this part-time job more and more. Everyone here is so nice, which is really fortunate. While I had some aversion towards workplaces due to my previous life's experience, I found myself blending in surprisingly well. This was largely thanks to the white consciousness of the manager and staff. They've been really good to me, and while I'd love to help with the declining sales of this store that Mishima-san is so worried about, well, it's not something I can handle alone. I'm just a former corporate slave with slightly above average abilities as a high school part-timer. I can't do anything monumental, but at least I thought I could help this store within my capabilities. Well, for now, I need to finish up the task in front of me. Thank you for waiting. Here are the 3-color macaron parfaits. Oh, yes. Thank you very much. I arrived at the table with a radiant smile, and there, sitting before me, was a girl I was very familiar with. A beautiful girl with traditional Japanese beauty, her black hair cascading elegantly. She was the most important person in the world to me, and we had only recently reached a stage in our relationship where we called each other by our first names. Ha Haruka? Why are you here? A little back in time, just before a near miss between Nayahama and Haruka, I, Shizuan Haruka, along with my close friends Mitsuki-san and Mai-san, were sitting around a table at a certain CAF. On this Saturday afternoon, free from the shackles of schoolwork, the weather was splendid, and the sunlight streaming through the cafe's glass walls sparkled beautifully. Amidst the lively ambience of the CAF, there was a sense of tranquility that was very pleasant. My heart was dancing with joy. All right then, let's start the 4th edition of the Let's Do Something Like High School Girls Club. Yes, I've been looking forward to this. I enthusiastically applauded Mai-san's always energetic declaration. This gathering of girls, a tea party of sorts, had now reached its 4th meeting. While its official purpose was to enjoy being high school girls over tea and delicious treats, it often ended up as more of a casual chat, starting from the first meeting, which had originally been intended for serious discussions about our worries. But that's fine. This casual chit-chat with these ordinary friends is exactly what I've been longing for. Haruka, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but do you really need to tear up every time? Mai-san said, looking somewhat troubled. Sorry. I'm just so happy all the time. Mai-san's comment made me blush slightly. I was aware that I tend to get overly excited, but after years of not having any friends, this happiness was simply uncontrollable. Phew, both you and Mai are really energetic. As for me, my summer break is over and I'm feeling so drained. And now that the second term has started, we're having more guidance sessions for future career choices. Mitsuki-san, who always looked good in glasses, complained. She was referring to the career guidance sessions that began in the second term of our second year. It was a preparation for deciding our paths after high school graduation. Although we were contemplating university admission, the idea of becoming a working adult and choosing a career path seemed so distant and abstract. Oh, it's such a hassle, isn't it? They suddenly start asking about our future career preferences, but how are we supposed to know what we want to be? We're still like middle school students in our hearts, and even if they talk about entering society, it doesn't really hit home. Mai-san exclaimed, her head in her hands. Both Mitsuki-san and I nodded in agreement. It was genuinely relatable. While we might have vague thoughts about university, the idea of our future careers felt distant and uncertain. Well, I'm also struggling with that. I do have aspirations for further education, but I don't really know what kind of job I want in the future. I ended up choosing a university without really knowing what work is like, and I'm wondering if that's okay. I used to not have a specific job in mind, just thinking that I'd do my best wherever I ended up. But then, Shinichiro-kun had passionately warned me, with that kind of mindset, you're heading straight for a black company? So now, I'm trying to make a well-informed decision for my future career. But the truth is, I'm still just a kid, and I have no understanding of work or how the world operates. I'm keenly aware that I lack the experience to make a decision about my future. That's why I'm thinking of getting more active towards my future, researching different professions, attending career experience events. Wow, you're really diligent, Haruka. You're giving this a lot of thought, Mai-san said. Haha, I'm just vaguely considering things. Nayahama-kun's meticulously planned future is on a whole other level. While thinking about Shinichiro-kun, I nearly slipped and called him by his first name. He's been working so diligently toward his future, and even his father was surprised by the thoroughness of his plans. Yeah, well, even though I'm not sure what he's up to, lately he seems to be in a rush all the time, doesn't he? Yeah, he's been leaving quickly after school a lot lately. Mitsuki-san and Mai-san were right. Shinichiro-kun did seem unusually busy these days. He frequently checked his schedule and sometimes rushed home after school. Yes, it seems he has a lot to do for a while. He even apologized the other day for being slow to reply to messages because he had periods when he couldn't check his phone. Of course, people have their own reasons, and I reassured them that it's not a big deal. However, I didn't ask for the specifics about why he was so busy. Oh, that sounds suspiciously secretive. He hasn't even told you? Haruka, aren't you curious about what Nayahama-kun is up to? Well, Mitsuki-san had a mischievous smile as she asked, and it was true. Although Shinichiro-kun had said he was doing something private when I asked him what he was up to after school, he had a slightly flustered expression and wanted to keep it a secret. Seeing his embarrassed face, I thought it probably wasn't a major issue or trouble, just something he wanted to keep to himself. That's why, if Naya-Hama-kun wants to keep it a secret, I want to respect that. I'm sure he's working hard on something right now, and I want to support him. Expressing my honest feelings, I naturally found myself smiling. Not too long ago, I had been quite anxious about the parts of Shinichiro-kun that I didn't know, but now I could say that with complete certainty. What's going on with you two? Your faces seem a bit red. Well, you see, it's just that your calm demeanor and composure, like that of a legal wife, made me a bit flustered. I mean, it's 100 times better than Haruka getting all anxious like before. Huh? Confused by their words, I raised a question mark, while my friends took sips from their iced teas as if trying to cool down their flushed faces. I didn't think I had said anything strange. Phew, finally my face has cooled down. But seriously, did something happen between Haruka and Naya-Hama-kun? I mean, after avoiding each other when he returned from the sea, suddenly you seem even closer now? There must be something we don't know, right? Well, that's... I found myself at a loss for words. The change in our relationship, of course, referred to the fact that we had started calling each other by our first names. I was happy about this step forward in our friendship with Shinichiro-kun, but when I mentioned it at school, the reactions from the other students were like lightning striking. It drew so much attention to both me and Shinichiro-kun. So, although we had decided to continue addressing each other by our last names, Naya-Hama-kun and Shizuen-san, in public, especially at school, I had reservations about sharing it with my friends. Is it okay to tell these two? Why is it that just calling each other by our first names as friends has such a huge impact on everyone? I really lack experience in handling human relationships. Being cautioned by Shinichiro-kun, I was hesitant to share, and I realized it might not be wise even with my friends. As I pondered what to say, the sweets we had ordered arrived right at that moment. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hey, race the three-color macaron parfait. Yes, thank you very much. Mid-sentence, I turned towards the voice of a male server of our age, and my words caught in surprise. There was nothing strange about the scene before me. The waiter, dressed in the CAF's uniform, had just brought us the macaron parfait we had ordered. Except for one thing, this server was someone we all knew quite well. The person I had exchanged the most words with over the past few months at school. A young man who, unlike before, had a strikingly mature demeanor, his eyes filled with determination. A truly respectable young man. Although he always complimented my appearance, I secretly thought that he, with his friendly and adorable face, was much cuter and more approachable, somewhat like an Akita dog. TLN, is this supposed to be a compliment? Ha, Haruka? Why are you here? Shinichiro-kun? What's with that outfit? Our astonished voices escaped our lips as we both caught sight of each other. Ho ho, Haruka, huh. So it's Shinichiro-kun. I found myself frozen when I unexpectedly ran into Haruka. Well, of course, this is a cafe anyone can enter, and it's not strange for Haruka to come here. I inadvertently blurted out, why are you here? But Haruka probably came for a cup of tea or something like that. But even so, it's too much of a coincidence to run into each other like this. I want to shout that out loud. Calm down, it was unexpected that my part-time job got revealed, but the reason I wanted to keep it a secret is really just a minor thing, so it's not a big deal. It's too late now. Regardless of the purpose of my part-time job, I'll have to explain why I've been so busy after school recently. Phew, sorry for making a big fuss, Haruka. Seems like you got surprised too, but as you can see, I'm working at this book cafe. Oh really? Yeah. It was surprising news, but, about your name. It's fine if I tell you, but what's going on? Fu, Kazumihara-san and Fudahashi-san? You two are here too? In the shock of encountering Haruka, I finally noticed that Kazumihara and Fudahashi were sitting at the same table as Haruka. And for some reason both of them are grinning oddly? Yeah, we're here too. It's disappointing as friends that we're not even noticed because of Haruka's overwhelming presence. Come to think of it, Naya-Hama brought a parfait for 3 people, right? Did you think Haruka was going to eat it all by herself? Though it's pretty awful that I didn't notice them, even if they blame me, it's not surprising they're here. However, their mouths have been grinning evilly for a while now. Well, I mean, after all, it's okay to tell you. So, since when did you start using first names? Oh, come on. That's just too secretive. It's fishy that you kept that from us. Show us again how you call each other by name. Come on, come on. Oh, right. In the heat of the moment, I accidentally called Haruka by her name. Oh no, what should I do? Haruka is looking at me with a somewhat troubled expression, like a child looking to her parent for help. Well, there's no helping it, it's probably fine to tell these two and Jinji about it from the start anyway. I shifted my gaze to Haruka and nodded slightly. It was a silent message saying, is it okay to confess to these two? Haruka understood and nodded back. Oh well, actually, after I came back from the sea, things turned out like that. I'm sorry for not saying anything, but I wanted to avoid any trouble at school by accidentally using our names. Oh have you finally, made it to that point? We should throw a party or something, right? Wow. That's amazing. Your wish finally came true. Seriously, I'm so happy for you. Naya-Hama-kun's dream came true. When I gently conveyed that we had started using each other's names, Kazumihara and Fudahashi responded with sparkling eyes and enthusiastic reactions. It's just like how my sister would react. I can easily imagine they're mistaking something. Come on, that's too much. It's not that big of a deal. Haruka allowed me to call her by her first name as friends, just like you two. Huh. Haruka, with a slightly embarrassed expression, softly uttered these words, causing Kazumihara and Futohashi to tone down their exuberant enthusiasm, looking puzzled. Nayahama-kun? What's going on here? You're not saying that you haven't actually crossed that line, right? It's hard to believe. Could it be you're still just friends on a first name basis? The two of them now send me disbelieving glances with expressions like, no way, right? I silently shook my head and crossed my index fingers in an X shape to indicate no. That's right, while reaching the point of using first names is a noteworthy achievement, Haruka hasn't quite advanced from the level of considering me a friend. As the two of them stared at me with a look of disbelief like you've got to be kidding, I solemnly accepted it. And then, the acting manager, Mishima-san, entered the hall with a slightly tired expression, having apparently finished some office work earlier. It seems that there were quite a few people who used to slack off during their part-time jobs in college or high school, so a habit developed of occasionally checking if there were any staff members being too lax. It's not a good idea to keep talking to my friends like this. Sorry, I need to get back to being a serious employee for a moment since the manager is watching. Thank you for waiting, dear customers. We appreciate your visit today. Standing up straight, I put on a cheerful business smile. While maintaining an approachable and friendly demeanor for the customers, I offered the parfait that was on the tray on the table to my classmates, the girls. I also remember the basic rule of placing the sweets from the left side, ensuring there's no direct contact between the customer's hands and the provided items. Here we have the limited time 3-flavor macaron parfait. Each parfait comes with matcha, chocolate, and strawberry flavors, and the ice cream portion is also made with the same 3 macaron flavors. The glass is well chilled, so please enjoy it at your leisure. Just like in a high-end restaurant, I add a brief explanation to enhance the value of the sweets. It's worth noting that I'm not just doing this on my own, it's a template speech we use for offering seasonal limited menus. Now then, if you'll excuse me. Did Mishima-san leave? The acting manager is no longer here, but it's probably not a great idea to keep chatting with my friends. So, as I was about to leave. Whoa, that was amazing. The way you were just now, Shinichiro-kun, you looked just like a real waiter. Well, I am a real waiter, you know? In response to Haruka's apparently genuine admiration, I couldn't help but make a reflexive comeback. But seriously, I was a bit surprised. It's like you suddenly became an adult. You don't have that newbie freshness anymore. You seem more like a seasoned pro, more like someone who's been working here for about 5 years. Also, Nayahama-kun, there's something about you that makes you seem more mature. It's less out of place to see you working rather than being a high school student. Are Kazumihara-san and Futohashi-san actually complimenting me? I groaned in response to the girls' spontaneous words. I couldn't help but chuckle a little at how I seemed to lack that high school-like freshness. Shinichiro-kun. Why yeah? What is it? Turning around in response to her voice, I noticed Haruka was looking at me with a slightly excited gaze, radiating warmth and approval. She seemed genuinely impressed. I never thought you'd be working a part-time job, Shinichiro-kun. The way you handle your work is so dignified and cool. Wha? Haruka was probably genuinely complimenting me on my work effort, but from an outsider's perspective, it sounded like she was visiting her boyfriend's workplace and gushing over him. And, since she's an incredibly beautiful girl, the surrounding customers were also starting to pay attention, causing my cheeks to flush with a mix of happiness and embarrassment. Oh, thank you, sorry, but I should get back to work before I really start slacking off. This CAF seems to be short-staffed with young employees, and the manager's been strict about it. Understood. Well then, please do your best, Shinichiro-kun. Why yeah, Haruka, take your time. Seeing us calling each other by name again, Kazumihara and Futohashi had grins on their faces once more. See, did you hear that? They're openly using each other's names again. It's almost like they're a silly couple, but in reality, they're not. It's kind of like a fraud, isn't it? They were freely making comments like these with mischievous smiles. I wanted to retort to their mischievous smiles, but I couldn't just keep interrupting my work, so I quickly left the scene. Having acquaintances show up at my workplace really is embarrassing. After Ali, Haruka Shijuin absent-mindedly gazed at the figure of Shinichiro-kun working. Even in his apron-clad attire as a staff member, he appeared quite busy, but precisely because of that, his diligent efforts were easily noticeable, and I found myself unconsciously following him with my eyes. Here you go, please be careful as the waffle is hot. Register paper? They're neatly stacked at the bottom right of the counter. Senpai, could you handle this situation for a moment? It seems there was a mix-up with the products. Shinichiro-kun was evidently relied upon at his workplace, promptly addressing and resolving various issues that arose at the cash register and in the dining area. His demeanor was extremely smooth, even to an outsider like me. It appeared he skillfully handled a wide range of tasks. Wow, that's amazing. Unintentionally, words of admiration escaped my lips. Yet, my current impression could be summed up with just that single word. I've always thought he seemed very mature, but Shinichiro-kun is truly capable of handling things like a full-fledged adult. Among university students and adult staff members, Shinichiro-kun's behavior stood out distinctly. His actions lacked any clumsiness, and his confident conduct was apparent even to someone like me who was an outsider. His demeanor is dazzlingly radiant to me, who remains unsure about my future path and who feels strongly like a child. Haruka, you seem to be staring a bit too much, you know? At Mitsuki-san's voice, I suddenly snapped back to reality. Considering how awkward it would be if he were to be continuously observed by his classmates, I had inadvertently been blatantly watching him. Sorry. Come on, I get that you're interested in Shinichiro-kun, but don't forget about us, Haruka. You've been staring without a break for a while now, you know? Why you mean I've been staring that intently? Haha, absolutely. It was like you were sending laser beams or something. Without realizing, the scalding hot coffee had grown lukewarm, and the parfait I had been eating was now more than half gone. It seemed like I had completely lost track of time, similar to when I'm engrossed in reading a light novel. And now, both Mitsuki-san and Mai-san were wearing oddly gleeful expressions, making comments like, "Wow, it's so passionate here," or "Yeah, seriously, it still feels like summer hasn't ended." Well, it's true that it's interesting to watch a friend while they're working. Shinichiro-kun is completely different here compared to when he's in class. Yes, indeed that's true. I took a sip of my lukewarm coffee and agreed with Mitsuki-san. Shinichiro-kun, working as a staff member, was clearly a different person. In this place of duty and responsibility, he worked diligently, and his expression conveyed the weight of trust placed upon him by the adults. It was only natural for him to be different from when he's in the classroom, protected by teachers and parents, and that's probably why his demeanor appeared so fresh to me. My intuition tells me that Shinichiro-kun could probably function just fine in society even if he were to join it immediately. Although he should be the same grade as us, I couldn't fathom how he had developed such skills. That's really something to envy despite being part of a family like mine. I should be striving not to rely on my parents' money, and aim to stand on my own as a fully independent individual. Truthfully, the way Shinichiro-kun efficiently handled work in the real world was the embodiment of my ideal. I want to become like that too. To be able to navigate the world beyond school on my own merits, and to walk the path of a responsible adult. But seriously, Shinichiro-kun is moving around quite a bit despite being a high school part-timer. He seems to be really overworked. Yeah, he's been dashing around doing all sorts of things since earlier. Well, maybe they're just short on staff? I've heard from a friend who does part-time work for a club that restaurants always seem to be short-handed. Listening to Mitsuki-san and Mai-san's conversation, I spotted a job advertisement posted on the wall. It boldly read, "No experience required? Flexible working hours? Interviews accepted anytime." I see, so this place is really understaffed. But this could be a great idea? What is it? Well, you see, something just crossed my mind. Responding to the puzzled expressions of Mitsuki-san and Mai-san, I began explaining my idea, which I had just come up with. This idea was somewhat nerve-wracking and a bit scary. However, I had already learned from Shinichiro-kun that it's not good to be stagnant due to fear or lack of knowledge. Though a bit surprised at how easily I had come up with this new challenge, I couldn't help but have a certain level of excitement and expectation about the potential new insights I might gain from it. Iko Mishima, serving as the acting manager of the book CAF Rakuniki, was once again groaning under the weight of my responsibilities. It's not the worst, but the sales still aren't picking up. Gazing at the ledgers in the manager's office, I sighed at the CAF's sales. The main issues were related to our planning and promotional efforts. While something might be novel at first, various cafes popped up one after another, and customers were always fickle. Hence, it was only natural to regularly introduce new menus and campaigns to keep the users engaged. The manager we brought in as a CAF consultant got hospitalized, and all those plans came to a halt as temporary staff from the bookstore. We lack expertise in the CAF business, and we're struggling just to follow the manual. Bringing in a new consultant or launching a major advertising campaign would likely solve the problem if the main cast bookstore headquarters put their full support behind it. However, it seemed they were grappling with a fervent opposition, mainly from the older generation, that vehemently opposed venturing into unfamiliar territory. Well, I was taken aback too when I was suddenly asked to work as a CAF employee. Sticking to just the bookstore business as the specialists might not be the best idea. In this era where internet services were rapidly advancing, the president's words about establishing a new form of bookstore were mostly endorsed by the younger generation. However, resistance to anything new is a constant theme in any era. In that sense, the success of the CAF might potentially influence our company's future. The responsibility is indeed substantial. Holding on to my aching stomach, I leaned back in my chair. I really want a drink. I want to pair braised beef tendons with hot steak. I want to savor crunchy garlic shrimp and wash it down with a beer. The combination of shrimp mayo and highball is making my mouth water. But until this CAF improves a bit more, I probably won't be able to enjoy a drink wholeheartedly. Oh well, I wonder if there's some way to increase customer traffic without investing much effort or capital. Like having an idol-level beauty handle customer service. That's probably a discussion about how much it would cost for their appearance fee. Lost in pointless thoughts, I was snapped back to reality by the ringing of the phone on my desk. Slowly, I picked up the receiver. Mishima-san. The interviewee for today has arrived, so I'll transfer the call to you. Yes. It's already that time, I hadn't forgotten that I needed to interview the high school student who applied for a part-time job. She seems to be a girl, but the more candidates, the better. Lately, many high schoolers have quit soon after starting, so I've been somewhat prejudiced against their age group. However, that bias has been fading a bit since Shinichiro-kun, who is definitely an extraordinary high schooler, joined. Well, that's because he's quite an exceptional case and might not be a reference for a typical high school student. However, that job applicant, the moment I saw her, I was really surprised. I mean, her level of beauty was just too high. Huh? What's that? Was she like one of those heavily tanned Gangaro girls? No, it's not like that. Well, you'll understand once you meet her. Leaving those words behind, the younger female staff member on the phone chuckled lightly before hanging up. I don't know why, but I'm oddly curious about it. What's going on? As I raised an eyebrow in confusion, a soft knock sounded on the door of the manager's office. Please come in, I called out, prompting the person outside to enter. And then she walked in. Just as I was told on the phone, the girl with a breathtaking appearance courteously bowed to me. Her natural gesture stole my attention completely. Thank you for taking the time for the interview today. My name is... Unlike the not-so-childlike Shinichiro-kun I encountered recently, this girl greeted me with a nervous expression. However, only half of what she said registered in my ears. Her beauty was so overwhelming that my mind was blank. Silky smooth, long, beautiful hair. Dazzling beauty that could put any idol to shame. A delicate, slender waist that exuded a traditional Japanese beauty, along with an ample bosom. Encountering the most exquisite beauty in my life, my consciousness seemed to have a gap. So, I also want to try working here. Hired. Huh? In response to the girl's astonishment at my initial words as the interviewer, it was only natural for her to be surprised. However, given the stroke of luck that such an incredibly talented candidate had rolled in, I was quite excited. Obviously, you're hired. I mean, thank you so much for coming. We wholeheartedly welcome you, so let's arrange your shifts right away. Okay, why yes. Ignoring her growing confusion, I quickly overwhelmed her with my enthusiasm. On a day when the lingering summer heat had eased, and the signs of autumn were becoming more pronounced, I was walking through the town. Saturday mornings, devoid of the rush of commuters, had a sparsely populated and refreshing atmosphere, quite pleasant indeed. But last week was tough. I can't believe our part-time job got exposed to Haruka and the others. I got teased about it endlessly at school by Kazumihara and Fudehashi too. Of course, they've both kept quiet about using our names in public. However, in exchange, they bombarded us with questions like, how did it even come to using first names? Tell us, and playfully imitated us, saying things like Haruka and Shinichiro-kun like a silly couple. Well, it's been a week since we bumped into each other at the store. When asked about the motivation for working, I just said I wanted some extra money to spend. Well, that's not entirely a lie. It's not just about earning some extra pocket money, but the distinction isn't all that important. Right now, I should be focusing on my part-time job that I'm returning to after a 7-day gap. I was actually supposed to work a bit longer, but they requested a shift change due to sudden staffing needs for a training session, making my return after quite a while. But even after dying a death from overwork, I can still work without any trauma. My nerves seem thicker than I thought, or maybe I just got over it after dying once. Lost in thought, I arrived at the book cafe Rakuniki, where I work. I opened the familiar door and walked in. Hey, what the heck is this? I exclaimed, my voice filled with surprise, as I encountered a scene I hadn't anticipated. First and foremost, what struck me was the sheer number of customers. A long line snaked toward the counter, with even a belt partition set up to manage the queue, a situation I'd never seen before. Even when I looked toward the seating area, it was practically packed. On weekends, it used to be at most pretty busy, but now it was undeniably packed. What on earth? We hadn't planned for any impactful campaigns or anything like that. Oh my, good morning, Nayahama. Good morning, Shinichiro-kun. Welcome back to work. Mishima-san, the stylish glasses-wearing store manager, greeted me with a smile, standing there cheerfully. Her expression was a far cry from the gloomy one she had before, and she seemed to be in a very good mood. Oh, good morning. What's happening here? It's not the usual level of customer traffic? I asked, puzzled. Well, it's no wonder you're surprised. This success is all thanks to her, no one else. Miwa-san responded with a playful tone, gesturing in a particular direction. I followed her gaze and saw a busy cash register counter, where I recognized a very familiar figure. What? Haruka? Why, dressed in the CAF staff uniform behind the counter was unmistakably my crush, Shishun Haruka. Her naturally elegant aura suited the apron perfectly, and her exceedingly adorable appearance had the power to brighten up the entire atmosphere of the CAF. Welcome. Are you planning to dine in today? Haruka greeted a group of middle school boys at the front of the line with a radiant smile, taking orders and serving drinks and food. Her work mainly consisted of order taking and handing out items, while other staff members handled the cash register and miscellaneous tasks. Despite her workload, there was no hint of stress in her. Even though it seemed overwhelming, she was earnestly performing her tasks with unfamiliar but diligent motions. She doesn't seem to have any spare time. Nevertheless, having watched Haruka for a while, I could tell that she felt a hidden sense of accomplishment. Actually, I was quite surprised too. Of course, I was expecting a certain level of customer attraction by hiring an extraordinary beauty like her, but hiring her just a week ago and already having this many customers flock in due to word of mouth is beyond my imagination, Miwa-san explained. I see with a beauty like that serving customers, it's bound to become the talk of the town. While smartphones don't exist in this era, word of mouth, online forums, and blogs must have spread the news. Still, though, just a pretty girl alone wouldn't create such a long line. Well, if you get charmed by that smile. Here are the 2 CAF mochas and 1 espresso, please enjoy your time here. Haruka's cheerful voice echoed as she handed the drinks to the group of middle school boys at the front, her expression as bright as a sunflower. Her smile carried no sense of obligation. It was pure and warm, like that of a child, brimming with a maximum of enthusiasm and extending warmth to anyone she interacted with. Everyone was momentarily captivated by her. It was because, through that smile, one could catch a glimpse of the incredibly innocent and cheerful heart of this unrealistically pure and candid girl. No one could resist being won over by her charm. As expected, the group of middle school boys who were served by Haruka seemed slightly flushed, each one stammering and at a loss for words. Even though it had only been a few days since Haruka started working at the register, this setup had likely attracted fans. This is quite an impressive situation. There's no doubt that this month's sales will see a significant boost, and considering the future, it's a great trend. Mishima's excitement was palpable, and her words were likely very true. With this many customers coming in, there would undoubtedly be some substantial impact on the future. Yes, the increase in customers might be temporary, but even if just a fraction of these people become regulars, it's quite significant. It's also thanks to targeting the younger male demographic beyond the usual female and elderly customers, I explained. You're right, although you analyze things in an uncharacteristically non-high school student-like way, but anyway, this is like heaven's doing, to have such an influx of customers during these tough times. I'm so glad that girl came for the interview. Shimizu's voice was cheerful, probably the happiest I've seen her. She had likely been genuinely worried about the future of the store, making her joy at this turn of events even more heartfelt. But is this really okay? However, Mishima-san, you're quite bold pushing the president's daughter to the forefront like a poster girl. No doubt the part-time job is something Haruka wanted for herself, and if having her as a cashier leads to an increase in customers beyond the regular staff's work, then that's something to be genuinely happy about. However, given Haruka's status, allowing her to become so popular with a large number of customers might make a typical employee hesitant. Huh? The president's daughter? Yes. So, she's the daughter of the president of your company, right? At that moment, Mishima, who had been in high spirits just a moment ago, broke into a cold sweat. Her body shivered faintly, much like when someone discovers a critical mistake in an important task, and she looked quite shaken. Come to think of it, the name on the resume, I only glanced at it briefly, but no way. Just to be clear, her name is Haruka Shizuen, and she's the daughter of the president of Rakuniki bookstore, Shizuen Tokimune. In other words, she's the legitimate heiress of the Shizuen family. No way. Seriously? Wait, you're joking, right? Please tell me this is a joke? Well, she's a classmate from the same school, so I know her quite well. I mean, didn't you hire her without even knowing she's the daughter of the top executive in your company? I had assumed that Haruka must have been recommended by her father Tokimune for the job, but apparently, Mishima had no idea she was the daughter of the top executive and owner of the company. Well, she was such a stunning girl that I was completely taken aback. I pretty much hired her on the spot after a 5-second interview. And I only briefly saw the resume, and the rest was handled by the part-time lady who does the administrative work. Besides, who would have thought such an incredibly sophisticated girl would come for a part-time job interview in the first place? Well, she might look extraordinary, but she's actually quite serious. Wait. So, you mean I've assigned the role of a customer attraction panda to the newly started part-time worker who is also the president's daughter? Oh, no, how disrespectful of me? Understanding the situation, Mishima began to tremble uncontrollably. While my sense of perception might have been dulled by the fact that Haruka's family members are incredibly kind-hearted, it's not surprising for an average person to react this way upon learning they are dealing with an heiress. Even being the president's daughter of a major company is remarkable enough, and considering she's from a conglomerate family, Haruka can be called a modern-day Japanese noble with no exaggeration. Wait, does that mean that if something happens to her, like if she gets hurt or harassed while working, I might get fired? No, wait, I've never even talked to the president, but he wouldn't do something so immature, right? Actually, I have a pretty good relationship with her, and through that, I have some familiarity with her father, President Tokimune. As I confessed this to the clearly anxious Shimizu, the deputy manager, who was drenched in cold sweat, looked at me as if seeking refuge. Anyway, President Tokimune is an insanely overprotective father. If anyone so much as scratches his daughter, he turns into a raging lion, ready to obliterate anyone, be it a president or even a Godzilla-level creature. No way. The rumors were true after all. I'll be exiled. Sent to Siberia or the Sahara Desert under the pretext of a group company assignment? Ow, it hurts. My stomach hurts. My stomach hurts so bad. Mishima's panic was akin to discovering that she would be sent into a pit of despair. She clutched her abdomen, her distress evident through her shaky voice and trembling demeanor. As long as we treat her fairly, I don't think President Tokimune would resort to such unreasonable actions, but well, most people don't know the personality of their company's president, especially when that president is on an almost divine level. However, even if he wouldn't resort to such things as long as she is treated properly, the possibility of him trying to eliminate any source of trouble for his daughter can't be completely denied. Hey, Naya-hama-kun. Earlier, you mentioned that you have a good relationship with her, that you're even familiar with the company president who's her father, right? In other words, that means you're her boyfriend, right? Well, that's. Please, talk to her on my behalf. I never even thought about using her as an advertising tool. I just thought that having a cute girl handle customer service might attract a few more customers, that's all. Hey, please don't pull my shirt. And nothing you're worried about is going to happen, so please calm down a bit. I've been working as a part-timer here at CAF Mocha for the past week. Please take care of me. Facing the group of fellow part-time workers, including me, for the first time today, Haruka, with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, offered the drinks and greeted them with a sunflower-like grin. Yeah, I'm Haruka Shishun, and I'll be taking on extra shifts from now on. It's only been a short while since I started, so I'd appreciate your guidance. Interjecting, Assistant Manager Mishima added an explanation, though her voice lacked any hint of enthusiasm. She moved so sluggishly, like a zombie, and her eyes seemed incredibly dim. Manager, are you alright? Your face is awfully pale. Yeah, it's like you've seen a ghost. Concerned voices reached Mishima, who looked utterly worn out, from the part-time workers who were unaware of the situation. While Mishima seemed to have a traumatizing experience related to the departure of some young part-timers, she was a popular and relatable supervisor for the generally serious part-timers. It's just that I'm terrified of the calls from headquarters, and I'm about to cry. But don't worry about it, okay? I want to die. Amid Mishima's plummeting enthusiasm, the part-time workers were left bewildered by her words. Well, let's put that aside for now. It seems someone quick on the draw has emerged. Haruka-chan, I'm Namba, a freshman in college. If you don't mind, how about we exchange contact info? Namba-senpai, quite bold to hit on Haruka right in front of me. You're just a typical freshman desperate for his first girlfriend, and I know you're not malicious. But as a serious guy myself. Oh no, I can't let that slide. Ouch. Before I could dash forward to help the troubled Haruka, Mishima shouted out and delivered a chop to Namba-senpai's head. Just so you know, flirting in the workplace is forbidden. Especially with her. If this rule gets broken, I'll pour a bucket of coffee beans down your throat and turn you into a human coffee maker. I'm dead serious about this right now. Yes, I'm sorry. Intensely angry, Mishima's stare left Namba-senpai quivering and apologetic. Haruka, who was protected by the manager's intervention, seemed to understand the urgency in Mishima's actions and wore an apologetic expression. So, that's that? Naya-hama-kun, I'm fully entrusting you with assisting Shishun-san from now on. She's still inexperienced, so please take care of her? Yes, I understand. Surprised by the manager's sudden decision, Haruka and I exchanged glances. The others around us gave envious looks to me as I was chosen for this important role. Meanwhile, Mishima was winking at me, almost as if she believed I was Haruka's official boyfriend, as if saying, make sure to protect sweet Haruka from any impoliteness. You're the right guy for the job, aren't you? Well, I can't complain. Shine I know, I mean, Naya-hama-kun. Haruka, who hadn't yet fully adjusted to the workplace, timidly addressed me, using a name she doesn't usually call me by. Hello, I'm Haruka Shishun, the new hire. I'll be under your guidance, so please take care of me. She nervously greeted me, and her bright smile was a little overwhelming. Her mannerisms were reminiscent of a fresh-faced rookie, and it warmed my heart. Sure, nice to meet you. I'm still pretty new here too, but let's do our best together. Yes, I really want to learn from you, senpai. She beamed another dazzling smile, and if I could see that smile again and again, I can confidently say that with just that, the workplace's benefits are undoubtedly the best in the world. But seriously, what a surprise. I never thought Haruka would end up working at the same place. In a warehouse filled with numerous books, I said to Haruka, who was beside me. We were currently sorting books to be placed on the shelves, and no other staff members were around. This allowed Haruka and me to speak casually as friends rather than co-workers. Sorry for keeping it a secret. But since Shinichiro didn't tell me about the job, I thought it was only fair to keep something from you, too. Yeah. Haruka playfully stuck out her tongue, wearing a mischievous smile. Seeing her usually demure demeanor accompanied by such devilish behavior caught me off guard, and my heart skipped a beat. Anyway, I feel like I caused unnecessary worry for Manager Mishima. I never expected her to apologize so much. Well, that's partly my fault. I accidentally mentioned your connection to President Shishun's and his fondness for you. After realizing that her employed beauty was the president's daughter, Mishima apparently rushed to meet Haruka and apologized, practically groveling. She repeatedly apologized, saying things like, I scheduled more shifts for lovely Haruka-san, hoping her presence would attract more customers. I'm so sorry. Haruka seemed utterly baffled by what the manager was saying. So basically, she thought I might report that I was being treated unfairly at my workplace to my father? I had no intention of doing that at all. In fact, I felt very fulfilled here. Haruka appeared genuinely apologetic for inadvertently causing Mishima so much trouble. Well, to begin with, Manager Mishima only slightly increased the customer service shifts for Haruka, and it wasn't as if he assigned her any special tasks different from other part-timers. Also, it seems like she had a somewhat nonchalant attitude, thinking that even a slight increase in attracting customers would be lucky. However, as a result, it ended up drawing in a large number of customers, and now she's trembling at the thought that this information might reach her father, who is the president, and he might explode with, "You turned my daughter into a customer-attracting panda, you bastards." At least Haruka promptly denied those worries and calmed things down, but judging by her demeanor earlier, she's probably feeling somewhat pitiful, like if anything happens to the president's daughter, my life is over. Or maybe the overly anxious Tokimune-san was just fine with letting her work here. But then again, hey, Haruka, why did you suddenly decide to start working? Did something come up that you wanted to buy? Usually, the reason high school students work part-time is mostly due to needing extra spending money. But in Haruka's case, her family is exceedingly affluent, so she doesn't seem like someone in dire need of money. Well, while Tokimune-san is overprotective, he's also quite wise. He probably didn't give his high school daughter an exorbitant amount of money. Well, you see. In response to my question, Haruka hesitated, looking a bit embarrassed. What is it? Haruka does tend to get easily absorbed into hobbies, so could she have fallen into the trap of collecting merchandise or anime complete boxes and ended up broke? Actually, it's not so much about money, but more about wanting to try the same thing as you, Shinichiro-kun. Huh, the same thing? You mean working itself? In response to my question, Haruka nodded. Yes, you see, I've been struggling with deciding on my future career path when I think about university and beyond. I haven't actually worked before, so I don't have any criteria for what's good. Well, that's understandable. When you're midway through high school, suddenly you're told to think about your future, but as a student, you lack the experience to determine what path might be best. The transition from school to adult life, from education to employment, is like stepping into the unknown, leaving you with only vague ideas. At a time when I was thinking about all that, I saw you working part-time, and I thought if I worked too, it might help me seriously consider my future. Oh, of course, I'm looking forward to the pay too. This is actually my first time earning money myself. I see you're quite earnest. Maybe my extensive talk about the dark side of black companies might have influenced her, but Haruka seems genuinely focused on her part-time job. It's clear she's determined to use this work experience as a stepping stone to shape her future into something bright. Although, for someone like me who ended up casually getting a job and eventually faced death by overwork, her sincerity towards her future is dazzling. Oh, no, I'm actually not that serious. Huh? After explaining her motivation for the job, Haruka, for some reason, let out those words with a slightly embarrassed expression. As I mentioned earlier, if the goal was to gain work experience, I could have chosen any part-time job. However, right from the moment I decided to take a job, I could only think about working here at the CAF. I realized that after I was hired, though. Why is that? I thought she might have been drawn to the CAF after visiting and liking the atmosphere, or maybe because it's somehow related to her father's business. Those were my guesses for why she chose this workplace. The reason is very simple, it's because you're here, Shinichiro-kun. TLN, Haruka on the Odyssey. Haruka turned her large, gem-like eyes towards me, and in a casual tone, as if it were something completely ordinary, she said that. I decided to get a part-time job to improve myself, but I ended up thinking only about working at the same place as you. It's really, I'm just relying on my friends too much unconsciously. I developed this feeling of wanting to work alongside you, Shinichiro-kun. The words she speaks are just expressions of her own immature attitude and a manner similar to being upset about getting a bad score on a test. However, I'm just left dumbfounded and blushing in response. She has no idea how much her words are affecting my male heart, how shocked I am by what she's saying. It's like she doesn't realize how much this is disturbing my equilibrium. Like doing the same club activity together, sharing conversations, even sharing difficult moments. I was hoping for that. When I realized that, I was really ashamed of my lack of seriousness. While for Haruka, these are words expressing her genuine self-disappointment about her immaturity. For me, it's like I'm constantly stumbling in my responses. Oh well, why is she so naturally? But of course, now that I've been hired, I'm determined to give it my all. So, Nayahama-senpai, please guide this newbie with all your might. She formed two clenched fists in front of her chest and declared with great enthusiasm. That pure and fresh smile of hers is blindingly bright, and absolutely adorable. Can I really focus on work with this situation? Even though I've always been earnest when it comes to work, this cute girl just keeps addressing me as senpai, and my heart is in such disarray that I can't concentrate. The elements of work and youth, which are normally incompatible, are blending together, and in this place of work, the theater of hardship, the smile of the girl I'm interested in has thrown my mind into chaos. Oh, what should I do? My junior is the cutest in the world. The case of the dependable junior, I believed in getting all lovey-dovey with an idol-level cute girlfriend in full view. Seriously, I feel the irrationality of the world. Was it Shizuen-san? I get that she's cute, but don't go pulling her into our workplace, damn it. How much good karma did you accumulate in your past life to have such a girlfriend? Were you a Buddha or something? Amidst the young male part-time workers engaged in rearranging the bookstore section, As everyone diligently swapped books, the surrounding seniors began muttering resentful remarks, as if cursing the unfairness of the world. For some reason, it felt like there were quite a few male high school and college students working here without girlfriends. Well, I didn't actually introduce her to the workplace, and she's not my girlfriend, I explained to my older colleagues, denying the false claims. Arg, there it is. The big lie is out. With all that lovey-dovey stuff going on, how can she not be your girlfriend? You don't have to be so embarrassed about it. When you talked to her, she reacted like a dog meeting its beloved owner, wagging her tail and all. With that level of intimacy, it's hard to believe she's not your girlfriend. Well, from Haruka's perspective, considering she only knows me in this unfamiliar workplace, it's true that her expression of joy is more intense when she sees me than usual. But, sorry about that, Nayahama, I said as I suddenly heard my name being called. Turning my gaze towards the voice, the apologetic figure beside me was Nanba-senpai, the college student who had asked Haruka for her contact information. I didn't know, but even so, I shouldn't have hit on your girlfriend right in front of you. I'm not sure why substitute manager got so mad though. The regular staff of this store, let alone the part-timers, seem unaware that Shijuan-san is the heiress of the main company's president. While many might know the name Shijuan as a prestigious household, it appears they haven't connected it to the high school girl who started working here. Well, even if someone named Mitsubushi or Sumitamo walked into my workplace, I wouldn't immediately assume they come from a super elite background. I'd probably just think they have similar names. No, I didn't know either, and as long as you don't keep repeating it, it's fine. Well, if you're planning to keep hitting on that girl, I might have to challenge you to a duel, I joked. Eek? I understand. I won't do it anymore. Seriously? Going after someone else's girlfriend is just totally out of line? Though I meant it as a joke, Nanba-senpai seemed excessively terrified and kept apologizing. Did I really look that scary? Hey, watch out. Nayahama's not smiling. He's so intense about his girlfriend, it's scary. Is he a yandere or something? Even though he's not saying it so bluntly, well, considering my fixation on Haruka, I can't really argue or deny that. Others have said it before, but I can't deny the weight of my feelings. Well, in any case, whether I argue or not, they've completely pegged us as a couple. Well, denying it at this point seems pointless, so let's just go along with it. Considering I've also been appointed as Haruka's caregiver at work, thinking of us as a boyfriend-girlfriend pair might actually make things easier. Plus, it's a good way to discourage workplace flirting. Still, it's kind of embarrassing when everyone around us assumes we're a couple. The two of us as a couple, working together, supporting each other through the challenges of the job. The current situation is somewhat similar to a plot often seen in shoujo manga. Realizing this, I absent-mindedly scratched my cheek. Well, though having Haruka around really boosts my motivation. I hadn't anticipated this turn of events, but since we're in the same workplace anyway, I might as well work harder to show Haruka my cool side. With the combination of work enthusiasm and a budding romantic interest as my motivation, I felt even more determined. Meanwhile, the male part-timers were observing me with looks that seemed to say, see, your girlfriend's here, and your energy's skyrocketing, right? The process of making drinks is clearly outlined in the manual, and anyone can create them by following the steps. However, even with a few orders accumulated, I sometimes find myself getting anxious and losing track of those routine steps. No matter how busy it gets, making mistakes isn't allowed, and taking too much time is also frowned upon. It's really nerve-wracking. What I've come to understand since starting this part-time job is that there's a significant responsibility that comes with getting paid for work, and mistakes are generally not tolerated. The workplace operates under the premise that everyone efficiently completes their assigned tasks, and even a slight mistake can inconvenience colleagues and customers. Even though it's a simple task, my capacity fills up quickly, while Shinichiro-kun can manage so many tasks efficiently. I can't believe we're the same age. Standing together in the same workplace, I once again realized Shinichiro-kun's high capabilities. Not only his versatility in handling various tasks but also his strength in remaining composed and choosing the best course of action even in the busiest situations truly surprised me. The work I'm entrusted with isn't particularly complex. Yet, I sometimes get so nervous and fear making mistakes that my mind goes blank. As I expected, work isn't easy. But, as I worked, I stole a glance at the customer area. Girls around middle school age were eagerly sipping on cafe mochas topped with whipped cream and chocolate syrup, their faces lighting up with delight as they hesitantly took their first sips. The thought that the drinks I made were bringing a little happiness to their holidays filled me with a sense of fulfillment. It wasn't just about satisfying the customers, it was also about feeling that I'd contributed to the workplace and my colleagues, stretching it a bit further, even to society. Though it's a really simple job that even a high school student can do, the fact that I could handle it made me proud and genuinely happy. Thank you for waiting. Here are the 2 regular espressos, 1 blueberry scone, and the waffle with chocolate topping. With a smile, I handed a tray with drinks and food to 2 university-looking guys at the order pickup counter. With that order done for now. Wow, hey, this girl is seriously cute. Whoa, hey, she's amazing. Hey, are you in high school? If you're free, how about joining us? Suddenly approached by customers, I was at a loss for words. To be honest, I've encountered situations like this numerous times at school. I understood that this was about trying to connect and ask for contact information. However, for some reason, those who approach me are way too casual and it honestly makes me uncomfortable. But right now, I'm in a workplace, and these are customers. In this situation, I don't know the best response, and just as I'm frozen. Dear customers, thank you very much for visiting today. What? Shinichiro-kun. Rushing over with a burst of speed, Shinichiro-kun stood in front of the two guys, partially blocking me, and with a beaming smile, he half-shouted his words. Surprised by this unexpected interruption, the two guys who had approached me seemed taken aback as well. Today's espresso uses beans from Colombia. It has a delicate sweetness and a mild acidity, offering a very enjoyable flavor profile. Please do give it a try. With a smile, Shinichiro-kun energetically explained the coffee like a salesperson. However, due to his overwhelming smile and barrage of words, the two customers seemed completely deflated. No, we were just here to talk to this girl. Yes, how can I assist you? I handle the drinks, so feel free to tell me anything. In the face of Shinichiro-kun's confidently declared words that seemed to pressurize the situation, the attention of the surrounding customers turned toward us. In this atmosphere, I felt like I couldn't say anything anymore. The two guys exchanged puzzled looks, murmuring, "Hey, let's just go," and yeah, right as they grabbed the tray with drinks and food and headed back to their seats. Thank you, Shinichiro-kun. Oh no, this is a duty for the male staff. Well, I was hoping to handle it more smoothly, but I got too flustered and my approach ended up a bit forceful. While I believe I handled it gracefully, Shinichiro-kun seemed dissatisfied that his intervention had garnered the attention of the surrounding customers. In normal circumstances, it would take quite some courage for adults to address customers. But Shinichiro-kun's ability to casually step in like a pro in these situations is a testament to his true inner strength. Ugh, sorry. I left my own job and rushed over. Saying this, Shinichiro-kun quickly left the scene. Since I started this part-time job, Shinichiro-kun has been assigned as my mentor, providing me with support and guidance. Even though I constantly feel embarrassed by my own inexperience and reliance on friends from work, at the same time, each time he helps me, I can't help but feel a strangely sweet and fluffy sensation. Thank you very much, Shinichiro-kun. Unintentionally, these words slipped from my heart and were whispered out. Shizuen Toki-myun stood in front of the store with a serious expression. Just a moment ago, I had stepped out of the company car at the scene, dressed in sunglasses, a polar hat, and a lightweight trench coat, not my usual business suit attire. In short, it was a simple disguise. For me, it was necessary preparation to conduct an inspection of this store, Book Cafe Rakunaki, which had become an issue in various ways. President, are you sure it's okay for you to be alone? You don't need to go to such lengths to conduct an inspection undercover. You could have delegated the task to someone else, timidly inquired the young employee who had driven me here in the company car. Certainly, instructing subordinates to carry out the investigation of a new store would have sufficed. It's not common for a president to personally conduct an undercover operation alone like this. However, no, this is something I need to do. While there are still many within the company who don't fully understand, the success of this store and other new ventures will significantly impact the future of our company. In other words, our reputation is at stake. This was my genuine sentiment. While my company had grown to become a nationwide bookstore chain, the reality was that the industry was on a downward trend. Survival required more than just continuing with traditional practices. Venturing into new businesses like this store was a crucial step towards reform. When it comes to on-site investigation, the person steering the company's direction must see the situation as it truly is. That's why I'm here, and that's why I'm in disguise. Well, I can't deny that my appearance is somewhat comical. PR President, you really are passionate about this new venture. Understood. In that case, if you need anything, please let us know. We'll come pick you up immediately so you can conduct your investigation in peace. Saying that, the young employee closed the car window and drove back to the headquarters. Now alone, I turned my attention back to the store in question. Yes, this is an authentic job of inspection. Well, to be honest, it's not a complete lie that I have other motives. While I had indeed explained the importance of the new venture earlier, I had initially planned to conduct an inspection of this store soon. However, I had hastily moved up that plan due to a specific reason. My beloved daughter had started working at this store as a part-timer. Haruka. When my daughter mentioned wanting to work part-time, I had reflexively opposed the idea. I was worried. After all, the thought of my innocent Haruka working alongside adults was concerning. However, Haruka's response had exceeded my expectations. Father, I'm getting close to adulthood and will have to start supporting myself soon. When that time comes, I'll need to have some kind of job. Is it so wrong for me to get used to a workplace environment now? Or do you think I should just rely on the Shizuen family's money and live my life holed up in this house forever? Her words were confident, backed by solid reasoning. They surprised even my wife, Akiko, and the maid, Taozen-kun, who were present. Then, is it wrong for me to get used to a workplace environment now? Or do you think I should just rely on the Shizuen family's money and live my life holed up in this house forever? In the face of her well-reasoned argument, I had no counter. Besides, I had no intention of ever confining Haruka to this house forever by relying on the Shizuen family's wealth. Despite often being accused of being overprotective, I wanted my daughter to seize her own life outside of this house. As a result, I eventually granted permission for her part-time job. Haruka, oh, Haruka. Your growth makes me happy, but I'm so worried. On the days you work, I'm always so restless that I can't even eat. Initially, I had intended to leverage my company's connection to assign her to a specific department and ensure that the store manager would keep an eye out without treating her any differently. But it seemed that my thoughts had been anticipated, as Harika firmly requested something else. Father, please don't use your influence to do anything like that at my workplace. Also, while I appreciate your concern, please don't come to the store to check on me. It's way too embarrassing. Even I have my limits? And so, my actions were completely suppressed, leading to days of restless anticipation. My daughter's independence is remarkable. Over the past few months, she has grown rapidly. However, with Harika's beauty, troubles like unwanted advances are highly likely to occur. While this could be an opportunity for her to develop skill in handling such situations, no matter how I reason, I can't help but worry excessively. I did promise not to come and check on her at work, I promised, but this is a purely genuine inspection, Harika? As the president, I had no choice but to thoroughly examine the store responsible for the new venture. There's absolutely nothing shady about it. Observing my daughter's expression as she returns from work, it seems she's managing well for now, but my worry has escalated to the point where my dramatic weight loss is concerning. To alleviate that, I've decided that the optimal solution is to confirm whether my daughter is working in good health, and simultaneously carry out the inspection as the president. Well then, let's go. With my purpose reaffirmed, I walk through the automatic doors of the store, a place with many things I need to confirm, and step inside. The crowd seems better than I expected. Seeing the store's interior, a faint smile graces my lips. The reports mentioned that keeping the numbers slightly below the target would be a challenge, but even considering it's a Sunday, the foot traffic is quite substantial. While the main customer base consists of the elderly and women in their 20s to 40s, I've heard that there are quite a number of young male customers. That's particularly surprising. Can't see Harika anywhere. She's supposed to be working today, though. Could she be in the bookstore section? Well, never mind. For now, I'll experience the store's services thoroughly as a customer. Approaching the counter, I order a coffee, and a young male staff member who appears to be a college student quickly serves me my order. After observing for a while, it's evident that the staff members behind the counter, despite being part-timers, seem to be performing their roles competently. Afterward, I borrow a random business magazine from the bookstore section and take a seat. Taking a moment to relax, I begin to carefully observe the store's interior. There don't seem to be any books left lying around on the tables, suggesting that good manners have been well established among the customers. And as expected, women are mostly going for dessert drinks and sweets, while men are opting for simple coffees. The environment seems busier than I anticipated, but the part-timers are handling it well. Checking the presented information, I'm able to grasp the current situation quite well. Of course, I'll need to investigate finer details later, but when it comes to the store's management, you can generally get a sense of it at a glance. I've got a decent overview at first glance. I'll need to have a thorough talk with Vice Manager Mishima later, but for now, I'll experience this store as a customer and get a taste of it as it is. Continuing my observation of the store, I spot a familiar figure behind the counter. Emerging from the back area, flipping her long and beautiful hair, there's no mistaking that it's my daughter Harika. It seems that she's come to assist with the counter duties as the noon hour approaches. She handles the drip coffee machine with practiced movements. Oh, Harika is really working competently at a genuine workplace. It's clear that she's still not completely used to the part-time work, her movements not particularly skilled. However, even wrapped in an apron, my daughter is diligently carrying out her tasks. Her expression doesn't show any melancholy or excessive stress, instead, there's a sense of accomplishment. She's interacting well with the senior part-timers, engaging in proper work-related conversations. I've always thought of her as a child. Time passes so quickly. Feeling a touch of sentiment, I take a sip of my coffee. For now, it seems that Harika isn't experiencing strong stress at her part-time job. Confirming the most important aspect, I let out a relieved sigh. At that moment, I notice a high school-aged boy in a staff uniform talking to Harika across the counter. Then, shockingly, Harika's face lights up with joy. The expression is overly familiar and happy, markedly different from her interactions with the other staff. And then I distinctly recognize that young male part-timer. Nyahama? What are you doing here? Yes, it's not as busy as when I was at the register, but it's still quite crowded. I muttered these words, and Harika responded without pausing her hands as she made drinks behind the counter. Today, I'm standing in the hall, responsible for serving parfaits and food, as well as clearing tables. It does feel like there are more customers compared to before. Well, this book cafe has really changed the image of the old bookstore. If awareness increases, the customers will naturally come. This book cafe Rakuniki has a stylish and trendy design that completely overturns the image of an old bookstore, and it serves high-quality and well-thought-out food and drinks. However, the concept of a book cafe hasn't completely generalized in this era, so foot traffic hasn't been as expected. Thus, aggressive advertising was necessary, but due to factors like the consultant's hospitalization and the existence of the naysayers about the new venture at the headquarters, as I overheard from Mishima-san, the budget was tight. And thanks to Harika's cuteness, we've got a mix of both positive and negative reactions from a large number of customers, turning this into a massive book cafe experience event. It seems like the regular customers have increased, which makes Mishima-san happy, too. Well, because the wrath of the president is terrifying, I probably shouldn't have Haruka stand at the register again. Oh, Nayahama-senpai? 2 coffee jelly parfaits for table number 2, please. Oh, sure. I'll take care of delivering that. Haruka hands over the sweets she made, and that radiant smile and the way she calls me Nayahama-senpai still make me a bit bashful. Moreover, Haruka seems to enjoy using that nickname, repeating it as if she's having fun. We've got your order ready? Hey, race the coffee jelly parfait? With a business smile that she's become quite natural at, she serves the sweets, and 2 girls who look like junior high school students at one of the table seats smile in response. Although I'm not the one who made these sweets, seeing the customers pleased like this still makes me happy. Suddenly, I notice a man in a trench coat raising his hand at a table near the edge of the shop. Clearly, he's calling for a staff member, and I naturally head over to the table. Never in my wildest dreams did I anticipate what would unfold next, and I approach the table with a light-hearted feeling. Sorry to keep you waiting. How can I help you? I address him, but for some reason, the man doesn't say anything. Moreover, he's wearing sunglasses and hunched over, so I can't read his expression. Come to think of it, he seems to have sunglasses on. Could he be some kind of suspicious person? Why? Yes? What is it? There's something familiar about this voice. Why are you? Whoa, what's going on? Tokaimon-san? Sudden and out of the blue, the voice of the president, who appears as if from thin air, startles me deeply. Although he's trying to keep his volume down to avoid causing a disturbance, the weight of his face and voice is enough to make my heart feel like it's about to jump out of my chest. Why are you here like this? I don't raise my voice like a normal person would when faced with such a shocking situation. But honestly, my thoughts are in quite a bit of turmoil. And what's the deal with that trench coat and sunglasses ensemble? For a moment, I thought he was cosplaying as an Italian mafia member. I'm just here to inspect my own company's new store. And what about you? Why are you in the store where Haruka is working? Well, originally I started working here before Haruka did. This outfit is too suspicious for an inspection. I wanted to point that out, but I bite my tongue and succinctly explain my situation as an employee. What? Yes, that's right. Though I started working here first, Haruka followed suit later on. Isn't it that way around? Why didn't you ever mention this to me? By the way, I'm getting this answer from Haruka. According to her, she said, if I tell father that Nayahama-kun is working at the same part-time job, he's definitely going to make a big fuss with incomprehensible comments again. I've learned my lesson when it comes to that, and something along those lines. Even that pure-hearted girl seems to have learned not to tell everything to her father, especially during her teenage years. But it's not like I can convey this to her overprotective father. I mean, I could shock him into a heart attack. Well, it seems like Haruka isn't feeling well at all about her father showing up where she works. So, could you please rest assured? Both Mishima-san, the store manager, and I are making sure things are under control to prevent harassment or unwelcome advances. The one with the highest danger level is lecturing me? Even if circumstances forced you to work in the same place, isn't this your chance to increase Haruka's favorability toward you? Yes, that's right. I intend to fully utilize the good fortune of working at the same place and try to earn some points with her. Don't you dare put on that smug face and deny it. And you, don't get too comfortable with me after being terrified when you first came to our house. I shared my honest thoughts, but as expected, Tokaimon-san got angry. But come on, Tokaimon-san. I know you're crazy about your daughter, but I won't back down from this. Life and youth are fleeting, and my philosophy, as someone who's died once already, is to act without regrets. So, I don't intend to hold back at all. Well, let's all calm down for now. Would you like something else to drink? I'd personally recommend the cappuccino or espresso. Arg, I don't want that. More importantly, about Haruka. Father, what are you doing? Suddenly, a cold voice reaches us, and Tokaimon-san stiffens. He turns his head hesitantly as cold sweat streams down the genius entrepreneur, and there he finds Haruka looking at him with a chilling expression. Although I tried to keep my voice down, our conversation must have drawn some attention, and it must have caught Haruka's eye. And then, without expecting any trouble, I responded to what seemed like a simple interaction with a visitor. Haruka, well, you see this is. I did tell you, didn't I? To please not come to where I'm working. Normally, Haruka is all smiles, but she's clearly angry, and her voice has a chilling edge to it. Regardless of gender, the beauty that makes people sigh is quite fearsome when her gaze sharpens due to anger, turning into a compelling force that takes one's breath away. And no, wait, Haruka? I definitely didn't come here to check on your work environment. I'm here as the president to conduct a surprise inspection of this test store. I certainly didn't ignore your words. Then couldn't you have come on a day when I'm not on shift? Even if it had to be today due to circumstances, what's with sneaking into the shop without explaining to me beforehand? Hiding like that? Well. Trying to divert her attention, Tokaimon-san stammered, and Haruka calmly retorted with a stunning comeback. It seems like she's quite sharp-tongued when she's angry, just like when she clashed with that handsome delinquent, Mitarashi. Well, I apologize, I was in the wrong. I was just really concerned about you and worried that my role as the president was affecting your work. I was afraid you might struggle, given your gentle nature. Seemingly realizing he couldn't escape this any longer, the president offered a full apology. Well, knowing this man's extreme love for his daughter, I don't doubt he's genuinely concerned about her well-being. Phew, making more commotion will cause trouble for the shop, so I'll let it slide for now. It's nice that you care, but I'm not a little kid anymore. I have no excuses. I was wrong this time. But are you really okay? Tokimune-san stood up and put his hand on Haruka's shoulder, looking at her through his sunglasses with an expression that mixed both loneliness and relief. His concern is understandable. With Haruka's beauty, she's likely to attract unwanted attention and trouble in a customer service job. Without proper management in place, even her excellent performance might not be enough. Yes, everything is fine on that front. There are times when things can be a bit challenging, but no, I mean, both Naya Hamakun and the store manager are taking good care of me, and the other staff members are treating me really well too, Haruka said, showing a beaming smile as if she's proud of her workplace. It's a lively smile that overflows with youth, something you wouldn't see from someone who's under a lot of workplace stress. I see, so you're really managing well. Finally, I can feel relieved. Tokimune-san, still with his hand on Haruka's shoulder, showed a mixed expression of relief and a bit of sadness. He's likely happy about his daughter's growth but also feeling the loneliness of her becoming more independent. I apologize for disturbing you during work. Well then, keep up the good work in the future. See you customer, ahahahahaha. Just as it seemed like the conversation was coming to a neat conclusion, the acting manager, Mishima-san, in a suit, rushed to the scene with a panicky expression. What? What's going on? Sudden intrusion left us all in wide-eyed surprise. The very anxious female manager's gaze was directed at Tokimune-san. Excuse me, please let go. We absolutely do not permit physical contact with our employees or any personal advances at this establishment. If you do not comply, we will contact the police. With a sense of duty, courage, and an evident mix of anger that said, "How dare you do something to the president's daughter?" all written on her face, Mishima-san boldly delivered her declaration while shielding Haruka. And at this point, the three of us, having grasped the meaning of her words, stood there frozen, wearing expressions that were hard to describe. Ah well, if you think about it calmly, Mishima-san's actions are by no means bad. After all, Tokimune-san was dressed in the stereotypical suspicious attire of sunglasses and a trench coat, and he was talking to Haruka with a desperate expression while touching her shoulder. To an onlooker, it might appear like a suspicious man was touching a young girl and speaking to her aggressively. In fact, his efforts to protect his employee from a suspicious man could be seen as an act of utmost responsibility for a store manager. But well, it's just that the timing is really unfortunate. Well, to be feared to this extent, I wonder if I'm really seen as such a ruthless president? No, maybe because you've been saying things like, if anyone tries to approach my daughter, I'll ship them off to Siberia. Information courtesy of Mishima-san, such an image has been established. All right, good job everyone. I'm leaving for today. Take care. After the clock had passed 3 in the afternoon and my shift was over, I changed into my regular clothes and bid farewell to my colleagues in the back area with a voice that wouldn't disturb their work. Hey, great job. Today must have been tough for you to think you ended up dealing with the president. You were right by Manager Mishima's side when she collapsed, weren't you? Take it easy today. The kind words from my now familiar co-workers and fellow part-timers really touched my heart. Comparing this to my previous job in my past life where being scolded for leaving before the boss was a regular occurrence, it's really like a different world in these white-collar companies. As I thought about this, I stepped out from the back area into the main part of the cafe. There, behind the counter, I spotted Haruka working. I had finished my shift for the day since I had started early in the morning, but her shift had a couple more hours left due to the different timings. As I caught her eye while she was busy making drinks, she waved at me with a smile that seemed to say, "Good job." Seeing her like that, the staff inside the counter exchanged knowing smiles. It was a bit embarrassing, but I waved back at Haruka with a smile. Come on, new part-timers. Don't start gossiping and whispering about me and Haruka. They really are like that, and so, those two are actually like that. I can hear those comments, you know? Sigh, guess it's time to head home, huh? Suddenly, as I looked around the cafe, I spotted 2 familiar figures sitting facing each other on a sofa. One was Shijun Tokimune, the company president. He seemed to have ditched his overly suspicious disguise, the hat, sunglasses, and trench coat, and was now casually dressed in a shirt. Facing him was manager Mishima, who had recovered from her shock about an hour ago. She was engaged in conversation with Tokimune-san. It seemed that Tokimune-san was conducting an interview with Mishima about the business operations and issues. Manager Mishima is having a conversation with the president just after recovering from that incident. I hope she doesn't get so nervous that she can't drink alcohol anymore. After the incident where Mishima collapsed due to the whole calling the president a suspicious person situation, it had taken her about an hour to recover in the break room. Tokimune-san hadn't shown any particular anger towards her. In fact, he had apologized for causing the misunderstanding with his weird appearance. He had also suggested that they postpone the interview with the manager to another day. However, even though she had been forgiven, Mishima seemed to be haunted by a sense of guilt and insisted, "No, it's not a problem at all. If it's not too much trouble, please go ahead with the interview now." And so, that's why she was now participating in the interview. Well, for now, those were the points I wanted to ask about. I really did something wrong today. Once again, I apologize for my mistake. Oh no, not at all. It's nothing like that. I'm the one who made a huge misunderstanding and said something rude. I'm so sorry. Well, I mean you don't have to apologize that profusely anyway. I think we're done here. You can go back to your duties. Why yes, of course. Thank you very much. Tokimune-san looked apologetic, and Mishima was tense as she quickly retreated from the table. Ugh, I seemed to be really frightening everyone. As Tokimune-san sat alone and muttered to himself, I could sense a hint of loneliness in his words. However, given his tremendous authority as the head of a large company, it was only natural for Mishima to react like that. That's what I thought, at least. Huh? Nyahama-kun. Suddenly, Tokimune-san noticed me and called out. It seemed like he wanted to talk. Oh, yes. I've been working since the morning, so my shift is over. Noticing my gaze, Tokimune-san addressed me. Honestly, I felt a shiver down my spine, but it seemed that Haruka's absence from the scene was calming him down considerably. Well, do you have some time for a chat? I have something I'd like to ask you. If you're not in a hurry, I'll treat you to a drink. Huh? Taken aback by this unexpected invitation, I involuntarily made a face reminiscent of a pressure-filled job interview. Wait, is he planning to pressure me into not getting too close to Haruka? Hey now, don't make such an obviously displeased expression. I'm asking you this favor, so it's only fair that I treat you. After all, I'm asking for your time to learn about Haruka's situation from your perspective. Well, I guess that sounds reasonable. I couldn't possibly say, well, actually, we already call each other Shinichiro-kun and Haruka in private, so I ignored his comment and decided to accept his offer. Well, here comes the pressure, but maybe he just wants to learn about Haruka's performance at work rather than spy on us. Of course, I'd be happy to. After all, I'm always watching out for Haruka-san, even when we're working. When you say watching out for, it's inevitable to feel uneasy as a father to hear his daughter referred to that way. Well, well, there's not much I can do about that. If I call you Shizune-san, it's unclear which san I'm talking about. I couldn't possibly say, we're already calling each other Shinichiro-kun and Haruka, so I brushed off the topic with a forced laugh. Well, that's how it was Tokimune-san, and I ended up discussing Haruka's recent situation over a table. By the way, the 2 chocolate raspberry pumpkin frappuccinos placed on the table were bought by Tokimune-san himself at the counter. TLN, being honest, that drink sounds gross. I said, oh, I can handle ordering for us, but he responded with, what are you saying? I'm asking you for your time, so it's only natural for me to buy you a drink as a thank you. And he quickly bought them. This man really knows his manners. Well, I might not be very reliable, but Haruka-san has become stronger. She's learned to stand up for herself with her opinions and actions. I see. I was honestly surprised. Even though it's a cafe, the food and beverage industry is all about speed. To think that Haruka could manage this well. In the midst of the bustling noise of the chattering customers, Tokimune-san and I peacefully talked about Haruka's performance without any major disagreements. By the way, the chocolate raspberry pumpkin frappuccinos on the table were purchased by Tokimune-san himself at the counter. Okay, so that's roughly what I can tell you. Alright, I understand. You seem to be observing Haruka more closely than I anticipated. Well, I can finally rest easy. It seemed that he had heard everything he wanted to know, so Tokimune-san let out a sigh and took a sip of the chocolate raspberry pumpkin frappuccino. He seemed to be enjoying it, considering how much he had already drunk. Well, I understand your concern, but I don't think you need to worry too much about this place. The staff here are all very sensible, and the customers are mostly people who just want to read a book and have tea. The atmosphere is really nice. I see. Well, it's a bit of a shift, but I have something else I'd like to ask you. Well, it's something like, what do you think of this cafe? The concept of a book cafe is not yet fully generalized, and there are differing opinions within the company regarding its direction. Whether this will become the new standard for bookstores in the future or not is uncertain. It seemed that Tokimune was confident I could understand the content of our conversation, and he spoke openly from a business perspective. I heard from Haruka that you're also a book enthusiast, and you have some experience working here, so, from your perspective, how do you see this book cafe? I'd like to hear your thoughts, even if it's just casual conversation. Tokimune had completely switched to his president mode and was genuinely seeking my opinion. Although I wasn't exactly a typical youth, I decided to give an honest answer. Okay, I'll do my best to answer, although my thoughts might sound like typical teenage ramblings. Oh, that's more than welcome. Your candid opinion is refreshing. Please tell me whatever comes to your mind. Nodding in agreement, Tokimune encouraged me to continue. First of all, I genuinely think this book cafe concept is wonderful. It's a great deal to be able to read many books for the price of a cup of coffee. Especially for a student like me who doesn't have much money but has a lot of free time. And the design is stylish, which makes it really cozy. Are you saying that even as a young man, you're concerned about the interior design of the shop? Yes, actually. Stylish places like this resonate more with ordinary people. When you're drinking a fashionable drink in a trendy place like this with its pop design, it almost feels like you're becoming stylish and having an elegant time. Moreover, unlike cafes that are filled with sparkling women, this place is a bookstore. Whether you're introverted or a plain middle-aged man, you're allowed to come in and soak up the stylish atmosphere. Also, this is more from my perspective as an employee rather than a customer, but I think it's definitely better to have this cafe integrated than just running a regular bookstore. Why do you think that? Well, it's simply about expanding the customer base. Tokimune asked me to elaborate, so I continued. This format caters to 3 types of people: those seeking a bookstore, those seeking a cafe, and those who want to drink tea in a cafe while reading books. Moreover, the fact that you can read all the books in the shop increases the enjoyment of exploring a bookstore. By simply attaching a cafe to a bookstore, it gives people more reasons to come here. So, I think we should increase this format as much as possible. It seemed that Tokimune was interested in my opinion and was quite amused by my perspective, which was different from typical teenage responses. However, I inadvertently let my guard down and went a bit too far, expressing my thoughts that might have sounded too adult-like and professional. Haha, wow, that was quite a straightforward opinion for a high school student. I asked for something simple like whether you find it fun or inconvenient, whether the food is good or not. Tokimune laughed, seemingly finding my reaction entertaining. But, well, your apology aside, why don't you continue? From your demeanor earlier, I can tell there's more to say. You seem to understand why bookstores are in trouble, and you probably have some opinions on it. Well, you see, while I certainly wasn't devoid of opinions as someone who had been part of the workforce, I hadn't anticipated that this casual conversation would turn into a presentation to the CEO of a major bookstore chain. Tokimune, with an expression like a mischievous child, was quite eager to hear my perspective. It felt like the atmosphere had suddenly shifted, and I found myself in a situation that was far beyond what I had anticipated or prepared for. I understand. But please remember, I'm just a high school kid who did a bit of part-time work. Don't expect too much. Well, don't worry about it. Just say what's on your mind. Pushed into this hellish situation of discussing business strategy with the president, I squeezed out my words, enduring the sharp pain in my stomach. And as I did, President Tokimune responded with what seemed like genuine good spirits. Even within the company, there are those who oppose my policies, but they all stick to suggesting the status quo. So when you came along, selling the idea that bookstores are going down the drain, it really got my heart racing. It's been a while since I felt this good. Wait, what? I never intended to claim that bookstores were going down the drain. Sure, I slipped up a bit, but still. Come on, no need to be flustered forever. Go on and continue. First, tell me, on what grounds do you base your observation that bookstores are on the decline? Well, I think everyone can feel it, but it's because of the impact of the internet. Having already resigned myself to the situation, I began to express my thoughts. I incorporated my modest insight as someone who was just a salaryman in this era, alongside the methods that had made the bookstore business successful in the future. In modern times, the younger generation, in particular, sources information from the internet rather than books. Knowledge that used to only be found in dictionaries or specialized books, such as how to grow flowers or cooking recipes, is now freely available online. Even when it comes to reading books, the proportion of ebooks is increasing, and the trend of moving away from physical books is accelerating. Well, this much should be a common sentiment even in this era. However, there's a more decisive change coming in the near future. Then there's the evolution of mobile phones. A little more, and soon we'll have mobile phones with the specs of a computer where you can smoothly view everything from books to videos. While one of the charms of physical books used to be that you could carry them around in your bag, I believe this advantage will be completely eroded by this. Of course, this is something I can predict precisely because I know the future. The world-dominating super device smartphone. Its appearance and proliferation will drastically change lifestyles. With ebooks, videos, games, and web surfing all fitting into the palm of your hand, physical books face an even tougher time. However, mentioning such a yet-to-be-released super tool will likely be met with laughter. But, well, it's certainly true that the internet's evolution is as you described. However, a small-sized all-purpose device, it wouldn't be strange for something like that to come out soon. Surprisingly, President Tokimune seemed to be expecting the arrival of this new device as if it were a matter of course. I guess smart business people do have foresight. When I first saw a smartphone, I couldn't help but wonder who on earth would buy this clunky-looking mobile. So, assuming your prediction is correct, bookstores will face an even tougher time. In the face of such an unfavorable situation, what do you think should be done? There are 2 directions, but first, if books aren't selling, we should shift the focus to selling things other than books. When I presented this idea, President Tokisada seemed slightly surprised. While it might seem like I'm negating the business of bookstores, please forgive me for attributing it to nothing more than a high schooler's whim. Kayakiro Bookstore already has an online shop, but I propose expanding it to sell not only books but anything and everything from home appliances, miscellaneous goods, to groceries. Some online shops of that nature have already started to spread, but are you suggesting we follow suit and turn ourselves into an online department store? Yes, but even the biggest players in the online shop business still don't have a perfect range of products. In that respect, Kayakiro Bookstore should be able to wholesale any and every product from related companies within the Shijun Group. With that strength, if we can claim there's nothing you can't buy here or this one shop is all you need for online shopping, then becoming a success isn't impossible. In my era, I was surprised when I searched the net to find that, even at this stage, the range of product genres offered by the biggest online shops was not as diverse as one might think. If we can swiftly outmaneuver the situation and seize the throne of online shopping, everything will be secure. As long as we're fighting in Japan, with the backing of the Sichuan group, it's by no means a pipe dream. For someone who is so jittery, what you're proposing is an incredibly ambitious project. You're essentially suggesting a complete overhaul of the business, and then barging into the online department store realm to take over the world. Just how ambitious are you? While President Tokimune returned a voice filled with astonishment, he also widened his lips. At the very least, it seemed I hadn't bored the president. That's why I said it was just the ramblings of a high school kid. Besides, when you're talking about fundamentally changing the business model of a major corporation like Kayakiro Bookstore, it's bound to be a big discussion. Well, true. As far as casual discussions go, bigger scales are usually more interesting. Now, what's the other direction you have in mind? That would be, of course, leveraging the physical stores. I believe it's essential to create value for customers to visit repeatedly. Prompted, I continued to present my ideas, feeling the tension persist. Actually, ID appreciates some praise for holding a business presentation directly in front of the president of a major corporation, even if I did have some experience as a salaryman in my past life. It felt incredibly presumptuous, akin to Zhuge from the Three Kingdoms era strategizing before an audience. As a basic principle, it's about introducing other elements into the bookstore. As I mentioned earlier, I think we should actively increase the book CAF format, which is the simplest way to attract people. However, there were cases where the clientele was less than ideal and book damage occurred frequently, so it wouldn't be reasonable to say that every bookstore should be turned into a book CAF. Then, it's effective to introduce various things into the store based on the surrounding demands of that store. For areas with many young women, a Zaka store or a dessert shop that they'd like to visit. In car-centric areas where many people lack exercise, a gym. In regions with many elderly, a culture center where it's easy to make friends while create reasons to visit for each and gather customers. Since books can be bought online without going to a bookstore, it's necessary to create reasons other than books for customers to come to the bookstore. In this direction, many Kayakiro bookstore branches already exist that focus on games, video rentals, stationery, and more. However, even with these, profit margins will likely decrease as downloadable sales and subscriptions become more prevalent. Looking ahead to the future 20 years from now, it ultimately comes down to continually attracting people to bookstores. This is the perspective that led to such a proposal. Competing on the internet based on convenience is fruitless, so aim to excel in experiential facilities. Is that it? While I had that general direction in mind, I hadn't quite reached such a free-thinking point regarding the elements to introduce. And, though it may be superfluous, following this method could lead to large-scale commercial facilities centered around book cafes. Oh, what's the concept behind that? Basically, it's about collecting all the reasons to visit into one place. The combination will change depending on the target clientele. Speaking in standard terms, it would be something like a restaurant, a dessert shop, a Zaka store, a clothing store, a gym, an aesthetic salon, and a hair salon. I see, it's a configuration that packs in everything a woman might seek on her day off. Yes, it allows people to fill their stomachs, spruce up their appearance, shop, and finally spend an elegant time reading a book in the book CAF. It's a concept that says, if you come here, you can spend an ideal and elegant day off. When people are flipping through the pages of a book in a stylish cafe, they feel like they're spending a very sparkling day. This is quite a powerful product, and building around it with complementary elements is key. Oh, and there are also small details where some adjustments can be made. For example, creating Kayakiro Bookstore's own awards or rankings to generate buzz around certain books. Also considering that the staff and employees are likely to be book lovers, setting up completely different staff-recommended books corners in each store, with intensely passionate recommendation signs, would likely garner attention. President Tokimune listened to my words in silence. While I'm grateful that he's taking my words so seriously, being met with such silence is a bit intimidating. Well, for now, that's about it. Did it at least help pass the time? Yes, if I'm being honest, your words were so earnest and genuine that towards the end, I started feeling more and more fearful. What? What's with that totally serious face? You asked for my opinion, didn't you? Put yourself in my shoes. I thought it would be nothing more than vague suggestions like, maybe this would work. But practical business ideas kept coming from a high schooler's mouth, which seemed like something you'd hear anywhere. It's nothing short of a horror story. In response to the somewhat withdrawn comment from Tokimune, I could only groan. The gap between my current childlike body and the words I was speaking was indeed unsettling. But well, that's why it turned out to be an incredibly valuable time. It's far more engaging than attending meetings where all we get are suggestions for maintaining the status quo or minor reforms that lack substance. Tokimune lightly chuckled, then revealed a mischievous expression. His eyes seemed to glitter slightly, and his face appeared somewhat rejuvenated. In a word, a fire had been kindled within him. Your recognition of the issues is accurate, and the ideas you presented were refreshingly free from conventional thinking. I was genuinely interested and wanted to hear it through. Well, I'm really sorry. I could only respond to the president's lavish praise with a wry smile. After all, the ideas I just shared were by no means original. They were merely references from my memories of how the struggling bookstore industry had survived in the future. To say they were my ideas would be a blatant lie. Thank you, Nayahama. Thanks to you, I feel more resolute now. As you mentioned, I had considered something similar regarding the crisis in bookstores. However, I hesitated due to the opposition from the internal status quo advocates, shareholders, and the executives sent by the Shijun Group. If it were my younger self, I would have followed my instincts without hesitation, Tokimune said with a self-mocking smile. Yet his eyes were shining, and his expression seemed to have regained some vitality. In short, a fire had been lit within his heart. So, I've decided to incorporate the ideas you provided and implement a full-scale reform without holding back starting tomorrow. The opposition will probably make a fuss as if a fire's been lit, but it'll trample over them without mercy. What? Wait a minute. Is it just me, or has this become a massive deal? Now that I think about it in my past life. While utterly shocked by his resolute declaration, I suddenly remembered something. In my past life, there were countless news articles about the serious financial troubles of Kishu Bookstore and the entire Shishuen Group. In response to this, the president, Tokimune, had given a comment during an interview. The crucial mistake was the delay in deciding on a reform for Kayakiro Bookstore. Everything that followed was a matter of being on the back foot. And I was so consumed with trying to rebuild my own company that I couldn't offer sufficient help to the Shijun Group as a whole. There's no other way to put it, it's regrettable. That was what I remembered seeing in an online news article. The delay in initiating reforms, if that was the cause of Kayakiro Bookstore's decline in my past life, then could it be I've inadvertently had a massive impact on Japan's economic scene? Fu, are you shocked that a big company is going to be in an uproar because of something you did? But you've provided a proposal with significant potential. I recognize you have that much power. In fact, the reason I prompted you for your opinion was because I faintly hoped that you, being an exceptionally unique individual, might help dispel my doubts. So he genuinely listened to my story and was even willing to incorporate it into the company's policies. That's what Tokimune subtly conveyed. But his analysis of my inner self was rather accurate, given that I had unintentionally shown 2 instances of not behaving like a high schooler. Moreover, it's truly perplexing you're an utterly incomprehensible existence. It's not just that you're exceptionally talented, there's also a wealth of experiences that don't match your age evident in your actions and words. I groaned involuntarily at his assessment. The description was pretty on point. Also, considering all this, it's strange how our paths crossed like this. You're not just outstanding, it's hard to comprehend your actions and decisions. Your age-defying experiences and wisdom are just bewildering. Tokimune chuckled. Furthermore, it's like a peculiar twist of fate that you, of all people, would be the savior at this critical juncture for Kayakiro Bookstore. I found that amusing. Savior? For the first time, I widened my eyes at the unfamiliar word. While I could vaguely grasp the meaning of savior or something along those lines, it seemed to have a deeper connotation. Oh, it's like one of those exaggerated stories passed down in the Shijun family. It's like a legend of divine intervention that serves as a comforting tale during tough times. Tokimune began with a wry smile. It was a laughing matter with plenty of room for retorts, more like an urban legend or superstition. It seems the Shijun family faced adversity many times over its long history, and every time, a savior appeared, who, in a strangely convenient manner, helped them through the hardships or showed them the path to prosperity. The fact that the Shijun family has thrived for so long is thanks to this, supposedly. Speaking with a mix of amusement and disbelief, Tokimune seemed to dismiss the legend, perhaps because he had married into the family from an external clan. Thanks to this, when I married into the Shijun family and saved the entire group from financial trouble, the members of the family began to call me their savior or something like that. I couldn't help but make a face like, what are they even saying? Indeed, it sounded like nothing more than a comforting superstition that had survived in an old family. Even if it was a concocted piece of lucky charm, the settings and episodes were far too haphazard. But something about it bothered me. A savior appearing when the Shijun family faces adversity, a person who conveniently saves everything. Indeed, Tokimune seemed to embody that to an infinite extent. Well, putting aside this ridiculous tall tale, I must express my gratitude for prompting me to make up my mind. Please accept this. Toki-san took out a business card from his pocket and, using a ballpoint pen, wrote something on it before handing it to me. Without understanding, I accepted it and checked its contents. Next to Toki-san's name was a handwritten note that said, employment confirmation, valid only for Nayahama Shinichiro himself. What's this? Employment? In plain words, it's a ticket guaranteeing your employment at Kayakiro Bookstore. You can use it right after high school graduation, after university graduation, or even when you decide to change jobs. My brain short-circuited for a moment at the sudden announcement of the value of this business card. What? Did he just say something like fulfilling my lifelong dream in an instant? Of course, I'm not forcing you to come to Kayakiro Bookstore. It's just that if you wish, I'll make arrangements for you to work at our company in the future. No, this is a joke, right? I moved my trembling lips, torn between wanting to cling to this hope and knowing that such a convenient thing couldn't possibly be real. No, it's not a joke. I have to acknowledge your ability and courage. You're an attractive talent. When we talked at your home before, you expressed a strong desire for a white-collar company. This not only secures a future employee for me but is also a gesture of gratitude towards you. I believe it's a mutually beneficial reward. Tokimune's face was dead serious, devoid of any hint of jest. Although we hadn't known each other for long, he wasn't the kind to lie about something like this. In that case, this is, yes, a white-collar company? I stood up with such force that the chair toppled over, shocking not only Tokimune but also the other customers around. Except for Haruka, this might be the first time in my life that I'd been so overwhelmed with emotion over something other than her. I did it! I did it! I now hold in my hands a ticket to Kisha Bookstore, renowned as one of the best white-collar companies I could find in my research. Thank you! Thank you! Oh, thank you so much! I won't have to go to a black company anymore. I'll be free from a place where I'd cough up blood and suffer nightmares, where my hair would fall out in clumps, and where my stomach would churn every time I saw my boss. I'd like to say what kind of hellish torture chamber of a company is that, but I must admit, there are such workplaces indeed. While Tokimune was clearly amazed at my unbridled joy, he said with a touch of nostalgia, yes, those shitty workplaces do exist. In the end, I was killed there. Frankly, it would do the world and humanity a favor if I blew up the entire building right now. I humbly accept it. And I'm so happy. I'm grateful that someone as amazing as you, Tokimune-san, would go this far for me. Hey, don't flatter me any further. There won't be anything more coming out of it. Even though I was completely elated, I repeatedly bowed my head to Tokimune, who was now wearing a wry smile that matched my own beaming grin. In truth, this was a reward worthy of tears for me, who had yearned for a white-collar company. And separately from this, there was one more thing that made me happy. And it's also so gratifying that you've acknowledged me, Tokimune-san. After all, that means you recognize me as a man worthy of Haruka-san? Huh? Hey, wait a minute, kid. As I voiced my joy, Tokimune momentarily tossed aside his cool businessman persona and reverted to the familiar overbearing fatherly figure. What are you suddenly blabbering about? I do acknowledge your abilities, and I'm grateful for what you did today, but that's a completely different matter. Don't get carried away. Ha ha ha. Anyway, I'll gladly use this ticket after graduating from university. Please take care of me as a regular employee then. Don't just ignore what I said. And seriously, have a bit more respect for my presence. What happened to the you who was trembling and looked like you were about to puke when we first met? While Tokimune scolded me with a hint of frustration, I couldn't help but beam with joy, my smile expressing the overflowing happiness. Ha ha ha. Farewell, cursed black companies that were my regrettable mistake in my past life. I'll never see you again. Iko Mishima, the acting manager of Book Cafe Rakuniki, and the unbelievably beautiful heiress part-timer, Haruka Shijoin, were both at a loss for words. At the moment, we were in a very peculiar situation, hiding behind a pillar in the CAF, and we were drawing curious looks from the surrounding customers. However, there was a reason why we were playing this hide-and-seek-like game, and that reason was the presence of President Shijoin and the part-timer, Shinichiro Nayahama, who were sitting face-to-face on the other side of the pillar. It all began a dozen minutes ago after President Shijoin and I had finished our confidential investigation. Being bombarded with razor-sharp questions by the highest authority of our company was truly torture. I was sweating profusely, enough to want to change my underwear, and my stomach was making gurgling noises like a drain. But that hellish time had finally come to an end, and I returned to work with a sigh of relief. But then, I happened to notice that Nayahama, who had just finished his part-time shift today, had been caught by the president, and the two of them were deeply engrossed in conversation. Is it possible that they're discussing how I, as the acting manager, usually handle my duties? Could this be a sign of my demotion? I couldn't help but imagine the worst, and without realizing it, I ended up hiding behind a nearby pillar to eavesdrop on their conversation only to discover that Haruka-san, an employee at our CAF, was already there, listening intently to their conversation with a troubled expression. I was taken aback, and I asked her what she was doing. Miss Mishima, I know you're working, but please give me a moment. If my father had stopped Shinichiro-kun and said something strange again, I have to intervene as a member of the family. Every single time, I feel so apologetic. Uncharacteristically, Haruka-san, who usually had a gentle and relaxed demeanor, responded with a touch of anger. While it was well known within the company that the president doted on his daughter, from the looks of it, Haruka-san was not the typical spoiled heiress. She seemed to be a decent girl with a genuine sense of rebellion against her father. For over 10 minutes, we both eavesdropped on Nayahama and the president's conversation due to our respective circumstances. During that time, our faces continued to show increasing astonishment and perplexity. Wait, Noha? What on earth is going on? Why is Shinichiro, who's just a high school student, speaking so fluently about our company's business strategies? And the president, while a bit surprised, is accepting it normally. Miss Mishima, didn't Shinichiro just now talk about something incredibly complicated? Why yes, it was quite a complex discussion. I was also listening intently. Both Haruka-san and I, unable to contain our surprise, whispered to each other in hushed tones. Even among the employees at headquarters, there aren't many who can discuss things so eloquently. Actually, it seems the president is genuinely impressed as well. Is that so? Of course, if given enough time, I could submit a reasonably well-prepared business strategy. However, it would inevitably be a safe and low-risk proposal. In that respect, Nayahama was fearless, or rather, he approached it as if saying, it's impossible to stick to just selling books, which was considered a taboo for bookstores, and his proposal was close to a complete overhaul of the business. Not only his eloquence, but I was also genuinely impressed by his audacity. Speaking so boldly in front of the president of a major company, and to do so with such confidence. Shinichiro-kun really is amazing that he can discuss work matters with your father. I've invited Shinichiro-kun to my house before, you know. For some reason, my father has been strict with Shinichiro-kun since then. Mother, on the other hand, was overjoyed. What? Invited to your house? Wait, hold on. Meeting your girlfriend's parents is one thing, but to suddenly meet both of them? Moreover, in Japan, one of the leading prestigious families and an overprotective father like the president didn't Nayahama's mental state collapse. That's why I'm happy that they're having such a pleasant conversation. After meeting a few times, it seems my father has finally accepted Shinichiro-kun. Oh. Stealthily peering at the scene between father and boyfriend from behind the pillar, Haruka-san was genuinely smiling with joy. It seemed to be a heartwarming sight for Haruka-san, as her expression carried a sense of relief and happiness, like a reconciliation between previously estranged family members. However, Shinichiro-kun is really fortunate Haruka-chan, who is unbelievably beautiful, cares for him so earnestly. It seems like he's also recognized by the Shijin family, huh? In an instant, a revelation flashed in my mind. The uneasiness I had felt about Shinichiro's presence multiple times. A revelation that could explain everything suddenly descended upon me. That's right, without much thought, it's clear that something is off about Nayahama. There's no way he's just an ordinary high school student. First of all, it's strange for Haruka-san, a super celebrity heiress of the Shijin family, to be dating a regular boy. In a modern setting, families like the Shijin, akin to aristocracy, would surely be concerned about lineage and wealth. I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing, and it's hard to believe that their princess would be able to have a normal romantic relationship. However, Shinichiro has already been introduced to the president and his wife at the Shijin residence, and it seems he's well liked by the lady of the house. Moreover, Shinichiro is unbelievably talented himself, skilled at understanding others' emotions and leading them. Frankly, he could become a full-fledged employee starting tomorrow without any issues. Yet, he also has some oddly unconventional aspects, and he's aware that he's out of sync with ordinary people, which has left him oddly shocked. And then, his exceptional ability to discuss corporate strategies from a macro perspective. Unless he can foresee the future, there's no way he could acquire that in a short period of time. Considering all of these factors together, Shinichiro's true identity is: he comes from the prestigious Nayahama family, respected even by the Shijin family to the point of being a prospective son-in-law. His relationship with Haruka-san isn't just a cute boyfriend-girlfriend thing, but they've been engaged since childhood. Reaching this truth, I was left astounded. I've never heard of the Nayahama family, but surely they're a well-known prestigious family in the upper class. That extraordinary talent of Shinichiro's, which far surpasses that of a high school student, and the reason he's able to date Haruka-san, a president's daughter, everything fits if that's the case. While part of it might be due to the father's affection for his daughter, he's surely testing whether Shinichiro is suitable to be a part of the Shijin family. If Shinichiro is working here to get used to the company he'll inherit as the son-in-law, it all makes sense. Wait a moment, if that's the case, if Shinichiro becomes the president's adopted son, it wouldn't be strange at all for him to inherit Kayakiro Bookstore as the future president, would it? A chill of sweat washed over me with that premonition. Actually, today feels like I've sweated enough for 10 years. Why yikes? I'm in trouble? I gave him so much work thinking he could handle anything? In about 10 years, I'll probably be stuck in the basement organizing documents for the rest of my career as retribution. I was racked with anxiety, faced with the potential landmine that might be buried in my future. Why, whether it's Haruka-chan, the president, or Shinichiro, do members of the Shijin family set traps for this pitiful single woman who's just an ordinary employee? Miss Mishima? You seem to have suddenly become flustered and downcast. What happened? Before I knew it, Haruka-san, who was next to me, was looking at me with a very pure concern in her eyes. Yeah, she really is cute. Shinichiro will definitely give his all for her. Haruka-san, please tell Shinichiro later that Mishima bowed down and said, I'm so sorry for being impertinent. What are you saying, Miss Mishima? Please hold on to your feelings. It's delicious. The food at our store is really tasty. During the break time for the part-timers, in the open terrace of Book Cafe Rakuniki, Haruka and I were enjoying coffee, roast beef sandwiches, and scones. It's unusual in Japan for employees to take their break in the customer area, but it's recommended only during times when there are few customers, with the condition that they eat quickly and without their aprons. Yay, it's really good. And the fact that it's free makes it even better. As I savored the combination of soft bread and what seemed to be gravy-seasoned roast beef, I replied, the employees of this store have the perk of free coffee, and they're also allowed to eat or take away soon-to-be-discarded light snacks during their break time, though only when it's not busy. But still, having lunch together like this in a CAF, it feels like a date or something. In reality, it was just a lunch break between coworkers, but it felt like Haruka and I were enjoying a casual lunch on a holiday. Having lunch on an open terrace like this on such a sunny day feels really nice. I might even forget that I'm at work. With a beaming smile, Haruka munched on her sandwich, showing a pure joy akin to a child who's come camping for the first time. While I think a lunch in a humble CAF like this would be considered modest for a super rich young lady like Haruka, she finds joy in every little thing and smiles happily. Geez, you're working quite hard, Haruka. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, I can't really say much, but you're really taking on a lot of shifts. You don't need to push yourself so much, you know? Haruka, who had started working as a form of social study, had already worked quite a bit this month. Thanks to her youth as a high school student, she could overlook a certain amount of fatigue, which is why I was worried. Well, actually, I've been having some bad dreams lately, and I wake up in the middle of the night several times. So, mornings have been a bit tough for me. Are you having scary dreams or something? I'm not really sure, the details are kind of vague. It's like being trapped in a completely dark space with nothing around, and even though it should be really scary, I don't feel anything. My thoughts just stop. I was quite shocked by what Haruka was saying. The content was way more intense than I had imagined. That's definitely not okay. You should definitely talk to Misama-san later and get your shifts reduced. That's really not good for you? Do you really think so? I mean, it's not that hard for me. Yes, it's a no-go. Even if you think you're okay consciously, subconsciously you're accumulating fatigue. It's your first job, so maybe take it a bit easier, huh? As I was going on, Haruka giggled lightly. Her unexpected response left me a bit deflated. I'm sorry. It just reminded me of something the first time you walked me home from school. You were so worried and earnestly said many things to me, didn't you? Yeah, that feels like it was so long ago now. Back then, on the day I started my part-time job, I had advised Haruka quite a bit to correct her self-punishing thoughts. Looking back from that time, it felt like we'd come a long way, casually calling each other by name. I always feel like you're thinking about me. Shinichiro, I can't help but smile naturally. I see. As Haruka, just as usual, confessed her feelings openly, she smiled happily as if she were a child. And I, as always, could only be captivated by that refreshing smile. I did get a bit too carried away. I'll talk to Misama-san and reduce my shifts later. Yeah, please do. No matter how much we say we're high schoolers, we don't have unlimited energy or stamina, right? Having successfully put the brakes on the overly diligent girl, I heaved a sigh of relief. Misama-san was quite considerate of the employees, so she'd likely be flexible with shift adjustments. Speaking of which, Misama-san has been acting a bit strange lately. She seems distant towards me, and there are times when she even uses formal language. Yes, it was akin to handling something very fragile, like touching the heir of an executive who got the job through connections. Well, you see, when my father and you were having a very serious conversation, it seems like Misama-san got the wrong idea. Huh? When I inquired with a puzzled expression, Haruka explained why Misama-san's attitude had changed, looking a little troubled. Huh? She thought I was from an elite family, as if I were the son of an executive who had gotten the job through connections, and believed I was going to become an executive or even the president of Kayakiro bookstore in the future. Well, I mean, it must have been quite a strange sight for Misama-san to see a part-timer having such a serious conversation with the president, but isn't that a bit of an overreach? Yes, I told her the same thing, but she said something like, "You don't have to hide it, Haruka-san. I understand it must be difficult for you with your parents' decisions, but it's wonderful that you both have feelings for each other," or something I didn't quite understand. I really don't get it. I pictured the somewhat scatterbrained store manager, who, while competent, had a slightly quirky thought process, and Haruka and I exchanged bewildered looks. By the way, both Misama-san and her subordinates, the full-time employees, seemed very busy. The reason for this was that Tokimune-san had announced the activation of a major reform plan in line with the declared change in management policy from the day after the incident. Kayakiro Bookstore's headquarters was currently in the midst of turmoil. After all, the flagship store designated for the promotion and acceleration of the book cafe business, Book Cafe Rakoniki, had decided on significant expansion, including a large increase in staff, an expansion of the advertising strategy, and the introduction of new business plans. With this, a new store manager was bound to arrive soon, and Misama-san was happily thinking she'd be relieved of her duties. However, Misama-san, who had protected the store's sales up until today, was unexpectedly appointed as the official store manager instead of an interim position, and she cried out in despair. Why on earth? Well, considering how she had managed the CAF business so successfully despite being a mere employee of a bookstore company and even improved the performance recently, it wasn't surprising that the headquarters trusted her. If you show your capability, you will be given the job. That's the norm in the salaryman society. Since Kayakiro Bookstore was a white company, they were even more fortunate, as they received a decent salary increase along with the responsibility. By the way, Shinichiro-kun, are you seriously planning to work at Kayakiro Bookstore? After my father's invitation, he seemed really delighted. Recalling Misama-san's cry, I was brought back to reality by Haruka's voice. Yeah, I did get pretty excited after that ID finally obtained my ticket to the white company ID set as a goal for this life, and since then, my smile hasn't faded. I've been dancing for joy whenever I get the chance. Because of that, it seemed like Mom, Koneko, and even Fudahashi and Kazumihara thought I'd gone crazy, but it was such a happy event for me. I see. It's a strange feeling thinking that you, Shinichiro-kun, will be at my father's company. Of course, it's wonderful that you two have become so close, but more than that. Here, Haruka paused and, with a faint blush on her cheeks, continued speaking. Thinking that you, Shinichiro-kun, will be spending a long time close to me, I felt so elated and warm inside. Seriously, does this girl plan on piercing my heart with a love arrow 100 times over? Even though my intention to work at Haruka's father's company doesn't directly concern her, she takes joy in this fact as if savoring it. She found it genuinely heartwarming that our lives would be getting closer. What's wrong, Shinichiro-kun? You seem a bit red. And no, it's nothing. The girl still didn't seem to grasp the destructive power of her own words and asked in wonder, leaving me to respond with my usual lie while suppressing my inner turmoil. I'm currently at work, and this is by no means a lunch date at a CAF. I kept telling myself that, but embarrassment and love continued to overflow from my chest. The cafe's boasted coffee, as I currently had it, was as sweet as if it had been mixed with sugar and syrup, completely losing its original bitterness. Incidentally, after this lunch break, I was summoned by Misama-san. Before I could even recover from the shock of hearing that there were complaints from other part-timers, I was presented with a complaint I never anticipated. The contents were, Nayahama and Shiju-san's lovey-doveyness is too much, and we can't take breaks around that area. I don't think it's good to flaunt that you're popular. The sugary atmosphere is so thick that even customers find it hard to sit around. Why do I have to have my heart pierced by this guy when I'm just here for a part-time job? Don't go on a date during your break, you damn animal. Do it at home. With so many complaints, all I could do was say, I'm sorry with an apologetic look. TLN, the complaints LOL. TLN, we got a huge dono from Ada Cost and, thanks to that, we have 5 bonus chapters coming? That means a total of 6 chapters today, though to be honest, I can't promise all of them in one day but I'm going to try my best. 1/6I, Haruka Shijuin, was once again working part-time today. As the trees gradually turned red, I realized that quite a few days had passed since I started this part-time job. Hehe, it's definitely not easy, but it's still rewarding. I think it's because Manager Mishima and my fellow part-timers treat me so well, but of course, the presence of Shinichiro is significant. Perhaps it's a bit insensitive to think this way about work, but it's really fun working with Shinichiro. Sharing things like the popular books and the challenge of making the fraps in the kitchen, it's really nice. While I worked on tasks like tidying up tables and returning forgotten books in the hall, I recalled the lunch break I took with Shinichiro at the open terrace the other day. Although I've been spending more time having tea with Kazumihara and Fudahashi recently, spending time at the cafe with Shinichiro gives a different kind of joy. Time flies by so quickly when my heart is dancing with joy, just like when I'm engrossed in reading a novel. It's strange that I can't get this feeling from spending time with other friends or family. Really, why is Shinichiro so special? But still, he's aiming to join my father's company and he's considering staying near this town for university. That was very welcome news for me. Even though I'm currently in a state of great indecision about my own future path, it seems my heart is leaning heavily towards staying local. It's not a good idea to decide my future path based on my friends, but if we end up going to the same university or something. As I threw away the collected trash in the hall's bin, I absent-mindedly imagined taking lectures together, having meals at the cafeteria, and if he gets his license, it would be nice to borrow one of the many cars we have at home and go somewhere. I'd also like to try the alcohol that my father always enjoys. In this preparation period for adulthood, the campus life that has moved beyond being just children, Shinichiro is there. Just thinking about it makes me feel so excited. I'm at work right now, so I have to keep myself together and not let my face slacken, thinking that I couldn't help but smile. At that moment, hey you there, hurry up and come over. Huh? Why yes? The one who suddenly called out to me was an elderly woman in her 70s sitting at a nearby table. Her demeanor was very brisk, but her expression seemed very impatient. You're no good at all. The latest installment of the Harry's Academy series was supposed to be released yesterday, but it's not on the shelves. The woman was talking about Harry's Academy, a fantasy novel series originating from England, where a boy living in a difficult environment enrolls in a magical school in a fairytale-like world. TLN, LOL. It's supported by a wide range of ages from children to adults and has become an incredible hit worldwide, even reaching bestseller status. It seems this elderly lady is also a fan, but I'm really sorry, ma'am, this series is incredibly popular, and all the books were sold out as soon as they were released. Due to similar situations nationwide, the next shipment is completely undecided. Huh? What's the meaning of this? To keep the customers waiting like this is a disgrace to the bookstore? Even if it's popular, you should be able to find at least one somewhere. She piled on her words like a hammer, and I broke into a cold sweat all over my body. It's true that the series' new release boasts popularity beyond normalcy, and it's the truth that we have no stock. We've received numerous phone inquiries, but since it's entirely uncertain when new stock will arrive. But this store is always terrible. The staff are unfriendly, they don't have old books, and the prices are high. The other day, as she continued to heap on her complaints, I stood there frozen, unable to think of any means to satisfy her and conclude this situation. What should I? The first image that flashed in my mind was not Manager Mishima or the other colleagues, but the face of Shinichiro. He can do anything, and he's especially good at handling these kinds of troubles. Hoping for that, I turned around to look at Shinichiro, who was currently manning the cash register. Oh, in dealing with my own complaint, I hadn't noticed, but remarkably, there seemed to be some kind of trouble at the register. Although I couldn't quite grasp the situation, for some reason, about 20 university students were gathered at the register. From the struggling expression on Shinichiro's face as he assisted them, it was clear that they were making some difficult demands. and due to the overwhelming number of people, the functions around the register were stagnating. Other staff members were trying to cover for this gap. I can't ask anyone for help in this situation. Realizing I was in a helpless situation, I could only feel the cold sweat on my cheeks. Near the register of Book Cafe Rakujitsu, I, Shinichiro Nayahama, felt my own mind falling into a void in the midst of this damn troublesome situation. Hey, do something about it. There aren't many spacious cafes around here. I'm sorry, ma'am. It's difficult for us to prepare seating for 20 people right now. Would you consider going to a family restaurant or something? I'm saying there aren't any of those kinds of places nearby. We're all on foot, so this is the only option for us. What does that have to do with me? In front of the 20 or so university students, I mentally delivered a sharp retort. They had suddenly walked in one after the other, and they seemed to be from the local university's outdoor circle. Since all the members had attended classes today, they had decided to go for drinks after lectures. However, it was still early in the evening, so they had decided to come here to kill time. But of course, there was no way we could immediately prepare seating for 20 people, and I politely declined them. Yet, whether they were just exceptionally carefree or not, they all said things like, come on, do something, or it's fine, just a little. You know, if you just set up tables and chairs, you could make some seats pretty quickly. Come on, let us in already. Well, it's not really. There's no way we have the space to add seating for 20 people. Are these guys really university students? What's their entrance exam score? They hadn't budged at all from this kind of attitude, and I was getting exasperated. After all, their numbers were causing quite a disruption at the register. Today, we were already short-staffed, and because I was fully occupied with this situation, the other staff members were covering for me. Geez, what do I have to say to get them to understand? It was at that moment that my eyes happened to fall on Haruka, who was in crisis in the hall. She was being detained by an elderly female customer and was clearly being bombarded with some extremely demanding words in a very overbearing manner. By all accounts, this was a type of complainer, and Haruka was clearly struggling with this high-pressure presence. Haruka? Damn it, I have to rush over and support her. As a staunch believer in the supremacy of Haruka, I reflexively dashed towards her, but just as I was about to do so, I remembered the issue with the idiotic university students right in front of me. Hey, are you even listening? We're customers, so hurry up and do something. Loudmouthed idiots. Just leave already. Thanks to you, I can't go help Haruka. In this isolated and helpless situation, I, Shizune Haruka, had no choice but to face the complaining customer. What are you just standing there for? I, the customer, am talking? Sorry? The irate elderly woman brought back bitter memories. Since childhood, there were many such situations. No matter how old I was, there was always a female student who would corner me at school. Some of them would harass me behind my back, but what scared me the most was when they confronted me face to face. It was blatant disgust and anger, as if they couldn't help but reject me. Even if I asked why they directed such hostility at me, I would only receive incomprehensible answers like what's with that attitude? Or you're getting too full of yourself? This only deepened my confusion and fear. This situation, where I'm showered with harsh words without understanding the root of the anger, was strikingly similar to those past scenes. It's still so frightening. As it had always been, being in a situation where someone hurls harsh words at me makes my hands shake and my heart stiffen. It feels sad and painful, like cold sweat oozing from every cell in my body. I just want to get away from here, by any means necessary. But that's not enough. I've gradually come to realize that, even though I'm scared, I can't remain oblivious to malice or hostility. Unless I intend to spend my whole life confined to my room, I must learn how to deal with such situations. Recently, I've started thinking in this way. Yes, like Shinichiro-kun. Even in this situation, the face that comes to mind is that of the boy I'm closest to, the boy whose admirable strength of character I've always witnessed. He taught me that, in order to overcome tough situations, it's important to sometimes stand up and confront them. I remember, what did Shinichiro-kun do in situations like this? He taught me various things about handling complaints the other day. Yes, that's right. Hey, you, are you listening? Why yes, I'm listening to all your opinions. It seems there have been several things that have upset you, and I'm truly sorry for that. I stopped making a helpless face and bowed deeply from the front to the complaining customer. Not with a timid voice, but with words filled with determination. When I did so, the woman seemed slightly taken aback, and the torrent of complaints temporarily subsided. First and foremost, it's important to try to soothe the customer's emotions as much as possible and to discern what the person making the complaint is seeking. That's what it was supposed to be. For some reason, Shinichiro-kun had a wealth of experience in dealing with these situations, and he always handled difficult customers with finesse. And, watching him, the student part-timers often asked him to share how he dealt with complainers. In most cases, if you just handle the complaint normally, it'll almost always resolve itself. But if the person continues to make a fuss, there's someone with some sort of gap in their heart. So, I started thinking about what kind of response is right for that gap. For example, if the complainer is the type who's complex about being made a fool of explodes, having someone in a responsible position like the manager go out and apologize can sometimes fill their self-esteem and make them quiet down. In cases where it's clear that there was a mistake on our side, and it's conditionally permitted by our superiors, offering product vouchers or apology items is a simple but effective solution. It's the most easily accepted form of apology. For the most common type, those who just want to vent their daily stress, it's easy to end the conversation when they've shouted everything out to their heart's content and feel relieved. Coco-kun would share various cases with everyone, his eyes distant. And, in this person's case, this person is a regular customer who comes to this shop about half the week. They clearly love books, as they're often reading novels. But this is the first time they've brought up such a strong complaint. At least, there's no impression of them being irritable in general. Their silent figure engrossed in a book is quite memorable. In fact, the way they spend long hours in the shop. Sorry, we haven't been able to prepare the requested new release, and we're sincerely sorry for that. We want it in stock as soon as possible too, but we can't confirm when the next shipment will arrive. So, that's your store's negligence, isn't it? A bookstore not having a book, what kind of situation is this? Why yes, we apologize. After the Dominator battle in the previous volume, we're all really curious about what happened to Harry. We apologize again. When I deeply bowed my head and conveyed this, the elderly woman showed a slight twitch in response. Do you read that series? Why yes, I got into it from the movie, but I found the original books interesting too. While I started reading light novels around my second year of high school, I had been reading a wide range of novels since middle school. And this immensely popular novel that everyone knows, I love it so much that I read the new release on the same day I bought it, even if there is a sequel I can't read yet. The magical world town scenery that might actually exist in the movie was so amazing I bought the most recent volume from the bookstore right after watching, and read it all at once. It was amazing. Unable to contain my love for books, I realized I had spoken with too much enthusiasm to the customer who had just lodged a complaint. Yes, the movie of the first book. It was certainly amazing. The elderly lady, who I thought might start getting angry at my attitude, instead calmly said so, seeming to have lost some of her steam of anger and discontent. You watched it too, customer. Was it at the cinema? Yes, I was pestered by my grandson to go together at first. I thought it was for kids and made fun of it, but it was really good. So does that mean you also read the original like me? Yes, that's right. To think that the person who was just shouting angrily was the same person as this grandma, it was hard to believe. The grandma spoke as if she was reminiscing, savoring the memories. Seeing the grandma like this, I unconsciously spoke. That's right, isn't it? So, customer, who's your favorite character among the ones that appear in the story? For a moment, I forgot that I was currently on shift and just spoke as a fellow book enthusiast. Seeing me like this, the grandma seemed taken aback. By the way, for me, it's definitely Professor Layman. He's very intelligent and talks with Harry on the same level, which is really nice. The contrast from his slightly unkempt appearance when he first appeared was amazing. To the astonished grandma, I spoke with passion. Without being imprisoned by fear, just as my heart felt I should die, Nayahama Shinichiro bid farewell to the group of university students who had finally left, wearing a perfect smile. The negotiation with them, who had demanded the impossible, to prepare seats for 20 people, was truly a headache, but in the end, I settled it by suggesting, we have a large park nearby. How about getting your drinks to go and spending time there? Ugh, it took so much time. Honestly, dealing with a group of elementary school kids would be 100 times easier, damn it. I sent them off with a cheerful face as part of my job, but of course, I was full of exasperation inside. Someone like me, who came from the realm of introverts, gets significantly tired dealing with those party-loving types. Right, but more importantly, what about Harika? If I don't go help her soon? Thinking of the girl who was struggling with the complainer, I excused myself from the other cashier, hurrying to the scene, but at present, it was the peak of customer traffic. Many were standing from their seats for book borrowing and return, making it difficult for me to reach Harika. Harika is weak against such strong complaints. Well, of course, not many people are immune to shouting. Be it a child or an adult, when someone raises their voice angrily, it's scary and painful, and you feel like crying. I've experienced it to the point of hating it myself. But Harika is particularly vulnerable to such things. Because she herself rarely harbors anger or malice towards anyone, those who expose such feelings seem like incomprehensible monsters to her. That's why, until she gets used to it, I'll be there to support her. Finally reaching the scene where Harika was dealing with the complainer, I was met with an unexpected sight. Yes, for me, the first volume is my absolute favorite. Seeing Harry, who had a tough childhood, making friends from scratch just like me, makes me so happy. Yes, I understand very well because I didn't have any friends either. Being in such an unfortunate environment, it's really nice to see friends increasing in a completely new world. The elderly female complainer, who should have been raising her voice in a fearsome manner, and Harika, who should have been teetering on the edge due to fear, were somehow chatting amicably. Harika had her usual 100% pure smile, and the old lady, as if being drawn in by it, was naturally wearing a smile too. It was as if they were having a meeting of a mutual interest club. Both of them seemed genuinely happy. Did Harika lead the situation like this? All on her own, without anyone's support? Hastily considering how to intervene, I was simply amazed at what Harika had accomplished. That girl, being able to chat amicably with the complainer, was truly astonishing. That I'm really sorry, young lady. The elderly lady, now with a completely calm expression, began, looking like she found it difficult to say. It's about the new release, you see. Now that I've calmed down, I realize I said some terrible things. But lately, I've been losing my temper so easily it's not just about being irritated. I think I just wanted the staff to pay attention to me. I understand, because I didn't have any friends either due to being in an unfortunate environment. So I think it's really nice to see new friends being made in a completely different world. The lady, now completely mild-mannered, confessed with a self-loathing expression. I haven't seen my child or grandchild in a long time, my spouse passed away a long time ago, and I don't have any friends. I remained a poor old lady with a poor heart. But just by having a young person pay a little attention to me like this, I feel so good. It really is like a cash infusion. I see she was the type to complain out of loneliness. A case commonly seen in elderly people living alone, where they get irritated due to the deepening loneliness, and in order to get attention, they end up complaining to others. What they want isn't an apology or compensation, but communication with others. Therefore, after a certain amount of conversation, the usual common sense feeling often returns. If it's alright with me, let's talk again. I read various books too, so I'm sure it'll be enjoyable if we talk about them. You. The lady, who seemed to be overwhelmed by the words and smile that clearly came from an innocent heart rather than as a store employee's duty, looked at Haruka with wide eyes. I'm really embarrassed. I want to cool my head a bit today, so I'm going home. I'm really sorry for bothering you with my work, dear store employee. Saying that, the lady left with quiet steps. As she was leaving the store, she bowed to us in a way that you wouldn't think she was the complainer who had raised her voice just a while ago. It was as if a spirit had been exorcised. I somehow managed to convince her? Oh, Shinichiro, since when were you here? Did you resolve the issue over there? Yeah. I managed to settle the matter with the university students who came in a group. Upon realizing my presence, Haruka exclaimed in surprise, and I greeted her with a smile. So I rushed over here to help, but that was amazing, Haruka. You handled the elderly lady who was shouting perfectly. Haha, honestly, I was a little close to tears at first. As I praised her wholeheartedly, Haruka's cheeks flushed. But in reality, this was quite an impressive feat. Calming down someone who had gotten completely agitated is quite challenging, even for adults. It's not like I did it all on my own. Somehow, I remembered what you told me, Shinichiro. My words? I see. So that's how you realized that the lady was the type to complain out of loneliness. Yes, but all I thought of was whether there was a topic that would make her happy. I just talked about things I like in a normal conversation style with you, Shinichiro, and forgot about the purpose of calming her down. Haruka, looking embarrassed and smiling shyly, but it was probably because of her demeanor that the old lady quickly opened up her heart. The pure smile devoid of any malice and the warm, kind words were more comforting than anything else for someone suffering from loneliness. If this had been an action driven by calculated awareness of dealing with lonely customers, it might have been noticed, and she might have been met with even more anger in return. But well, it's impressive that you managed it on your own, Haruka. I guess you're particularly bad at handling situations where you get emotionally cornered? Since childhood and up until now, Haruka has been tormented by girls who envied her beauty and innocence. Perhaps because of this, she should be quite uncomfortable with people who complain loudly, like the complainer. Yes, I haven't changed at all in that regard. If I have to deal with something similar, I'll probably break out in a cold sweat and end up freezing without being able to do anything. Perhaps remembering the fear of handling complaints, Haruka wiped the pearls of sweat on her forehead with a tense expression still lingering. But I thought it wasn't enough. It won't change anything if I keep running around scared forever. Haruka. The girl who spoke so decisively seemed to look a little more mature than before. So, I'm thinking of gradually facing scary things and things I'm not good at in my own way. I might face even scarier situations, but if I don't try, nothing will change. Saying such strong words, the girl seemed to have changed even more than when we met again about half a year ago. I'm not sure how to express this inner change, but somehow, she seemed to have become even more radiant and beautiful. But I know that forcing it is no good. If things had gotten even more out of hand this time, I was fully prepared to run crying to the manager or someone else. That's the right call. I nodded to Haruka, who was by no means advocating recklessness. Since she understands that much, there's really nothing more for me to say. Haha, ever since I time looped into this second round world, I've been busy meddling in things to make Haruka stronger. At this rate, it can be said that most of my goal to strengthen Haruka's heart has been achieved. She's no longer just a weak daughter who's crushed by malice. When it's time to get angry, she gets angry. When it's time to stand up, she does, and when it's time to step back, she does. She's starting to remember these things firmly. Maybe achieving one of my goals, which was to make Haruka stronger, is mostly complete. She probably won't need my support anymore. Thinking this, a sudden, inexplicable loneliness welled up in me. Although I had wished for Haruka's emotional growth, now that she might not rely on me anymore, my heart couldn't help but wither. But still, I'm glad I managed to do it on my own. I know it was just a stroke of luck, but it's all thanks to you, Shinichiro, for teaching me so many things. Haruka beamed with innocent joy, shining a light into my downcast heart. However, her words are probably a bit too much of an overestimation. No, what I did was just giving some very basic advice. What happened today was especially the result of Haruka working hard. Everything I've done so far was really just talking about my own experiences and objective generalities. The truly amazing thing is Haruka, who earnestly accepts advice like mine and is trying to change herself. The me from high school in the first round, I wouldn't have been able to change myself by even a millimeter, no matter what anyone said to me. No, that's not true, because, since I started talking to you, Shinichiro, I've been liking myself more and more. Without missing a beat, Haruka returned with a straightforward smile, and for a moment, I forgot my emotions. Like this, I'm getting happier as I change myself for the better, and that's definitely thanks to you, Shinichiro. So, Haruka seemed so happy that she couldn't contain the overflowing cheers in her heart, even though she was on duty. So please stay with me from now on. With a beaming smile full of overflowing joy and affection, the girl spoke. The words were pure, and the smile was as lively and angelic as ever. Faced with these, I could do nothing but blush like an inexperienced middle schooler. Even though I'm on duty, my heart is overflowing with love. Realizing that my romantic resistance hadn't grown at all, even though the person I cared for had become more mentally strong and her attractiveness as a girl had increased, I couldn't help but notice that currently, it was the 5th period of classes, and once this was over, I would just have to attend the final homeroom session and then head home. For everyone else in the classroom, it was just another ordinary day, no different from yesterday. But for me, it was different. It was an extremely important day, one that only comes around once a year. Finally, the day has arrived. I'm really glad I managed to gather information before it passed. I had been preparing for this day ever since I learned about it. The part-time job I'd been doing recently was all for this day. I stole a glance at Haruka's seat. The hard-working noble daughter was attentively listening to the lecture, her hand moving busily to take notes. She had always been a diligent girl, but lately, it seemed like she was taking her studies even more seriously, probably because she had started thinking seriously about her future. The study-dodging duo of Fudahashi and Kazumihara, who used to be carefree, now seemed to be in agony, muttering, "It's blinding. The ideal image of a second-year high school student is too bright. She's really diligent despite being a cute and wealthy princess, she never flaunts it, always seeing people for who they are." As I looked at the profile of the hard-working girl, my face unconsciously softened. Anyone who worked hard seemed admirable, but if it was someone you liked, it felt even more precious. Autumn has already deepened quite a bit. The cold season will be here soon. When I looked towards the window, the trees were all dyed in autumn colors, and the ground was covered with a carpet of fallen leaves in shades of yellow and red. This brief autumn would soon transform into winter in just a few weeks. Since I arrived in this second-round world, I was once again approaching a turning point. As I gazed at the landscape, which foreshadowed the onset of winter, sentimental thoughts filled my mind. Geez, where did Haruka go? After school, in the corridor of the school building, I searched for my crush. Originally, I had planned to talk to her as soon as the final homeroom session ended, but while I was exchanging a few words with Jinji, Haruka's figure disappeared from my sight. I hurried to the entrance of the school building, but seeing that Haruka's indoor shoes were still there, I realized she was still inside. So, here I was, searching high and low. He, you look troubled, Nayahama-kun. You're like a puppy frantically looking for its owner. It's quite amusing to watch. Ahaha, you're really in a rush? Well, it's a day that must not be missed for Nayahama-kun, so I get it. When I turned around at the familiar voices, there stood Fudahashi and Kazumihara. They both wore sly, mischievous smiles. Well, I can understand that anxiety. Shall we help you out a bit? You're looking for Haruka because you have something important to discuss with her today, right? How did you know? Of course we know, we're Haruka's friends. We naturally know what today means, and given the timing, we figured Nayahama-kun wouldn't just sit still. Seeing that my actions had been predicted so accurately, Fujihashi and Kazumihara burst into laughter. Well, we came to offer some information. Haruka is in the staff room for a question related to class. She should be coming out soon. Phew, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, I said and immediately turned on my heel. I wanted to address the fact that they seemed to be grinning throughout, but the information was genuinely appreciated. After all, today was a day I didn't want to pass by without meeting her. Nayahama-kun, do your best. The voice of Fujihashi reached me as I rushed down the hallway. And you know, if you approach Haruka on this special day, she'll definitely be overjoyed. It's because the way your heart dances will be completely different from what family or friends can make her feel. So, I'm pretty sure Nayahama-kun already has some confidence there, right? Yeah. Their voices echoed from behind, a mix of cheering and encouragement. To Shiju and Haruka, I was closer than anyone else had ever been. So, in many ways, the lively girls were giving me a gentle push. That's right, I'll do my best. I kept going without stopping my hurried steps, taking Futahashi's words to heart. I've been working hard for my youth's comeback. But from here on, I have to work even harder. When I arrived in front of the staff room, Haruka cheerfully exclaimed, "Excuse me," and came out. It seemed she had finished asking the teacher her question. Haruka? Huh? Oh, Shinichiro-kun? When I called out to her, Haruka turned around and showed a bright smile. Every single time, this girl's smile was so charming, it stole my breath. I accidentally said your name. It's prohibited in the school premises, right? Well, I called out your name first and it's not particularly prohibited during part-time work, so it's hard to switch back. Fortunately, there were no students around, but if I were caught, it would be bad. Due to Haruka's popularity, news would spread like wildfire among the entire student body, and the boys who were fans of Haruka would start approaching me one after another. Well, yeah, but I still want to call you Shinichiro-kun whenever it's allowed. With that one sentence, Haruka wove sincere words that made my heart race. Because, it's like proof that our relationship has become very close, and above all, when we call each other by name like this, my heart gets all warm and happy. With a smile as natural as looking at a beautiful flower, Shijuin Haruka, this girl, spoke those words. I've heard countless times her unintentional, killer lines for guys, but I still hadn't developed any immunity. Once again, my heart was pierced accurately. Seriously, I can't help but get all fluttery every single time? By the way, what happened? You seemed in a hurry? No, I wasn't exactly in a hurry. I was looking for you, Haruka. You see, there, I stumbled over my words, and Haruka looked at me with a puzzled expression. Come to think of it, I was always like this. No matter how hard I tried to act bright and cheerful, using my past regrets as a springboard to be more energetic, I always felt my heart shrink in fear of getting hurt, rooted in my original gloomy otaku nature. Like a shoujo manga hero, I could never become a true extrovert. Well, it's fine. Even so, in this lifetime, I'll reach out for what I want. Even if it's a bit awkward, as long as I can follow through with my actions, it's good enough. So, if you don't have any special plans today, would you like to walk home with me? There were many occasions when I walked home with Haruka. When we both stayed late for library committee work or study sessions after school, an unspoken rule had formed between us. But to propose walking home together for no particular reason, this might actually be the first time. That's why, even though I was nervous, I mustered up the courage to make the invitation. Why, yes, of course, that's fine. It's been a while, so I'm really happy. It seemed my worries were unfounded. Haruka's eyes sparkled, and she agreed with enthusiasm. Recently, we spent a lot of time together during our part-time job, but whenever I suggested walking home from school, she would show her joy openly. Her reaction like this made my heart dance. Well, Shinichiro-kun, you seem to be breathing heavily. Could it be you've been looking for me all this time? Yes. I really wanted to walk home together today. For some reason, Kazumihara and Fudahashi gave me information about where you were, and it helped. Is that so? You were looking for me? Haruka seemed to be a bit shy as she pondered this fact, looking very satisfied, as if it were something very delightful. Well then, shall we go? We both don't have work today, so we can take it easy on the way. Ha ha ha, that's true. If we have evening shifts, we tend to get a bit anxious on the way home, right? While not as intense as in the beginning, there was always a pounding heart and tension when walking home with the girl I liked. However, I concealed my feelings of nervousness under an adult-like composure and escorted her as calmly as always. On this special day, I really wanted to be alone with Haruka. Perhaps due to the pleasant autumn temperature, the cityscape illuminated by the setting sun had a very calm atmosphere, making it very comfortable. And in such clear air, we walked side by side as usual, chatting away. So, it seems Mishima-san was hesitant about becoming a manager. Your father apparently went directly to the manager to ask for her appointment. He said to rely on him for the workload for now, I explained. I see you can't really refuse becoming a manager when the president asks you directly, Haruka replied. We were discussing the behind-the-scenes story of Mishima-san, who we work with at the part-time job, being officially appointed as the manager. For a president to personally ask an employee is a directive with a lot of authority. It also shows how important the president considers that shop. But for Mishima-san, who wants to remain a casual mob employee, it must have been a lot. From society's perspective, it's a big promotion, though. And when we all congratulated her, she had a really complicated expression. Mishima-san, lovable because she's capable but can't take it easy, flashed through our minds, and we both gave wry smiles. Well, do your best, Mishima-san. I think that from now on, you'll keep piling up promotions and responsibilities, but a capable woman who secretly loves alcohol and has a penchant for laziness probably attracts attention. Well, I plan to continue the part-time job a little longer and help Mishima-san. Well, even if it's just a little, it's better than doing nothing, Haruka said. No, I think you've really gotten used to it. Especially being able to deal with customers who complain, I think that's really amazing, I said. This wasn't flattery, but a genuine compliment. Getting angry customers to calm down with words alone is truly impressive. At least in my previous life, as a gloomy otaku high school student, I think I would have found it impossible. Really? Well, I did think I was getting used to it compared to the beginning, but it makes me happy to hear you say that, Shinichiro-kun. Haruka replied, smiling shyly. Haruka's smile was like admiring a beautiful flower. She smiled naturally, like when she looked at pretty flowers. But really, Shinichiro-kun, I'm glad I started working part-time to follow you. Trying out a real workplace has given me a bit of confidence. Even I can become a decent adult. At the very least, I don't feel like I'm such a useless existence that it's not even worth talking about. That's what I've come to think, Haruka confessed, her voice filled with deep emotions. I listened to her words, but I couldn't help but feel a certain way. Yeah, I guess that's how it is, I thought to myself. Over the past 6 months, I've come to understand something about Haruka. She's innocent, but she's not emotionally weak. She's very earnest, has a high learning ability, and with enough experience, she can learn how to deal with significant stress. I had a vague idea of why she pushed herself so hard in the future until she became a wreck. Well, it's not really that important anymore. In just half a year, Haruka has changed significantly. Already, she's developing a foundation that won't easily be swallowed by malice. From here, the possibility of her ending up in that future seems quite low. What's wrong, Shinichiro-kun? You look like you were thinking about something difficult, Haruka asked, looking up at me, puzzled. Oh, no, it's nothing, I said, smiling back. I should always consider the future, but I shouldn't let it occupy my thoughts when we're walking home together like this. Oh, right. Speaking of part-time jobs, it was payday the other day, wasn't it? Did Haruka decide what she's going to use the money for? She said her reason for starting the part-time job was for work experience, so it didn't seem like she had something she wanted from the beginning. Hehe, for now, I've decided to use it for buying light novels. If it's my own money, even if I buy 100, my father won't get mad. Haruka exclaimed. I've said it before, but isn't that too much? We might face another ban on light novels? I retorted. I knew from my previous life that Haruka read light novels, but this was the first time I learned that she was so into them. Perhaps when I first talked to her seriously in my previous life, when I was still gloomy, recommending light novels led to this. But, there are so many I want to read. Besides, I get a lot of recommendations from you every time we walk home together. Haruka said, blushing slightly, perhaps embarrassed by her announcement of buying a large quantity. But well, it's true since the time loop until now, we've enjoyed having common topics, and I've probably recommended a lot of books. Yes, every time we walk home together. However, we've had more chances to walk home together like this, I mentioned, expressing the feelings that had suddenly welled up in my chest. Come to think of it, when I first walked home with Haruka, I was nervous. After all, she's the jewel of youth that shone brightly in my memories even as I became an old man. Just exchanging words felt disproportionately significant, and my heart was pounding with a thrilling sweetness. But now, it's not that my feelings have dulled as much as they have, but rather, yes, that's right. Honestly, I never imagined I would become this comfortable with you, Shinichiro-kun. When spring had just arrived, Haruka said, reflecting on my words. Compared to back then, I don't get as nervous, but that's probably because our personal space has become closer, she added. Personal space? You mean the distance between people? Yes, I read about it in a book. Humans have a kind of barrier-like distance they don't want others to approach. Becoming close to each other means gradually stepping over each other's barriers, Haruka explained. Hearing this, I suddenly realized. The distance between Haruka, who was looking up at me, and me could be described as being shoulder to shoulder. Compared to 6 months ago, the distance between us had unbelievably shortened. Without either of us deciding to do so, it had become like this at some point. We've always been together. That's why our personal spaces have become very close, and before we knew it, it became a natural state. Actually, being near you, Shinichiro-kun, is very calming, Haruka said, her words flowing naturally, in very close proximity. Ugh. In such close quarters, Haruka spoke so naturally. She smiled easily, just like she would with family. That unwitting attack on my heart is about time to tone down? While it's true that our distance has certainly grown closer, there's no way I'd get used to such an unfair attack, right? As Haruka said, the distance between our hearts had become very close. However, no matter how natural it had become for us to be together, her unintentional charming remarks still managed to greatly fluster me. By the way, Shinichiro, what did you use your part-time job earnings for? Unlike me, it didn't seem like you had something specific in mind. Well, you see. Faced with this innocent question, I stumbled over my words. The answer was tied to the same reason I invited Haruka to walk home together today, making it a crucial part of my mission for the day. Now's the time, I guess. No matter when, my heart's going to race anyway, so I should bring it up now that she's given me this opening. I scolded myself and turned to face Haruka. As expected, my virgin mind protested vigorously, and I began sweating profusely due to nervousness. Even after Haruka mentioned how close we'd become earlier, I, the true embodiment of anxiety, stood before her. However, this weakness was nothing new to me. While I might never completely erase my anxiety, I had enough determination to act beyond it. Actually this is what I used my earnings for. Saying this, I took a small paper bag out of my bag. Then, I extended it towards Haruka, who was looking at me with curiosity. This birthday present for Haruka was exactly the reason why I had asked her to walk home together today, and it was a crucial part of my mission. By the way, this is a birthday present. If you'd like, please accept it. As I said this with warmth in my cheeks, Haruka's expression clearly showed surprise. Is it a signed copy of Players? Volume 1? And this wow, a lovely book cover and bookmark set? Hearing her pleased voice, I finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed I'd managed to avoid the worst possible outcome with my choice. But, why is it perhaps because I mentioned my birthday on the phone earlier? Yeah, that's right. The beginning of all this was when I heard from Haruka over the phone last month that there would be a family birthday party next month. Despite living a life devoid of romantic experiences, I knew that giving a gift on a birthday was an incredibly effective move in matters of love. So, I consulted my little sister Kaneko and secretly initiated Operation Haruka's birthday present, codenamed Kaneko. I remembered that you wanted this signed copy, but this might have been hard to find now, I guess. I searched on online auctions, but it didn't feel complete with just that, so I added this hardcover and bookmark set for the paperback version. It's really not much, though. Thank you so much. But you said you bought this with your earnings from the part-time job, right? Could it be? Is it very expensive? Watching Haruka, who seemed to be deeply moved, I began to worry. No, it's not like that. While it's true that I used my earnings to buy these, they weren't that expensive. So don't worry about it. True, I did start the part-time job with the aim of earning money to give Haruka a birthday present. But as Haruka had just pointed out, a signed copy and a book cover set were things I could easily afford with my allowance. They weren't so expensive that I had to put in extra effort to earn money for them. So why did I even bother starting a part-time job? The truth was, there wasn't a grand reason behind it. It was just my personal satisfaction. Well, it's a silly quirk of mine. I wanted to buy a present for you with the money I earned, rather than just using the allowance from my parents. As I confessed this, Haruka held the paper bag tightly and seemed stunned. In reality, it was indeed quite a silly quirk. As a student, it was perfectly normal to buy a gift for a girl you liked with allowance money. Most high schoolers would do just that. However, I used to be an adult in my past life. From my perspective, buying a gift for a girl I liked with money from my parents felt a bit uncomfortable. That's why I made the decision to work a part-time job. Although I might never completely overcome my nervousness, I did have enough determination to act beyond it. Well, if you don't like the book cover and stuff, you don't have to force yourself to use them, huh? What's wrong, Haruka? While I was blushing with embarrassment at having given a present to a girl I wasn't even dating, I suddenly noticed something strange about Haruka. Haruka held the paper bag close to her chest and lowered her face as if to hide it. I couldn't see her expression, but her body trembled slightly, suggesting she was overwhelmed with some strong emotion. What's going on? Did giving a birthday present to a girl I'm not dating turn out to be an unimaginable act after all? Wait, huh? Hey, whoa, Haruka? I involuntarily let out an absurdly loud exclamation in the middle of the street. For some unknown reason, as if driven by a sudden thought, Haruka, whose shoulders had been trembling, suddenly approached me. She pressed her head against my chest. And just like that, the girl repeatedly tapped her forehead against my chest. It was as if a child with limited means of expressing emotions would do. Hey, what are you doing? I don't know. I don't understand. Finally, Haruka lifted her face from my chest. Her eyes were filled with faint tears. Her face was flushed from heightened emotions, and she was barely able to speak through her teary voice. I don't even understand myself. Even though I should only be feeling happy, I'm overwhelmed with such a profound sense of happiness. My heart and head are so full, my emotions feel like they're about to burst. As Haruka spoke all this in one breath, she breathed heavily. I watched her with a mix of surprise and concern. Aside from the time when she got seasick, this might be the first time I've seen Haruka so emotionally stirred. Well, first, please calm down. Here, want to use a tissue? Thank you. As I took out a pocket tissue from my bag and handed it to her, Haruka accepted it while still blushing. She turned her back to me and wiped her face, which was now all crumpled from tears. Phew, I'm sorry for showing such an embarrassing side of me. Oh, no, it's perfectly fine. Once Haruka managed to regain her composure, she said apologetically. But from my perspective, once again, it felt like I gained something by seeing this side of her that she wasn't aware of. Shinichiro, you're a little sneaky. Huh? Despite the stylish atmosphere of that shop, I know from personal experience that the part-time job there is really tough. And yet, you used the money you earned from it to buy me a birthday present. Displaying an unusually slightly sulking expression, Haruka continued. Already feeling happy, my emotions became even more heightened. It's so unfair that my heart is overflowing so easily. While still blushing, Haruka pouted and spoke. But thank you very much. Though her cheeks were still red, it seemed Haruka's excited emotions had settled a bit. She took another step closer to me, the present from me still held tightly in her arms. Besides my family, this is the first time I've received a birthday present from anyone else. I never imagined it would be this wonderful. My heart feels so full. With a touch of lingering excitement in her emotions, Haruka expressed herself as if pouring out her heartfelt thoughts. Guess Shinichiro, you're really something special. Huh. In the next moment, she casually dropped that bombshell on me, and my eyes widened. Did I just say something way too straightforward? That you remembered my birthday and gave me a present? I feel so incredibly fulfilled. I can't help but think that I'm happier with this than with anything else I might receive from someone else. It wasn't a conceited notion, but I did have a certain level of confidence that I held a significant place in Haruka's heart. Yet, even so, the word special that Haruka spoke felt incredibly powerful, to the point where I felt momentarily dizzy. So thank you. Haruka's voice was filled with a serene sense of happiness. Everything her heart desired seemed to have been fulfilled. Having you here with me like this, Shinichiro, it just makes me happy. In all my life this is the best birthday I've ever had. In that radiant moment, Haruka smiled, her cheeks just slightly tinged with pink. Clutching the present from me with care, her face shone with a beautiful flush of joy, as if her heart's contentment couldn't be contained any longer. Oh seriously, how many times can I fall in love? Piling up. Haruka was smiling like an angel, but then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she let out a troubled voice. Of course, I'm talking about returning the favor. You've helped me so much with various things, and recently you even helped out at work. And now, receiving such a gift on top of it at this rate, I might. Just as I hadn't anticipated any sort of return, the serious-minded Haruka started humming in thought, and then suddenly, her face brightened up. I've thought of something really great. We were planning to have a birthday party with the family tonight. Please, Shinichiro, I'd love for you to join us. Huh? That's way too sudden. And wait, isn't it obvious that it'll be held at the Shijuan residence? A birthday party at the Shijuan residence, that's way too high profile. I'm going to be there as a sudden intruder, and then have to sing the birthday song next to the astounded Tokaimune-san. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I got carried away and said something in the heat of the moment. Inviting you tonight all of a sudden would be rude, and there might be circumstances at your house too. Just moments ago, Haruka's eyes were sparkling as if to say, what a fantastic idea. But she immediately brought up practical concerns and her expression turned dejected. I'm sorry, I'll think of a different way to repay you. If you could just come over and celebrate my birthday with me, it would be like a dream. I must have said something thoughtless out of sheer excitement. Go. Huh? Suddenly declaring this, Haruka's response was a bit delayed. If it's not a bother, I'd really like to accept your invitation. Really? As I said this, Haruka showed surprise but also a pleased expression. Why yes, really. If it's possible, I'd like to attend your birthday party, Haruka. Wow, just wait a moment, please. Hello, mother? Actually, tonight. Haruka picked up her phone with vigor and started talking. From the other end of the line, I could hear Mrs. Akiko's voice, filled with excitement, saying things like, oh, seriously? I'm getting all pumped up? Then the maid, Fuyama-san, said, well done, miss. Alright, I should call my parents right now. It's perfectly fine at my house. Just as I thought, mother is absolutely thrilled and said you must come. And if father complains, she'll take care of it. My house is fine too. My mother was quite surprised, but she said it's okay as long as I don't cause any trouble. Oh really? Alright, that's wonderful. Like a child who just found out they were going to an amusement park, Haruka didn't try to hide her overflowing joy. She was so delighted that someone who would be attending the birthday celebration, could hardly believe it. That's why I have no regrets about my decision, but deep down, I was sweating bullets. My brain got ridiculously overheated, and I reflexively accepted the invitation. Ha ha ha. The reaction from Tokaimune-san, who will definitely be there, when he sees me will be so awkward. Due to the future prediction by the still rational part of my mind, a cold sweat trickles down my cheek. Ha 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 ha. Seriously, I wonder what kind of expression I'll greet that overprotective president with. Well, but it can't be helped. I can't bear to see Haruka looking so lonely, and I also want to be there to celebrate with her. Yeah, it's unavoidable, unavoidable. I'm definitely nervous, but as long as Haruka welcomes me, my resolve won't waver. If someone says something, I'll just boldly say, well, good evening. I'm here thanks to Haruka's invitation. Well then, let's go to my place together, Shinichiro. With an excited voice, Haruka by my side calls out to me. Her heart is dancing, and she's beaming with a radiant smile. Father seems to be running a bit late, but the preparations for the party seem to be all set. The evening will be here soon, so I want to hurry and spend as much time together as possible. Filled with joy, Haruka extends her white hand to me. I gaze at that hand, as white as a whitefish, and eventually, even though I feel a slight embarrassment, I take it. Alright then let's go, Haruka. Yes, good things come to those who hurry. Being led by Haruka, whose hand is incredibly smooth, I start running with the girl full of smiles. Haruka, whose spirits have soared, pulls me along forcefully. Our touching fingers intertwine as if our personal spaces have completely disappeared, and at this moment, it feels entirely natural. And so, Haruka and I run through the streets, ready to etch another new memory. In a world dyed orange, holding hands feeling the warmth from each other. To all readers, I'm the author, Kano. With this, the part-time job arc comes to an end. Now, regarding the next and possibly final chapter, it's been a challenging story for me, so I'm considering posting it after completing it without any flaws. Please understand that this might take a little time. Also, I want to make it clear that I am a staunch believer in happy endings. Note, recommended to have read up to web chapter 25 or novel volume 1. My name is Ryuko Tanaka. Being called a name that's too ordinary to be memorable, I'm an entirely average high school girl in terms of appearance, height, grades, and social circle. And so is the class I belong to. It's safe to say it's pretty average. Boys can get rowdy, fashionable girls stand out, quiet kids have their own fun within their circle. It's just a typical classroom. Well, that was until recently. After the cultural festival, the atmosphere in this class has become anything but normal. Specifically, I'm suddenly attacked by sweetness every day. The cause is obvious. It's all thanks to the most famous girl in school and the boy who has been attracting attention recently. Nayahama-kun. About the math class earlier, could you show me your notes? Sure, but my handwriting's not that great. No, it's fine. It's a neat handwriting that reflects Nayahama-kun's personality. The two in question are in my line of sight. The boy is Shinichiro Nayahama. He used to be quiet and reserved, but at some point, he transformed into a completely bright and dependable person, to the point that he seems like a different person. The girl is Haruka Shishun. She's the most famous girl in this school, and she's so beautiful that it's hard to believe she's even the same species as us. Moreover, she's a princess to the extreme, coming from a super wealthy family. Naturally, she's become the object of admiration for the boys. Ugh, I didn't get the board. I have no idea what I was writing. Hihi, Naya Hamakan, you were nodding off a bit, weren't you? You noticed? Ugh, embarrassing, did I drool or anything? No, not at all. Your sleeping face looked so cute and peaceful I couldn't help but gaze at it a bit. Ugh. Seeing Shijun-san say this to Naya Hamakan with a pure smile, I felt like I had just spat out sugar. To be clear, it's impossible, but these two are not dating. I repeat, these two are not dating. Arg? Seriously? We all know that those sugary lines are just pure, innocent affection without romantic feelings? Come on, Naya Hamakan is blushing and his breathing is all weird again. What's currently torturing me is the special situation that this class is dealing with. These two unexpectedly showered the class with sweetness. In the first place, the main problem is Shijun-san. Shijun-san is like a fairy, so pure and absent-minded that you'd wonder if she's really human. Because she's so soft and kind, combined with her beauty, she's been making various boys misunderstand things. But recently, she's been sticking to Naya Hamakan and the way she interacts with him is clearly different. Every chance she gets, she's like, "You're cool," or "You're wonderful," or "You're cute." Is she seriously doing this unconsciously? Actually, to begin with, even her smiles are different. When she talks to us, it's like Nikoko, but when it's Naya Hamakan, it's like Pika, and it's more obvious than a puppy. So, after the cultural festival, the unofficial lovey-dovey, LOL, couple started emitting an atmosphere that was impossible to ignore, and the members of the class were in an awkward situation, smiling wryly. Ryuko, what are you looking at? Oh, those two. Seriously, they're just too sweet. A friend who came over to my side said in an exasperated tone, following my gaze. It's not that her insights are particularly sharp, it's just common knowledge in the class about those two. Well, but, Naya Hama does his part too. Even in that state, none of the guys in the class get jealous and pick on him. Yeah, I really think so. I nodded deeply in agreement with my friend's words. Shijun-san is the object of adoration for boys all over the school. But because she's so overwhelmingly popular, we girls also know that there's an unspoken agreement among the boys that anyone who tries to approach her will get a hard time. So, when Naya Hamakan, who was originally shy and didn't have any particular strengths, tries to get closer to Shijun-san, he'd probably get a beating from the boys in the class first. But Naya Hamakan somehow manages to create an atmosphere where it's allowed, doing this and that. What happened to him? Whether he awakened the power of love or not, he's changed too much, hasn't he? The biggest turning point was probably the cultural festival. At that time, the criticism directed at Naya Hamakan, who effectively became the leader of the class, was probably mixed with jealousy over his growing closeness to Shijun-san. But with his mysterious planning ability and leadership skills, Naya Hamakan led the class' inevitably messy project to a great success. In the process, he managed to pacify and even win over the anti-Naya Hama forces in the class. Ultimately, he became someone everyone looked up to. Not only that, but it's clear as day that he's hopelessly in love with Shijun-san. You can tell he's so serious, to the point that he can't just admire her half-heartedly. As a result, now they're all lovey-dovey like this, and nobody in the class complains. Outside the class, there are still some who aim for Shijun-san, but in this class, most people are either in cheerleading mode or have given up. So, although I've been grumbling a lot since earlier, I do hope things progress for those two. Hihi, I just remembered. After the cultural festival ended, Naya Hamakan fell asleep here, and I made a lap pillow for him. Wait, stop it, Shijun-san. You absolutely can't say that in the classroom? I support them, but seriously, stop showing off your poisonous lovey-dovey stuff to us poor, single folks. And what's with the lap pillow? Just what were you two doing after the cultural festival? Oh geez, even now, being just friends is seriously frustrating. Just get together already? The voice I accidentally let out caused the classmates around me to turn their gazes towards us. Everyone unanimously nodded deeply as if to say, we understand. The time was approaching evening. I, Naya Hama Shinichiro, was currently seated at the table in the living room of the Shishun residence. It's not something that would normally happen for me to be a guest at a girl's house until this late, but today, there was a valid reason for it. After all, today was Haruka's birthday party, and I had been invited by Haruka as the sole guest. But seriously, this is on a whole different level compared to the birthday parties I'm familiar with. It feels like a party venue in a hotel. Since it was a small gathering, the location was the living room, though it was about 4 or 5 times the size of an average living room in an ordinary household. However, the room had not just been decorated, it had been outright transformed, resembling a highly formal space akin to a high-end restaurant. Furthermore, there was a splendid array of dishes, covering a range from Japanese, Western, to Chinese cuisines. It was far beyond a casual buffet. Apparently, Haruka's mother, Mrs. Akiko, and the housemaids had prepared them themselves. Additionally, the birthday cake was not only extravagantly luxurious but also of a size akin to a wedding cake, prompting one to wonder if this was a wedding? It's a bit too much. Being led into this glamorous venue by Haruka, I was a bit nervous at first, but I was saved by Mrs. Akiko's cheerfulness. Indeed, even the greeting I received when I crossed the threshold was like this. You've come, Naya Hamakan. I'm so moved, my mother would cry if she saw her granddaughter bringing a boy on her birthday. You've already given her the birthday present? You're so daring? Why do you do exactly what I want? Mrs. Akiko, who is Haruka's mother, was incredibly high-strung from the moment I stepped in, and she clung to both Haruka and me. She was extremely excited, asking about the circumstances in which I presented the birthday gift, and seemed to be in a state of perpetual exuberance. Furthermore, the maid, Fuyamai-san, who had taken on the role of the camera woman, was inexplicably enthusiastic today. She had been relentlessly clicking the shutter, responding to Mrs. Akiko's requests. Come on, Haruka. Let's take a picture together with Naya Hamakan this time? Yes, at an angle with the special cake in the foreground? Yes, that's right. May I bother you for a moment, Naya Hamakan? At Mrs. Akiko's urging, who was enthusiastically immersed in the commemorative photos, Haruka, a bit hesitantly, called out to me. By the way, out of consideration for the fact that we're in front of each other's parents, we're refraining from using first names. I'm still in my school uniform, but Haruka, being the star of the day, is wearing a navy-colored, thin chiffon dress. According to Fuyamai-san, it's called a chiffon dress. It's so fancy and the lace reveals a glimpse of her skin. It's impossible not to be captivated by it. I don't know how many times I've thought this, but she's really too beautiful. This one piece, which you can tell is quite expensive just by looking at the fabric, suits Haruka, who has a noble face and presence. If she were introduced as a princess from some country, no one would doubt it. As for the Shishuan main family's standards, events like Haruka's birthday are apparently supposed to be grand gatherings with relatives. However, due to Haruka's own wishes, they're holding it like this in a small and cozy manner. It may be surprising for commoners, but given that the protagonist, Haruka, is in an elegant dress, it seems quite natural. Oh, of course. Take as many pictures as you want. Really? Then, I'll sit next to you without reservation? When I readily agreed, Haruka sat down next to me, wearing a delighted smile. Because she's wearing such a splendid dress and is wrapped in such a glamorous atmosphere, her innocent smile, like that of a maiden, stands out even more. I'm on the verge of being completely entranced. Then, Naya Hamasama, please move a little closer to the young lady. Otherwise, you won't fit in the frame. Why yes, alright then. Upon being told this by Fuyamai-san, who was smiling affectionately, Mrs. Akiko was also grinning from the side. Haruka and I, along with our chairs, leaned closer to each other. And, naturally, as a result, our shoulders pressed together, and I could feel the slight warmth of the girl. My cheeks flushed with heat. Although I had been this close to Haruka for the first time before, this incredibly sweet fragrance peculiar to her was too stimulating for me, who had never had a girlfriend. And apparently, I wasn't the only one. As somehow, it feels embarrassing. Maybe it's because we're in front of family. The naturally airheaded girl, who usually doesn't pay much attention to this kind of thing, blushed slightly at my side. Oh man, this is another incredibly destructive force. Her modest smile, tinged with embarrassment, in this bustling yet pleasant atmosphere, was stirring up male hearts with tremendous force. Despite the fact that we were at someone else's house and being watched by our families, I couldn't help but be captivated by the charm that pierced my heart. Alright, you both look fantastic. Just like that? Just like that? And amid this lively yet relaxed atmosphere, a certain person seated right in front of me was trembling as if struggling to contain his explosive anger. The table was creaking under the pressure of his clenched fists. It's delicious. Even the cream alone is different from usual, and the sponge is too fine. This cake must belong to a class where it's better not to ask about the price. Compared to the initial tension, I was now in a relaxed state as I savored the sliced cake in front of me. At this moment, Haruka and Mrs. Akiko are a little away from me, having a commemorative photo taken by Fuyamai. So, although I'm a bit removed from the hustle and bustle, I'm not entirely alone. After all, there's someone seated right in front of me who is the linchpin of this household. Women really do like photos, especially on special occasions. To strike up a casual conversation in this situation, you've got some nerve, huh? The person sitting in front of me is Mr. Shishuan Toki-myun, the president of a major corporation and Haruka's father. He said this with a face that seemed to have chewed on 100 bitter bugs. This doting, overprotective papa, after returning home with presents a little while after the party began, entered this living room with a radiant smile only to find me, an unexpected intruder. As surprise, why on earth are you here? You just managed to sneak in, huh? It wasn't me who explained the situation to the papa who shouted a scream close to a wail. It was the women of this household. Welcome home, father. Shinichi, Naya Hamakan, is our invited guest. Please don't say rude things. Tokaimyun-san, it's Haruka's lovely birthday, so let's not make too much noise, okay? With stern warnings like these from his daughter and wife, Tokaimyun-san, who seemed like he wanted to say something really badly, was forced into silence until now. Seriously, you've been enjoying yourself so nonchalantly since earlier? You just casually attended our celebration as if it's a matter of course. To me, it's more like a light horror, so I said. I was invited by Haruka-san, and I got permission from Mrs. Akiko. I'm sorry that I surprised you, Tokaimyun-san, without letting you know. Damn it, Akiko, you let him in without even notifying me? Even though I consider myself the head of this household? With a pouty expression, Tokaimyun-san, after spouting those words, downed a glass of white wine in one go. You could tell from the faint, rich fragrance that it was a luxury item I could never afford in my past life. I see. I wouldn't have minded trying high-quality Chablis or the like before I died in my previous life. I have intruded on your family gathering, and I do apologize for that. However, even so, I didn't have the option of declining Haruka-san's invitation. Please, forgive me for today. This guy, though it seems like you're saying something commendable, you're just prioritizing your love life. The immediate comeback was met with a slightly diverted gaze from Tokimune-san. Haha, that's right, Mr. President. That's exactly it. Good grief. I knew that when Haruka grew up, boys would start swarming around her, but a guy like you is beyond my expectations, damn it. I'm sorry about that. Praising me isn't going to help, you idiot. Tokimune-san, who started to get worked up, had a scowl on his face, but, to my surprise, there was no sharpness in his words. Aren't you afraid of this house? Huh? Suddenly, Tokimune-san's expression turned somewhat playful, and he spoke quietly. I told you this when we first met. Haruka is the direct descendant of the Shishuin family. Being serious with that girl means making a future commitment, and then, that means various complicated and difficult trials will come in the form of family obligations and assets. I think a smart guy like you should be able to imagine that to some extent. Indeed, that's true. Because everyone in the Shishuin family is so rational and kind, I almost forget, but a distinguished family like this carries various weights within it. Even so, are you truly serious? Speaking as someone who has experience, it's an even bigger obstacle than you can imagine for a commoner to overcome. That was certainly true. If it's impossible for Haruka to return my feelings, then there's nothing to be done. However, coming up with all sorts of excuses and giving up on the person I've truly come to love, I absolutely cannot accept that. I am serious. I've become so captivated that I can only feel this way about Haruka-san. After declaring it, I suddenly became a bit more rational and realized how intense my statement was. Oh no, considering my past life, I got a bit too heated. What am I saying to the father of the girl I like? You sure can talk. But well, I can tell that every word you said was sincere. You're still as passionately emotional as magma, despite being a teenager. Indeed, that's why it'll probably waver. Huh? I thought I heard a faint murmur after his words, but before I could confirm it, Tokimune-san offered me an empty glass. I was a bit perplexed by this sudden offer, but before I could comprehend its meaning. Here, drink up. Of course, it's non-alcoholic. Huh? Oh okay. The champagne bottle was tilted, and the liquid that poured into the glass made a fizz sound as it burst. And then, I, in a flustered state due to the sudden pouring, along with Tokimune-san, drank the contents of the glass simultaneously. Though it's been a while since I had champagne in my past life for some reason, it tastes really good. Well, whatever. Since you've come, there's nothing to be done. If it's what Haruka wanted, then so be it. Today, since you're here, eat to your heart's content and enjoy. Why yes? I let out a surprised voice at the president's words, who seemed a bit embarrassed. I thought he'd be more openly exasperated at me, this intruder at his daughter's birthday party. Could it be he's acknowledged me a little? No, that might be getting a bit too conceited. And at that moment, oh, that's not fair, Naya-hama-kun? Doing a toast without me, that's something adults do together? It seemed like Haruka, dressed in a beautiful gown, had just finished a photo shoot and was standing beside me. She seemed a bit tipsy, her cheeks flushed, and she was in an extremely cheerful mood, her smile even brighter than usual. Of course. Then shall I pour for you? Yes, please. With beaming smiles, Haruka and I took turns tilting the champagne bottle into each other's glasses and raised a toast. No, Haruka, isn't it normal to toast with your father first? While we did this, Tokimune-san, looking at us, seemed to be seeking salvation in his words, but it seemed like Haruka, who was in high spirits, didn't hear him. After emptying our glasses, Haruka's smile deepened even further. I feel really good. Celebrating with just family is nice, of course, but it's even more special when friends come. Oh no, it's nice of you to say that, but really, I haven't done anything special except eat and sit around since earlier. Oh, what are you saying? You gave me the best present for my birthday? Saying this, Haruka glanced at the paper bag placed at the edge of the table. It contained the present I had chosen for her. For me, it was so joyful that I almost cried. Thanks to you, I'm still in such high spirits. The beautiful girl, draped in an elegant dress, wore a pure smile like that of a child. The happiness she was feeling at this very moment was vividly reflected in that radiant expression. Thank you so much, Shinichiro-kun. Thanks to you, it's the best night. I'm a bit embarrassed when you say it like that. Well, if Haruka feels that way, then it was worth choosing. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room fell into complete silence. Wondering why, I looked around and for some reason, all the adults seemed frozen. Fuyama-san covered her mouth, eyes wide open, while Akiko-san, with her hand on her cheek, couldn't contain her welling joy and was left speechless. What? Why are they so surprised? Hey, Naya-hama-kun. Tokimune-san's voice, breaking the silence, echoed through the banquet. Veins stood out on his temples, and he trembled a bit, as if filled with fury. Did I hear you and Haruka calling each other by your given names? I must have misheard. At that remark, Haruka and I both let out voices of realization. Oh no, Haruka called me by my name, and I responded just as casually. Just like when Fudahashi and Kazumihara found out, it's just too difficult to completely hide the fact that it's become a habit. What's with those faces that scream ah, we're busted? Explain yourselves? What in the world happened to both of you just now? Why yes, this really does require an explanation. Oh, Fuyamai-san? Please brew tea for everyone, as well need to have a thorough discussion later. Kya, how wonderful? Naya Hamakun, you're so mischievous to keep such a surprise. While Tokaimune-san, who seemed a bit shaken, and Akiko-san, sparkling-eyed, bombarded me with questions in completely different emotional vectors, I broke into a nervous sweat. And no, it seemed like we were just getting closer like normal, but both of them are absolutely convinced that there was something going on. How in the world can I explain it to make both of them understand? I'm sorry Shinichiro-kun, I intended to wrap it up earlier, but it's gotten so late. No, it's fine. I already told my parents I'd be late. Haruka, looking apologetic, said, and I replied with a smile. The night had already fallen, and darkness enveloped everything. In this dark backdrop, Haruka and I stood in conversation on the path leading to the Shishuin residence. We were going to be driven back home, and the Shishuin family's car was waiting just outside the estate, but their chauffeur, Natsuzaki-san, had said, "Hehe, I figured you two might want some time to talk privately, and to soak in the night air a bit. Just give me a shout when you're ready," with a considerate smile. Every staff member in this household seemed to dote on Haruka, and I couldn't help but feel grateful that they were supportive of an ordinary guy like me getting close. When I mentioned this to Natsuzaki-san, he responded, "Haha, I'd recommend rechecking the dictionary for the meaning of ordinary, but gosh, mother and father are just too excited. No matter how many times I explain that we started using names because we've become close, they just won't accept it. Haha, well, we managed to get them to understand to some extent. After our use of names was discovered, we were bombarded with questions about how that happened, and it was really quite the ordeal. Well, in the end, like Haruka said, it happened naturally as we grew closer. There wasn't any specific trigger, apart from maybe that trip we all took to the beach that was the patient explanation we had to give. I'm so sorry it got this late even though you came all this way." "Huh? No, I had a really great time. I was a bit nervous initially about meeting your parents, but that's fading away. And seriously, I'm really grateful for the amazing food and cake. Just being invited to Haruka's birthday celebration filled me with a sense of elation. There was a bit of a commotion with her parents towards the end, but to be honest, I enjoyed myself." "Oh really, but I suppose mother and father start taking liberties because they know you truly feel that way, Shinichiro-kun." In the garden of the Shishuin residence, the noble young lady smiled wryly. Her nonchalant expression seemed especially charming tonight. "She's so beautiful." Haruka, wearing a high-necked sleeveless dress, blended seamlessly with the garden adorned with myriad flowers. She truly looked like a princess. Without her realizing it, her posture and aura exuded the essence of nobility. Even in the darkness of the night, her beauty was impossible to conceal. This birthday was completely different from last year. Every year, we hold a birthday celebration like that. It's undeniably a joyous occasion, splendid by general standards, and my parents genuinely celebrate it's undoubtedly a happy event, but Sprinka's gaze turned towards me, and our eyes met. "Since you've been around, today was entirely different from before. It's kind of everything seemed to sparkle." Her shy words seeped into my brain, bringing a sweet, tingling sensation. "Lately, I've come to realize something. Shinichiro-kun, you've been continuously changing my world since spring, and you've rescued me countless times. I can't thank you enough for that, but it's not just that." Haruka's cheeks were still slightly flushed, perhaps from the excitement of the celebration. "I'm really thankful not just for what you've done, Shinichiro-kun, but for your very existence. Since you've been here, every day has become more and more brilliant." Her words, spoken with a pure heart, echoed in the garden. "So, I'll say those words of gratitude once again." The innocent girl spoke, weaving her words with nothing but pure, warm feelings. "Thank you so much, Shinichiro-kun. To think that such an amazing person would be friends with me, it feels like an unbelievable stroke of luck that I think about every day." And then, under the brilliant moonlight above, Haruka wore a soft smile. Charming, warm, and it seemed to melt away all the worries in my heart. Oh, I've fallen for her so many times, and I've fallen in love so many times. Yet, even now, this girl's charm always brings a fresh spring breeze to my heart. I find her cute. I find her beautiful. I love everything about this girl so much that tears threaten to spill. Oh, this I can't hold it back anymore. My love is overflowing and won't stop. Before the radiant smile of Haruka, I finally realized that my love had reached its limit. I love her. I love her. I love her from the depths of my heart. I love Haruka. To turn this girl's gaze towards me, I've been tirelessly running down the path of effort ever since I returned through time. To ensure this one confession, I ran at full speed so that it wouldn't fail, and to become a man worthy of Haruka I've come this far. So, is it okay to say it now? To achieve my greatest youth revenge, is this the moment I've truly wished for? Ah, yes. I'll convey it. My feelings. The emotions I've carried with me until my death in my past life. The feelings that have swelled up steadily since I started my youth's do-over in this life, I'll now confess them to this girl. Hey, Haruka. There's something I want to ask you. In the garden cloaked in faint darkness, a cool breeze hinting at autumn blue. In this setting, Haruka widened her eyes as she looked at my serious expression. Once I utter these words, things won't be the same between me and Haruka anymore. What's wrong, Shinichiro-kun? It's a little embarrassing when you look so serious like that. Looking at me with a fixed gaze, Haruka's cheeks turned pink in a somewhat troubled expression. Yet, she still waited for my next words, focused on me. Given the unimaginable miracle of time travel that was granted to me, I opened my mouth to make my words meaningful. Everything I've been running towards in this present life has led up to this moment. About you, Haruka. The moment I mustered up the courage. Click. At the very instant I tried to convey the words of a lifetime, I heard that sound. It was a sound like the gears of an old clock aligning. However, strangely, it didn't seem to come from any specific direction around me. It felt as though it resonated directly in my mind. What was that just now? Where did it come from? As I puzzled over this. In response to Haruka's frail voice, the girl in front of me tilted her body significantly. And right before my eyes, frozen in shock due to this sudden situation, Haruka lost all her strength and crumbled. Haruka? I hastily reached out, catching Haruka's falling body just in the nick of time. The girl I held was unexpectedly light, and it was clear that she had no strength in her limbs. Pull yourself together, Haruka? What on earth? While calling out, I peered into Haruka's face. I was horrified. Just a few seconds ago, Haruka's complexion, which had been normal, was now as pale as ice, and she was drenched in sweat, shivering in this cooler evening. The normally cheerful smile on the girl's face was now colored only by intense confusion and anguish. It was clearly not a normal state. She let out cries of pain, as if her brain was being racked by excruciating agony, clutching her head with both hands. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. There was no doubt that the pain she was experiencing was something unbearable. What is this? What on earth is happening? Seeing the girl I cared for suffering so intensely, I was in a state of turmoil. It was all so abrupt, so utterly incomprehensible. Just a little while ago, Haruka and I were laughing and smiling together. Why has it come to this? Shinichiro-kun. Don't force yourself to speak. I'll call the people in the house and an ambulance right away. With Haruka, who was now gasping for breath, I communicated my intentions with a feeling that wanted to cry. Really, what has happened? Help me. With that clinging plea as her final words, Haruka closed her consciousness as if fleeing from the pain. All strength drained from her body, she didn't move a muscle. What is this? The weather had turned, dark clouds blanketing the sky. Raindrops began to spatter, drenching the girl's body. I was still staring blankly, unable to fully comprehend what had just occurred. What the hell is going on with this? While I screamed, holding the unconscious Haruka, I could see Natsuzaki-san rushing over, sensing the abnormality. I don't know. 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 I do not know this kind of future. What? The Saturday afternoon I spent at home was very calm and peaceful. Although the weather was expected to worsen in the afternoon, it was still clear and the chirping of sparrows outside was pleasant. Even when someone is going through the worst of times, the world goes on as usual. Well, I guess that's how it is. Even during my darkest days at the Black Company, even when I miserably collapsed in the office in the dead of night, time in the world outside of me continued to pass indifferently. After all, misfortune is just an ordinary, everyday thing that can be found anywhere. Well then, I'm off. Okay, take care, big brother. At the entrance of my home, I was being seen off by my younger sister, Kanako, as I put on my shoes. Considering where I was about to go, normally she would have thrown at least one tease or nag at me, but there was no such sign. For better or worse, my sister can read the atmosphere and is a kind person. Sorry for worrying you. I included the fact that recently the atmosphere at home has become a bit gloomy because of me in my apology. Honestly, it's a bit painful to hear. Especially the first 2 days after that day, I was so lost in a daze that I seemed like a wreck. Don't worry, of course both Mom and I have been worried. Big brother, these past 10 days, we couldn't bear to see you like this. Honestly, it's a bit hard to hear. Especially the first 2 days after that day, I was so lost in a daze that I seemed like a wreck. Sorry, I wasn't in a mental state to even feign cheerfulness. But well, don't worry. I can eat properly now and I won't collapse or anything. While touching her slightly gaunt cheeks, I smiled at my sister. Even if it was just a facade, I made sure to put on a cheerful smile. Well then, I'm off. I'll be back by evening. Yeah, take care, big brother. Seeing me off with a solemn voice, my sister's voice resounded, and I left the house. The place I'm headed to is the mansion of the Shizuen family, which I've become quite familiar with in recent days. Welcome, Nayahama-sama. We've been waiting for you. Having arrived at the Shizuen family's estate that I've become quite familiar with over the past 10 days, I pressed the intercom. On the monitor, the family's chauffeur, Natsuzaki-san, responded. Yes, I've come again today. For the Shizuen family right now, your visits are greatly appreciated. Please, come in. Natsuzaki-san looked at me with concern and spoke kind words as if to console me. His consideration made my heart feel a little lighter. And so, I passed through the incredibly spacious courtyard of the Shizuen estate and made my way to the entrance. There, nothing had changed since that day. Just like before, the courtyard was filled with brightly colored flowers, and the lavishly decorated fountain was a sight to behold. Really, it seems like nothing has changed. Realizing that I was becoming overly sentimental, I slowly opened the luxurious front door of the Shishuan family and stepped inside. Welcome, Naya Hamakan. Thank you for coming. We were looking forward to your visit. Akiko-san, good afternoon. Thank you for welcoming me. The youthful mother who closely resembled Akiko-san welcomed me to their home, but from my perspective, her appearance was far too pitiful. Akiko-san, she seems quite worn out. She's an impressionable woman who is often seen frolicking around like a girl, but now she looked exhausted and fatigued. She had dark circles under her eyes, and she seemed even thinner than me. Lately, I'm always intruding. I apologize. Can I still visit today? No, it's not a bother. I'm incredibly grateful to you for always visiting her. Hihi, please take it easy today. Have various conversations with her. Well then, Fuyamai-san. I'm counting on you. Yes, ma'am. The one who responded was Fuyamai-san, the young housekeeper of this household. I've met her many times over the past 10 days, but at first glance, she seems to maintain her composure just like before that day. However, that's probably a mask she wears to uplift those around her. Even in her eyes, a deep sorrow is constantly present. Please make sure to get some rest too, ma'am. I understand that you might not be able to sleep, but at least lying down would help. Hihi, true. If I showed this face to her, it would probably surprise her. Just hearing this exchange already pains my heart. Because I've been coming to this house so much lately, I can see the light gradually fading from the once bright Shishuan family, and it's truly painful. Now, let's go, Naya Hamasama. To the young lady. And so, once again today, I make my way there. To the girl I couldn't confess my feelings to on that day. Walking through the eerily quiet Shishuan residence, I soon arrived there. It was none other than the room of the most beloved girl in this household, Haruka's room. This place, for several consecutive days, has been where I've been visiting constantly. Looking at the door to this room, I can't help but remember the times I spent in here with Haruka. The fruit tart we ate together, the sweet atmosphere that arose from trivial things, and Tokaimune-san barging into his daughter's room due to being overly protective. Such commotions now seem like a distant memory. Miss, I'm coming in. Entering the room with Fuyamai-san, I was greeted with a sight that didn't befit a girl's room. Various medical measuring devices, a chair for visitors, the latest medical electric reclining bed, and a state-of-the-art bed mattress designed based on ergonomics to reduce the patient's burden. And next to it, an four stand was set up. This room now was a sick room created within a private residence. Miss Naya Hamasama has come to visit today too. Fuyamai-san proceeded further into the room and gently addressed the girl on the large medical bed. Haruka. I quietly spoke to Haruka. Her appearance hasn't changed at all from before. Her long, lustrous black hair was woven meticulously like threads of silk, and her skin was a creamy milky white. The face, as if meticulously carved by a god, everything about her was the Haruka Shishuan I knew. She really looks the same as before, but the medical reclining bed had its upper part raised to become a backrest, and Haruka was in a position where she was leaning back against it. Wearing pajamas, she wasn't asleep, and her eyes were completely open. Anyone would think she was awake. But, Yue Haruka, I came again today. Even though I called out, Haruka only let out a faint moan, showing no other response. Her eyes reflected nothing, seeing nothing. Her expression was vacant, devoid of any emotion. As if she had become a broken doll, her mind seemed absent. It's been 10 days already. After that day, when Haruka suddenly lost consciousness, she was rushed to the hospital in an ambulance. Naturally, Haruka's parents accompanied her, and before long, Haruka woke up. At that time, both I and Mrs. Akiko, and even Tokaimune-san, breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of our hearts. But despair came after. Haruka, when she woke up, was in a state that could only be described as having a broken mind. Her eyes are open, and she's breathing, but she doesn't move a finger, not recognizing anything outside. The Haruka now seemed like an empty shell, as if her soul had gone somewhere else. Tokaimune-san immediately had Haruka examined by doctors renowned for their expertise. However, no matter how thorough the examinations were, they couldn't identify the cause of this condition. There were no abnormalities found in her body, including her brain. The conclusion seemed to be that her symptoms closely resembled those of someone who had closed off their own mind due to extreme stress, though, of course, such symptoms were the result of harsh experiences like the loss of a loved one or encountering a disaster, not something that would suddenly occur one day. Moreover, Haruka has been full of smiles recently, and her mental state was perfectly fine. Not only me but everyone at the Shishuan household, of course, even the school and workplace. No one could hide such a level of stress that would cause a mental distortion, especially from the family they live with. That's why the cause of this has remained completely unknown. In the end, the only solution was to provide long-term care at home, while offering many words of encouragement and proceeding with careful mental treatment. This was the conclusion reached, and that's why Haruka is in this room like this. Now, Naya Hamasama, I will leave. Please take your time. Leaving these words, Fuyasumi-san bowed and left, and the spacious room was now just Haruka and me. I sat in a visiting chair and gazed at her, but she doesn't turn her gaze towards me. She probably doesn't even recognize the fact that I'm here. Haruka, I'm sorry for coming to visit you every day. Sitting in the visiting chair, I slowly spoke to Haruka, who showed no signs of any will. It seems Tokaimune-san is at the limit of being able to take time off from work, so he's at the office today. Even though his spirit is worn down to the point of becoming emaciated, he still tries to fulfill his duties as the president. He's truly an amazing person. Haruka's parents were overcome with grief at the sudden change in their daughter. Especially in the first few days, they seemed so exhausted that no one could bear to look at them. But even so, those two wiped their tears away with all their might, believed in Haruka's recovery, and did everything they could. Compared to me from my past life, they're truly splendid adults. To be honest, I thought it might be too much of a bother to come visit you every day like this. But when I asked Tokiwa-san with a bow of my head, I was really surprised when he said, "I'd rather like to ask. Please talk to my daughter." Since there's no physical abnormality, at this stage, Haruka's condition can only be assumed to be a psychological issue. That's why doctors' diagnoses concluded that the activation of the mind through contact with family and very close acquaintances was the only way. That's why Tokimune-san also asked me to assist with this. Kazumihara and Futahashi came to visit, it seems. They said they cried like dogs when they saw Haruka, but Mrs. Akiko is really grateful and has bowed her head to them many times. Those two have also lost their former brightness at school and have become completely quiet. Seeing this, I couldn't help but say, if you're like this, Haruka will be shocked when she comes back. She'll be emaciated. But they just smiled wryly and replied, "We're not as gloomy as Naya-hama-kun, who looks like he's on the verge of death. When your condition gets better, I want to invite you out somewhere. Whether it's a cafe or an amusement park, I just want to play with you, Haruka." Oh, well, before that, I have to say what I forgot to say the other day. It's embarrassing, but I have to say it properly. I'm just talking one-sidedly. About school, about class, about the Shizuen family, about the little things at home, and about what's to come. Everything I want Haruka to hear, I say. Haruka doesn't respond. Even the occasional moan, there's not a trace of will in it. Her eyes are open, but she's essentially asleep. Is this really what's going on? After talking to myself for nearly an hour, I muttered. This is impossible. Yes, I know that what's happening is impossible. In my memories, Haruka never took this long a break from school. In other words, this is a situation that didn't happen in my past life. No matter how many years ago it may have been for me, there's no way that I, who secretly admired that girl, could forget that she took such a long absence from school. This situation is an event that didn't occur in my past life. Could it be that the cause is me? Is it because of me that Haruka ended up like this? For these 10 days, this question and feeling of self-blame have been occupying my mind. An event that didn't happen in my past life is happening in this life. The first thing that comes to mind as the cause is the existence of me, a time leaper. The existence of an entity like me caused this situation? But even so, I don't understand. If I did something, it would make sense, but truly, I haven't done anything. In the end, even if I were the trigger for this situation, I don't know the specific cause or solution. And yet, time relentlessly marches on, and it's been a week and a half already. The Shizuen family has been desperately caring for her, tirelessly providing the best possible medical treatment, even resorting to prayers day by day. They watch over Haruka, their spirits wearing thin, and it's been 10 days already. During this time, Haruka's mental state has remained shattered, showing hardly any improvement, only accumulating grief. If this is my fault, it's even worse than being a jinx. As it has often been over the past 10 days, self-cursing words echoed in my chest. What protects Haruka from a future of ruin? I have no idea about the causality, but is it because of my reckless actions in this era that Haruka ended up like this? Today, the self-curses that have been repeating like seizures have been particularly strong. Overflowing with self-punishment, I inadvertently spew them out in front of Haruka. Haruka's future and my future. Is this the result of my overconfidence that I could handle everything perfectly this time? Did I just bring calamity to Haruka? I clutch my head, sinking into grief. As long as there's a possibility that Haruka ended up like this because of me, the sense of self-blame knows no bounds. Phew, I'm sorry, Haruka. Even though you're the one enduring so much, I'm complaining. Now, about school. Resetting my emotions, I try to resume the conversation and throw even a single word to this girl, but... Sen. Ah, Haruka? I heard something from Haruka's mouth that seemed to be a meaningful word, and I stood up as if I were about to knock over the chair. Maybe she said something to me. No, it's not working. Even though I wave my hand in front of her and gently shake her shoulder, Haruka shows no reaction at all. So, what I just heard was probably just her usual meaningless moan. No, that's not it. Her lips moved a little. She said something. It's so faint that I can hardly hear it even from this close, but I feel like it was a string of meaningful words. Desperately, I press my ear closer to Haruka's mouth, trying to catch the faint, frothy words. I have no idea when and how the switch in her mind was turned on, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps, this might get us closer to the cause of this condition. Yoshi ni nate masen. She's saying it. It's a voice so small that I can hardly recognize it unless I bring my ear very close, but she's definitely saying something. Shi ha Kobe o atarimasen. Kobe? What? What is she saying? Shi no mono o kat ni sutari kudase, tln. I tried to decipher this and got nothing really. If someone gets it, leave it in the comments. It's as if a broken record player started playing again. Haruka replays the words that had been drifting inside her. The words faintly escaping her mouth now are probably directed towards something affecting her mind, not reality. Re-waoi-way-ni-o tusamakara rita. But I still have no idea what she's talking about. With a question mark in my mind, I bring my ear even closer to Haruka's mouth. And Taizutsu na sumahonan di sudake wa urushite. Huh? In an instant, a shiver runs down my spine. Smartphone? Undoubtedly, she said those words. A nickname that shouldn't exist in this era. Feeling a cold sweat breaking out on my skin, I look at Haruka in astonishment. However, the girl has already closed her mouth and returned to the state of an expressionless doll. While her appearance hasn't changed, her countenance lacks vitality, like a withered flower. Having endured such a severe passage of time, it's as if all her will to live has been completely robbed. What on earth is happening? Why did Haruka say such a word? The pounding of my heart is so loud that it's overwhelming. As my brain gradually regains its composure, I begin to vaguely understand the meaning of what just happened. Me sweat continues to increase. And then, I'm forcibly reminded of that memory. In my past life, when I learned about Haruka's ruin from the news. Shizuen family's heiress, severe mental illness as a result of workplace bullying. In a serious condition, unable to respond to her family's calls. Female colleagues bullying her in the workplace, claiming she's trying to win favor with male employees. Excessive workloads, destruction of personal belongings, persistent verbal abuse, and sometimes even violence. The numerous articles that I could only stare at in shock at that time. Facts too repulsive to bear witness to. The information that left a deep scar in my heart at that time now aggregates into the situation. Haruka, who uttered words not present in this era. Haruka, who has become like a broken doll. Events that didn't occur in my past life but are happening now. All these elements swiftly converge into a single line. And all of it can be explained in just one word. I jumped through time in the midst of the gathering dusk. Rain fell like tears. I walked from the Shizuen residence to my home, umbrella in hand, my steps feeble. There were no words. My thoughts were a jumble, my mind shrouded in darkness. Afterward, I informed Fuyama-san and Akiko-san that I would be cutting short my visit. During that time, my complexion was evidently ghastly, and the two women from the Shizuen family expressed great concern for my well-being. However, I feigned cheerfulness and managed to reassure them. Now, I walked home alone, my head bowed in despair. Perhaps my hypothesis is correct. The words Haruka spoke, like a flashback of a nightmare. There was no doubt they matched the details of the workplace bullying she suffered in her previous life. And the final confirmation was the word smartphone. Although smartphones already exist overseas, they haven't yet made their debut in Japan. Hence, there would be no reason for such an abbreviation to exist. Which means the one lying on that bed now must be the future Haruka, broken by severe workplace bullying. If I assume this, then all the elements of this abnormal situation, which would never normally occur, fall into place. A Haruka from the future, just like me, who leapt through time. A Haruka who, once innocent and pure, was mercilessly crushed by those wretched scum, transforming into the figure I see now. Why is this happening? Haruka was trying to move towards a happy future. Why is some supernatural phenomenon deliberately bringing ruin upon her? I raged, slamming my umbrella into the ground, screaming towards the dark, clouded sky. What is this? Everything was in vain? Everything I've done, everything I resolved to do to protect Haruka? I wanted to change the future, not only for myself, but above all, to save the girl named Shizuen Haruka, who had become an eternal gem in my heart, from tragedy. Yet, fate, spanning time itself, brought destruction to Haruka. It mocked my desperate struggle to change the future. If I'm breaking the rules as I leap through time and getting punished for it, then so be it. But why is the Haruka living in this moment being punished? What crime has she committed? Ignoring the rain soaking through my clothes, I shouted with unrestrained emotion. I cursed the irrationality that left me with nothing to do but shout in the face of such injustice. Is there really nothing I can do? Must I just stand by, helplessly watching as Haruka deteriorates and withers away? Since I began my youthful revenge in this era, I've fought against various things. Though I'm just an ordinary person, I've strived to better my own life and worked hard to ensure the girl I love doesn't meet a tragic fate. But in the face of the situation before me now, I have no means to fight. To regain the normalcy that was shattered by a supernatural phenomenon, no conventional method will suffice. Why did I leap through time and return to this era in the first place? Then, a sudden idea flashed through my mind, extinguishing the blaze of my anger. I see. In the first place, what is my existence? If it were just me leaping through time, one could chalk it up to the whims of a god or the mysteries of the universe. But if both Haruka and I, two familiar individuals, are leaping through time, does that imply there's a pattern, a meaning? No, a purpose. Time leaps are a phenomenon entirely beyond human understanding. Perhaps trying to find meaning in it is foolish. However, in this moment, as Haruka, who has brought destruction from the future, lies before me, I, the time leaper, earnestly wish to save her from the depths of my heart. If this situation, not a mere coincidence but intentionally orchestrated, then, am I being expected to do something? It's a thread so fragile it's almost presumptuous to call it hope. Merely a desire born from optimistic speculation. But, listen, whoever sent me leaping through time. In the pouring rain, I shouted loudly towards the sky. I don't know who you are. Whether you're a god, a demon, or an alien, I honestly don't care. But listen to my words. Fortunately, there was no one around, but even if there were, I wouldn't have stopped this insane, foolish shout. I want to save Haruka, no matter what it takes. The 17-year-old Haruka living in the present, and the future Haruka who has suffered destruction. If that aligns with your objective, It was a shout driven more by impulsive emotion than any semblance of thought. Take me to the place where I can prevent Haruka's destruction? If I can just get there, I'll find a way to stop it. If what I thought happened actually did, I had no idea what the consequences would be. But still, if there was even a glimmer of hope, I wanted to bet everything on it. I don't care what happens to me after. Even if I can never return, even if I have to collapse at that company on that night again just like fate intended. So, with a wail laden with tears of blood, I pled, staking my soul. She's a girl I truly love. In my once pitch-black life, she shines eternally, like a star. If it means Haruka can have a happy future, I'll do anything. As someone who has died once before, I am prepared for that. Please, just one more miracle. Give me a chance to truly save Haruka. Shouting with all my might, I lay prone on the wet asphalt, beseeching the heavens. In an era when celestial beings were deeply revered, much like people did back then, I offered up a genuine, wholehearted prayer. There was no answer. In the first place, there's no rational explanation for there being someone who would heed my voice. Reality remains, shrouded in the darkening dusk, as cold rain mercilessly soaks through my body. But, at that moment, mixed in with the myriad sounds of rain hitting the asphalt, I felt like I heard a sound from far away. It was a sound akin to the ticking of an old clock, the clattering of gears. Welcome back, Shinichiro. Wait, hold on, aren't you completely drenched? Wow, seriously? Hey, didn't you take an umbrella? Not very planner-like for our strategy expert big brother? From head to toe, I was soaked, and my mother and Kanako looked astonished. Either out of concern or to lift my spirits, these two have been coming to greet me at the front door every time I return from the Shishuin house. Actually, the umbrella got blown away by the wind on the way. I got pretty wet trying to chase after it to pick it up. In reality, I got soaked when I vented my frustrations by slamming the umbrella on the ground and screaming at the rain, but saying that would only make them worry even more, so I casually brushed it off. Wait a moment. Saying this, my mother quickly returned with a towel from the bathroom. I took it and began to vigorously dry my hair and body. Goodness, once you're done drying, hurry up and change and come to the living room. I'm already starving? Oh wait, does this mean you waited for me to come back for dinner? Because my footsteps on the way back were heavy, it was already quite late in the afternoon. I thought that both of them would have eaten by now. Goodness, isn't that obvious? Right now, Shinichiro, you're going through a really tough time. It's precisely in times like these that you need to have a meal with your family. Yeah. If you eat alone when you're super down, you'll definitely start thinking unnecessary things. Mom and I aren't that heartless. Thank you, Mom, Kanako. The warmth of home seeped into my freezing body. I held back tears threatening to spill from my eyes and sincerely thanked my precious family. On the dining table, there were only dishes I loved. Potato salad made with just onions and potatoes, hamburg smothered in plenty of demi-glace sauce, miso soup with shimeji mushrooms and tofu, and spinach ohidashi. Lately, to cheer me up, my mother has been prioritizing my favorite dishes. When I first tasted my mother's home-cooked meal, which I thought I would never eat again after leaping through time, I was so moved that I ended up bawling my eyes out. Even now, the kindness my mother put into her cooking makes my eyes brim with tears. Yeah, it's delicious, really delicious, Mom. Hehe, I'm glad. Lately, you've been cooking for me a lot, so you need to see your mother's dignity properly. With a mischievous touch, my mother said this, and both Kanako and I laughed in the warmth that surrounded us. The ideal form of the Nihama's family that I had destroyed in my previous life. A lively mother and a little sister with whom I had repaired my relationship. The scene I had desperately regained tightened my chest. By the way, brother, is Haruka-chan okay today too? She's still not doing well. She doesn't seem to respond to anything around her, just like before. Asked hesitantly by Kanako, I answered as casually as possible. At first, my mother and Kanako seemed to think it was better not to discuss Haruka's condition in front of me, but I actually found it more comforting to be able to talk about it with my family. What are you talking about, big brother? How highly do you think of yourself? The words of Kanako, spoken with puffed-up cheeks, were full of deep kindness. You're not some superhuman with nerves of steel, big brother. After all, you love Haruka-chan so much, right? It's normal to worry and feel down when she's not well, but apologizing means you think you're like some kind of super mental superhero, right? No. With her cheeks puffed up in a huff, Kanako's words carried a profound kindness. You're not a superhuman, you're just a normal person, so when times get tough, it's okay to rely on your family. You don't have to pretend to be strong. That's what they were indirectly telling me. That's right, Shinichiro. Even though you've been doing housework every day since spring and getting more and more reliable, you're still a child. You don't have to force yourself to be an adult. Mom. With the mental fortitude of an adult, I unconsciously harbored the thought that I must be strong. It seems that these two, who probably understand this to some extent, were telling me that it's okay to show my weaker side. It's okay to grieve as things are tough. They allow me to be a child in both body and mind. I think I'm glad to be a part of Mom and Kanako's family. That's a bit too dramatic and kind of creepy, big brother. You're being a bit too melodramatic, aren't you? I chuckled at Kanako's slightly repulsed words. Yeah, they were a bit cheesy for a high schooler to say, but I had to say it firmly now. If things go as I imagine, I don't know when it will happen. It could be tomorrow, the day after, a month from now, or a year. but I could potentially never return here again. In a room lit only by a faint night light, I gazed absent-mindedly at the ceiling. It was already late at night, and Mom and Kanako should have been asleep. And once again, just like always, I had changed into my usual pajamas and gone to bed. Since that day I leaped back in time up until today, it had been the same routine every day. Come to think of it, this was where I woke up on the day I time traveled. Since I was in my old room that should have long been dismantled, it was quite confusing. Or rather, considering the staggering combo of facing supernatural phenomena after dying from overwork, I think it's amazing I was able to adapt from that day. Maybe I'm even tougher than I give myself credit for? But since then, this room has changed significantly. The cluttered light novels and games have been organized, and the desk has more reference books and university brochures. I even bought some clothes for going out, although just a few. They say a room reflects one's state of mind, and this room, which was just the den of a run-of-the-mill introverted high schooler, seemed to have changed quite a bit, as if reflecting a change in me. Not just this room, but my school life and family environment have also changed drastically from my previous life. All the effort I put into realizing my ideals paid off, and my second life was becoming incredibly vivid. In the end, it's a testament to just how much I love Haruka, that the moment she became like that, everything else started to look sepia-toned. I chuckled at my own wry smile. I felt my consciousness waver. Maybe it was because I walked in the rain today, or maybe I was just tired. In the end, no matter how hard I try to make my life shine, I can't give up on Haruka. No matter how brilliant I make my own path with this second chance at life, I can't bear a life where Haruka stays like that. That's how much I've fallen in love with her. So please, give me one more miracle. As my consciousness faded, I fell into a pleasant slumber. All the boundaries that defined me blurred, and I was released from everything. In the midst of it all, I felt like I heard that old clock's sound once again. Wait, huh? Faced with this incredibly strange dream, I couldn't help but groan. First of all, it was just so dark. It felt like being inside a tunnel, surrounded by nothing but pitch-black darkness. Moreover, it felt oddly soft, like being in water, and even my own existence felt unstable. What is this? I can't see anything, huh? In this darkness, a thin band of light suddenly passed before me. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a band of light at all, but rather a collection of tiny lights, like stardust, flowing slowly from left to right. Though it was as thin as a ribbon swaying in the wind, it was impossible to measure its entire length, as both ends seemed to stretch infinitely far. Huh? A miniature Milky Way? While I was somewhat taken aback by this strangely different scenery, I hesitantly reached out to touch the bright, stardust-like band. Then, the dark space suddenly transformed into a sunlit grassy square, as if I'd been teleported there in an instant. Lush trees, blooming flowers, fluttering butterflies, families picnicking on spread-out mats, elderly people jogging, housewives walking their dogs. I was left dumbfounded by this utterly unexpected sight. It felt like I'd been momentarily transported into a movie. Just as I thought this, I noticed something unbelievable. Just a few meters away from me, a boy of about 6 was energetically running around the park. His innocent face was familiar from the cherished album my mother kept. This could it be a younger me? Upon closer inspection, my young mother and my departed father were standing a little further away, watching over their child with smiles on their faces. Beside young me, there was also a young Kanako, full of smiles just like me. The siblings were playing together happily without any trace of discord. Innocently happy, without a care in the world. This time of pure bliss stretched out before me. It disappeared? But could this possibly be? As if a video had ended, the surroundings abruptly returned to the original pitch-black space. Then I realized the strangeness of it all. Somewhere in a park? But I don't smell soil or grass, and even though the grass is swaying in the wind, I can't feel anything. It felt as though I'd been thrown into a movie. And then, I was left speechless as I noticed something even more unbelievable. Just a few meters away from me, a boy of about 6 was energetically running around the park. His innocent face was familiar from the cherished album my mother kept. This could it be a younger me? Upon closer inspection, my young mother and my departed father were standing a little further away, watching over their child with smiles on their faces. Beside young me, there was also a young Kanako, full of smiles just like me. The siblings were playing together happily without any trace of discord. Innocently happy, without a care in the world. This time of pure bliss stretched out before me. It disappeared? But could this possibly be? As if a video had ended, the surroundings abruptly returned to the original pitch-black space. Then I realized the strangeness of it all. Somewhere in a park? But I don't smell soil or grass, and even though the grass is swaying in the wind, I can't feel anything. It felt as though I'd been thrown into a movie. And then, I was left speechless as I noticed something even more unbelievable. Me and Haruka touring the cultural festival, both of us smiling amidst the hustle and bustle. Kaneko and I going shopping, tackling a jumbo parfait together and panting for breath. Me being invited to the Shijun family, sweating nervously in front of Tokimune-san during the intimidating interview, and sharing tea with Haruka in her room, creating a slightly pleasant atmosphere. Could it be this branch represents a new flow created by my time leap? If this Milky Way truly represents the flow of time, then the first round's world is the original flow, essentially the official history, and the second round's world is a parallel world branching off from there. But in the end, what is this dream trying to say? Oh, despite not touching it this time, the scene started playing on its own. It depicted a future state even beyond the times I had viewed until now. Hey, wait, of all things, it had to be scenes from around this time. To put it in a nutshell, it was a black hell. Scenes kept increasing of me, in a suit, running around feeling sick as a wretched corporate slave in a detestable company. Late-night chugging of energy drinks for overtime, habitual verbal abuse mixed with personality negation from the boss, life deteriorating to the point where my eye bags grew darker, and being worked to death, exhausted and buried by work, a pitiable death from overwork. It was so horrifyingly cruel that I couldn't help but let out a bitter self-mocking laugh. If my school days were grey, then this is nothing short of murky. Just then, the scene switched to a place I wasn't familiar with, leaving me speechless. The scene was so brutal, far beyond anything comparable to how I died. I wanted to cover my eyes. Harika. For some reason, I was certain that the figure with its back turned to me in what seemed like an office space was an adult Harika dressed in a suit. Perhaps because it wasn't from my own memory, the image had quite low resolution, and the figure of Harika in her 20s wasn't very clear. Yet even so, the scene that unfolded there struck my heart with uncanny precision. Grinning female co-workers piled paperwork on Harika in the dimming hours. Their faces, as they instructed her to work all night, twisted in a way that seemed genuinely joyful. Personal belongings like a shattered smartphone screen, soiled slippers, and a torn notebook were tossed into the trash bin, while Harika tearfully collected them. From behind her, voices from those who weren't much different from garbage, saying things like it fell on the floor, so I mistook it for trash, could be heard. After numerous such grotesque scenes, what I saw last was the grief of the Shizuan family. I heard nothing, felt nothing. Before the Harika whose mind had been broken over time, both Mrs. Akiko and Mr. Shizuki wept bitterly, blaming themselves harshly for not seeing their daughters suffering. But even in front of such parents, Harika showed no reaction, as if she had lost all perception of the world. The gentle and innocent presence of Shizuan Harika had been completely extinguished. Why like this? Being confronted with that scene once again, I found myself shedding big tears and sobbing uncontrollably. The feeling of helplessness and the emotions with no outlet swirled in my chest. Why did things turn out like this? How can something like this even happen? How can one hurt others and still laugh? What on earth is so enjoyable about it? I had thought the scum at my former company were terrible, but why are these people, who seem like their personalities have completely collapsed, still alive and breathing so easily? In order to avoid this future, I've always been by Harika's side, doing various things, but it seems that, rather than prevention, I have to directly change the future. No matter how difficult it may be, since there's no other way, I have to do it. And the only one who can do it is probably me in this world. Is the dream ending? Suddenly, I felt my consciousness flickering. It seemed the time of the dream had come to an end, and it was time for me to return to my reality. I have to go back to that world I never wanted to return to. I have to fight as an adult once again. But for that ticket, no matter what, I couldn't reach it. That's why all I can do is pray that when I wake up next time, please let it be in that familiar hell. The first sensation my dawning consciousness registered was a blinding light. Ugh. As I shifted, I felt the worn fabric of my clothes and the wrinkled sheets beneath me. A peculiar discomfort prickled under my chin, and scratching at it, I encountered something sharp against my fingertips. Slowly, I awakened and brought the world into focus. Above, a single light fixture blazed, its cover encrusted with dust, creating a speckled pattern from the garbage inside. It was a strangely familiar, yet conversely, an experience that felt foreign for a long time. With this odd sensation, I slowly raised myself from the futon. And then I came to realize where I was. I gazed at this scene, akin to a nightmare, with a surprising calmness even to my own senses. First and foremost, it was dirty. Trash of all sorts overflowed around my sleeping area. Notifications from credit card companies and insurance firms, receipts, plastic bags, wrappers from sweets, delivery cardboard, and wrapping paper. There was no room to even step. In the kitchen, several grimy cups lay untouched, and empty containers from convenience store lunches were piled high. Furthermore, empty PET bottles and energy drink cans were scattered about, and there were many empty beer and highball cans. Surveying this free-for-all space, I found a grooming mirror on the low table right beside my sleeping spot. With sluggish movements, I picked it up and peered in. Definite fear and faint hesitation. Ignoring them, I confirmed what was reflected there. Hey, it's been a while. What was reflected there wasn't the youthful high school me. Deep shadows etched into a severely fatigued face, and the source of the prickling sensation on my fingertips from earlier was a scruffy stubble. Both mind and body were profoundly exhausted. Face of a man weathered by the rough seas of society was there. A second time leap, In the extreme solitude of this garbage dump where no one else existed but me, I murmured as if delivering the final blow to my own recognition. Looking at it again, this room is in terrible shape. I surveyed the apartment, which looked like it hadn't been cleaned in ages, and muttered with a touch of self-deprecation. This line also emerged as an attempt to mask what was swirling in my chest. I've come back to this hellish future. This was no longer a dream. As a result of this second time leap, just like in those terminal days, I've been banished from the ideal second life and now find myself here. I might never be able to return there again. Just thinking about it made tears well up, and a shiver ran through my entire body. It felt as if I'd been tossed alone into the freezing night sky, with bottomless fear and despair welling up inside me. But even so, This is fine, this is exactly what I wished for. I closed my mouth, which was about to let out a sob, and turned my attention to the smartphone lying by my pillow. It felt nostalgic, as if it had been decades since I last held a smartphone. While feeling its smooth texture, I opened the calendar app. Please, if this is different, then everything is meaningless. With a feeling akin to a prayer, I peered at the screen, and today's date leaped out at me. The displayed year and month were from 5 years before I would die at the age of 30. Now is the era when I'm 25, I had declared. All right. With the most crucial point clarified, I let out a small cheer. Haruka had attempted suicide and ended up like a living corpse at the age of 27. Meaning, now was 2 years before Haruka's downfall. No, calm down, while the era may be right, it's not confirmed if this is really the future I know. Well, considering I'm living this corporate drone lifestyle, it's almost certain. However, how could I confirm this, I pondered, and a solution immediately came to mind. I searched for contacts on my smartphone and pressed the call button for the person I could talk to most casually in this era. It was Thursday night at 10 o'clock. Well, I'm sure it'll be fine if it's him. Hey, what's up at this hour, Nayahama? I heard his voice from the phone, and I was filled with strange relief and nostalgia. To you, who stayed my friend no matter the era, I had nothing but gratitude. It's been a while, Jinji. Huh? What are you talking about? You? We were just bad-mouthing the workplace together the other day while drinking. Oh, right, we did that? Well, never mind. There's something I want to ask you. Now, what should I ask? Yeah, that's right. If it's about the event, he should have it in his memory. Hey, what did our class do for the second-year high school cultural festival? What kind of question is that to ask at 10 in the evening? We couldn't decide on anything back then, so our exhibition was half-baked. While complaining, Jinji answered me firmly, and his kindness was quite comforting. I'm really glad we managed to maintain our connection even after graduating high school. I see. So, it wasn't in my second year of high school that I suddenly became active and became friends with Shijuan-san? And we didn't go to the beach with you and 3 girls? You spent your entire time until graduation quietly in the corner of the class with me, and there were no gal game-like events happening. What on earth is going on with you? There's a limit to being half asleep. At the word half asleep, I couldn't help but smile wryly. That's right, Jinji. If I think about it normally, me reliving my second year of high school through time leaps is nothing more than a wishful dream of a lonely guy. But even so, I'm convinced that what I touched and felt there was not a lie. Haha, my bad. It seems I had a bit too much to drink and got a bit foolish. I'll sober up and go to bed early. Nayahama, are you really okay? Hey, I can only listen to your complaints about work, but if things get tough, you can tell me anytime, okay? Thanks, Jinji. Sorry for calling so late. Yeah, well, see you again sometime. After ending the call, I gazed up at the less-than-tidy ceiling of my not-so-clean home. It seems I've needlessly worried adult Jinji. Perhaps this is the original flow of time, untouched by my interference through time leaps, the first-round world leading to my death from overwork. After that wildly fantastical dream, the possibility briefly crossed my mind that this might be the future of a second-round world derived from time leaps. However, that notion was shattered by Jinji's testimony earlier. Then, all the conditions are in place. In this era of this world, I can still save Haruka from her downfall? The 17-year-old Haruka, who had become a vegetable due to mental collapse. The only countermeasure I could think of to return her to normal was this. To counter supernatural phenomena with another supernatural phenomenon, in other words, altering time through time leaps. However, in theory, it wasn't that complicated. The fact that the high school Haruka in the second-round world had become like a doll clearly reflected the state of the adult Haruka who suffered a mental breakdown in the first-round world. Therefore, if the adult Haruka in the first-round world never reaches the point of ruin, the second-round world's Haruka won't be influenced by it either. This was only a possibility, and there was no certainty. It was a series of assumptions built on top of each other, almost a mere hopeful speculation. Furthermore, there were too many uncertainties with this plan. First and foremost, even if the time leap occurred in response to my plea and prevented the mental breakdown of the adult Haruka, it didn't necessarily mean I could time leap conveniently to a time before that. At this point, it was a gamble. Moreover, even if preventing the mental collapse of the adult Haruka in this era did lead to a branched future, it might not necessarily save that high school Haruka. Finally, even if everything went well, there was no guarantee I could return to that second-round world. In short, since I didn't understand any of the rules regarding altering time, this was nothing more than a reckless gamble with no map in a pitch-black sea. But, there was no other choice. I couldn't think of any other way to save Haruka, like some protagonist in a sci-fi story. So, I called out to the source of the time leap, not even knowing if it existed, and arrived in an era before Haruka's mental collapse. Even so, I'll do it. I didn't know what would happen as a result of this second round of time leaps. But I declared my vow, even if it meant clinging to a rock and fulfilling it. To save the existence of Shijuan Haruka, that's why I'm here. Since waking up in this place, my organs have been constantly tormented by anxiety and fear. But at the same time, I'm sure of the determination and fervor swirling in my chest. To save Haruka, I'll push forward no matter how far. In this room akin to a garbage dump, I shouted towards the fate I had to break through from now on. The time is early morning. After a long time, I shaved and washed my face, going through the almost forgotten routine of getting ready for work. I put on a shirt, wore slacks, fastened my belt, and tied a necktie. Looking at myself, unmistakably dressed like a salaryman, I let out a sigh as if reluctantly acknowledging that I had become an adult again. However, compared to when I was 30 and facing the end, my body at 25 is in impeccable shape. No gray hair or hair loss, even my internals, which had various problems nearing the end, seem to be in decent condition now. During this period, I was so desperate to fulfill my role as a working adult, and I held baseless dreams that if I could overcome this hardship, happiness would await. Little did I know that the result of working like a horse would lead to my mother's sudden death, estrangement from my sister, and ultimately my own demise at the hands of the company. Now let's go to the everyday life of this time when I am 25. As I open the front door of my apartment on the 3rd floor, I am greeted by the chilly morning breeze and gentle sunlight. It's a scene of the morning commute that I've seen thousands of times, but haha, seeing pedestrians with smartphones makes it feel like I've returned to the future. In the second iteration of the world when I was in high school, there were fewer people walking down the street tinkering with their phones since flip phones were the norm. Just that alone made everyone seem earnest. But now, those who don't let go of their smartphones while walking down the street are the unmistakable proof that the times have leaped forward. For better or worse, there is an abundance of content for solitary living, making it an era where real-life connections have faded. First, I have to go to that place where I was killed. Whatever I do, I have to start from there. Descending the stairs of the apartment and becoming a part of the people on the street, I stepped into this world. The first world where I worked like a drone 5 years before the world where I died at the age of 30. What I hold in my heart is a mission I must fulfill at the risk of my entire existence. What I envision in my mind is the smile of the girl I cherish to a maddening degree. Armed with just that, I walked down a path full of uncertainties. The crowded train was filled with salarymen heading to work. Everyone in the packed train car looked as gloomy as pressed sushi, and the only thing filling the air was the weariness of tired adults. The cityscape outside the train, not far from my hometown, was vastly different from the era when I was 16. Yet, the scenery is completely different. There are many new buildings that didn't exist in the time when I was 16, and a considerable number of small shops have changed too. On the city street television that I glimpsed, they were reporting on the effects of last year's increase in the consumption tax to 8%, as well as the expansion of radical armed groups in the Middle East. It truly felt like a different era. Haha, this vivid morning at 25 makes me want to cry. The middle-aged man standing next to me reeks of cigarettes, and the strong perfume of the lady diagonally in front stings my nose. Compared to that sparkling world when I was 16, I'm unavoidably aware that I've returned to being an adult. But well, even though it feels like I was just a high school student until yesterday, now I'm in a suit on a packed train. Moving so easily between the past and the future, my head might really start to spin. The thought crosses my mind whether I'm in reality or a dream, and if perhaps my very existence is nothing but a lie. The only thing that was real was the worst death I faced at 30, and the youth I relived by time leaping back to high school, now at 25, amid the scene of my commute. Is all of it perhaps nothing more than a long dream? No, that can't be, no way. In the midst of this situation that could drive someone insane with a second time leap, I strongly denied it. In that second world, I was able to reunite with my lively mother who was alive and well. I could now exchange laughter with Kanako, which ended in passing last time. And I spent vivid days with Haruka, who smiled like a sunflower. All of that golden everyday life was radiant, and I trembled with joy, tears streaming down my face, at its brilliance. I didn't know about something like that. Something like that didn't exist in my life. Those days that shone so brilliantly like the sun couldn't have been born from my shoddy fantasies. Because I never knew the radiance of life, I can assert that it was vividly real. That's why, I will protect those beautiful days, like a cluster of stars. By doing what needs to be done in this era. Get a grip, me, even though everything is full of assumptions and there's no certainty in anything still, it's not like there's no assurance at all. That was the thin thread of logic supporting my heart. Time leaps must want me to do something. First, I time leaped from 30 to my high school days, and then a high school Haruka time leaped into the adult Haruka. Explaining this away as mere coincidence is quite a stretch. What's decisive is that the time leap, tantamount to a God's miracle, happened at my one prayer. Granting my wish, it perfectly sent me to this era, meaning there's an existence observing my existence. From this, I can infer. The activation of time leaps isn't random, it's driven by someone's will or some kind of law. If so, every time travel must have a purpose, and there should be some role for me. I don't know what that role is. If every time leap is intentional, I can't fathom what the orchestrator, be it a god or an extraterrestrial, wants. Whether they gave me a second life or intentionally brought destruction to Haruka, and even answered my wish to save her, it's really unclear what they want. But, if I'm just stating the current situation, I'm being pushed from the space-time. Even though I'm scheming an incredible time alteration. At best, there's only this bit as reassurance, but my mission remains unchanged. I will run through this era until I save Haruka. Well, anyway, first, I need to secure a foothold. First and foremost, I need to settle the score with the salaryman who killed me. So, I'm heading to hell for me. The company building was quietly nestled in a corner of the urban area. It was not an overly large building, and the cracks and stains on the walls that had been left unattended spoke volumes about the true nature of this company. Macro Trading Co., Ltd. The sinister melting pot where every element of a black company had been thrown in. I'm surprisingly calm. The wretched hell that had thoroughly destroyed my life. As I stood at the entrance again, I half expected traumatic flashbacks and even hyperventilation, but strangely, I felt nothing. Once, just entering this building would make me feel nauseous. Well, it works in my favor. Let's call this a long-awaited return to the office. I passed through the company's entrance into the smoky interior. I headed for a specific department rather than my own desk. I passed by familiar faces of colleagues along the way, but there was hardly any emotion. They, too, wore uniformly tired expressions, and there was no cheerful atmosphere in sight. With the turnover rate being so high, people leave before anyone can get close. Honestly, I barely remember the faces of any of my colleagues. Oi, Tanaka? Haven't you finished that proposal I told you to do yet? I said do it in a day. I'm sorry? But, before that, I was instructed to make an estimate for Motoki Trading Co. yesterday, and I had to stay overnight. I really didn't have the time. That's because you're leisurely sleeping at night, you idiot. Don't think you can get any sleep as a working adult? Damn it, you're useless. In a section I happened to pass, hysterical shouting echoed from early in the morning, and a young man was bowing and apologizing, looking like he was about to cry. And this wasn't particularly unusual. With just a little attention, you could hear dirty shouts echoing from all over the company. All the management here are useless, and they just make the lower ranks work. They're engaged in personality-denying harassment that's practically on the level of company ethics and internal regulations. Looking at it again, it's amazing how this is considered normal here. There's not a hint of corporate ethics or compliance. Incidentally, if a capable person did come in, the managers would engage in particularly overt bullying to protect their own positions, and they'd quickly drive them out. Of course, if they continued this, capable talent would stop coming in, and the performance would worsen, leading to the necessity of salarymen. Like me, someone weak-willed and vulnerable to power harassment, they'd bind them in fear and secure numerous just work without overtime machines as part of their slave plantation, a cost-cutting technique to keep the company afloat. Really, why did I stay in a place like this? As I felt a deep sense of disdain for myself, I walked down the grimy hallway, looking at the unchanging hell around me as if it were someone else's problem. When I reached my desk, the only thing that flashed through my mind were the wretched memories that made me want to retch blood. My seat, where I had endured countless shouts and worked to the point of losing my mind. Looking back now, it was clearly madness to toil away in this small prison day after day, as if I had lost all my human rights. Well, it's fine. With this, I'm finally completely cutting ties with this place that corroded my life. 2 hours had already passed since I arrived at the office, but during that time, I hadn't actually done the work I used to do at this time. I had come first and foremost to settle the score. Oi, Nayahama? What the hell do you think you're doing? A middle-aged man barged into my desk with the force of a surprise attack when I had just about finished my assigned task. Manager. He was a heavily built, obese man in his 50s, and among the rotten management, he was one with an especially hideous core. Since joining the company, he had been the symbol of my fears, and the unreasonable amount of work he imposed and the constant torrents of abuse had undoubtedly worn away my vitality. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the man who drove me to work myself to death. Come to think of it, after the second cultural festival, I dozed off and dreamt about this guy at that time. I sank into the depths of despair, wondering if the whole Second Life thing was just a dream. But it was probably because this guy's face was such a vivid representation of my corporate slave life. Well, at that time, I did get some satisfaction from beating him to a pulp in the dream to vent my long-standing grievances. What's wrong, manager? You seem a bit worked up for the morning. What's wrong? What the hell is this? With a thud, the manager slammed an envelope onto my desk. Clearly written on its surface was resignation letter. It was the one I had submitted to HR first thing in the morning. Well, I was planning to talk to you about it, manager, but for now, I've submitted the necessary documents for administrative processing. Due to significant deterioration in my health and dissatisfaction with the treatment of unpaid overtime, I have decided to resign. Huh? As I calmly informed him, the manager stared at me as if a dumbfounded beast had suddenly started speaking. As for the handover, I've placed a complete manual in the shared folder, so please instruct the successor to refer to it. As for various other matters, I've just sent out emails to all relevant parties. In this company, there were no proper operation manuals, and there were also many locally defined rules set by individuals. For this reason, I had been diligently creating a detailed manual with precise procedures, which functioned as the latest version of the handover document. After determining my resignation date, I plan to take all unused paid leave until that day. With that said, thank you for everything up until now. In terms of gaining freedom of action from now on, and in the sense that I shouldn't have stayed in this company for even a second, resignation was a necessary step. In my life, it was something that should have been done much earlier. Huff, don't screw with me. You're quitting? Do you think such a thing will be allowed? Huh? You want to be beaten to death, don't you? It was expected, but the overweight manager went ballistic, spitting out foam as he yelled. He was so upset that it seemed like his blood vessels might burst any moment. I vaguely thought it would be nice if he just keeled over then and there. First of all, someone like you who's quitting won't be able to survive out there? We're kind enough to hire a useless guy like you, and this is how you repay us? Due to the commotion that had erupted early in the morning, my colleagues had gathered around, and they were divided into those who nodded deeply at the manager's words and those who trembled under the boss' wrath. In a normal company, such a remark would warrant disciplinary action, but in the end, no one reprimanded him. Thank you for your concern. However, I won't change my intention to resign. Setting aside what comes next, first and foremost, I want to escape from this workplace that's breaking my body and soul. What? As I responded in a matter-of-fact manner, the manager's expression shifted to one of perplexed confusion. I see. Normally, when he shouts like that, I'd be paralyzed in fear. It's completely unexpected for him that I'm calmly responding. Certainly, in my former self, I wouldn't have been able to rebel against him, dominated as I was by fear. Every day was terrifying and painful no matter how important something was. I would run away from anything that seemed like it might hurt my heart. Most of the reason I couldn't quit for so long was mainly because of that. It's strange. Even when I used to be so terrified of the manager's shouting, now I don't feel a trace of fear. That's undoubtedly because I redid my high school life in that second world. With an overwhelming burden of regret in my heart, I returned to the past and faced everything without fear. In doing so, as I gained various things, I naturally came to realize that my life as a corporate drone was just how absurd it was. Back in the second world, I thought my high school self, who worried too much about the school cast, was foolish, but looking at my past self who obediently submitted to this crap boss, I can only think I was truly an idiot. When I returned from my reverie, the manager in front of me was seething with anger. Don't underestimate me, Nehemiah, who said you can quit here. If I don't approve the application, you can't resign, and of course, your leave request will be rejected. You dare say such insolent things in front of me? You must be prepared, right? Well, I don't have time for things like that. To the obese boss who was frothing at the mouth and shouting so much it seemed like he was on some sort of drug, I shot back with words that I was genuinely fed up with. In response, not only the dumbfounded manager but also the people around us were left speechless with astonished expressions. Resignation and paid leave are the rights of workers. You do know the company can't refuse that, right? I've left evidence of my paid leave application, and I'll send the resignation letter by certified mail later, so there's no use arguing about not receiving it. But if you still won't acknowledge my resignation, shall we go to the labor standards office or something? Well, if it comes to that, the company is likely to be in big trouble when various violations are uncovered. Why you? When I dreamt of this during the cultural festival in the second world, I could rebuke this crap boss without hesitation because I knew it was a dream. But now, even knowing that this was undeniably real, I was slamming my anger at him without hesitation. For me, who had relearned the most important thing in life in that second world, there was no longer a trace of fear for this fool right in front of me. Phew, well then, I'll take my leave. You can stay there and keep shouting like a thug for the rest of your life. It's really pathetic for someone in their 50s who can only preserve their self-esteem by shouting at subordinates because their life is so empty. The manager, who was now so overwhelmed with anger that he couldn't even speak, was trembling all over and died in a deep shade of anger. But that sort of thing was already beyond my concern. I've written down my desired resignation date in the email, so please confirm and notify me of the approval. Well then, as I said earlier, I'll be on leave starting today, so I'll take my leave. Saying this, I grabbed my bag and left the spot. Most of the crucial parts of the resignation procedure that had been dragging on until I worked myself to death were smoothly completed in just one day. Around noon in the office district, in a calm atmosphere coffee chain, I was sipping a cafe latte. I've quit surprisingly easily. The process isn't entirely finished, but legally speaking, once I've communicated my intention to resign, the company can't refuse. In other words, at this point, my resignation is nearly finalized. If the company insists otherwise, I can always resort to the appropriate measures. In my past life, why couldn't I do something as simple as this? After becoming a working adult, it didn't take me long to realize how abnormal my company was. However, because changing the current situation required effort and was frightening, I couldn't bring myself to implement the simplest and most effective solution, resigning. If it was too difficult for me to act on my own, there were plenty of options, like using a resignation service. Now, putting an end to my self-disgust, I took out my smartphone with a stern expression. There's a good chance they're mainly working from home around this time. The registered name in my contacts read, home. Just looking at those two characters made my stomach feel as heavy as lead. Cold sweat ran down my entire body, and I was overcome with a guilt that felt like my chest was being torn apart. But even so, upon returning to this world, I had to stop my wrongdoing. With that resolution, I dialed the number and the call connected immediately. What is it? Kaneko. My older sister's voice came from the other side of the smartphone, filled with contempt. But that was only natural. Since I graduated high school and started working, Mom had been worrying excessively about me and her health started deteriorating. Unable to leave Mom alone, Kaneko continued living at home. She had witnessed my deteriorating state for a long time. Kaneko has repeatedly tried to convince me to quit this black company. If I did, not only would my life be spared from ruin, but Mom wouldn't have to worry anymore. That's really true. However, lacking the courage to quit, I kept evading the subject. From Kaneko's perspective, I was nothing but the worst older brother, neglecting to address my deteriorating life and our mother's declining health. Why on a weekday? Mom will be out, so I'm hanging up. Honestly, just hearing your voice, I quit my job. Huh. When I announced this, I could hear Kanako gasp on the other side. I finally realized, even though it's too late, I was an idiot to throw away my life in that hellish workplace, causing mom nothing but worry. I can't believe how unbelievably stupid I was. How difficult it was to escape the darkness, no matter how much Kanako persuaded me. Her voice was filled with surprise, not entirely able to grasp this sudden change in her older brother. The next time I come home, I'll tell everyone properly. But I had to call you both immediately to let you know. I'm really sorry, Kanako. What is? After finishing my report and apology, Kanako's voice trembled with a mixture of emotions. Why didn't you do this sooner? Even though everyone tried to persuade you, you never budged. And now, suddenly, like it's some whim. Her anger, ignited by a long-standing frustration, was justified. Do you have any idea how much mom worried about you during the 7 years since you started working? What's the meaning of doing this now? Sobbing and teary, Kanako's words were a blend of anger. Did you really quit? Yeah, I've already submitted my resignation letter, and I turned down the company's attempts to keep me. I see. Just moments ago, Kanako's voice, which had been filled with anger, now carried a deep weariness. I see. Well, at least now it won't be the worst. That sigh of relief was, in fact, my ultimate punishment. In the first loop of my life, I led the Nayahama family to the worst fate. Adult Kanako had been praying to avoid that conclusion, knowing this only made my guilt dig deeper into my chest. I haven't forgiven you, but I'll choose to see this one action as a step in the right direction. Please, from now on, don't make mom worry. Yeah, I'll never do anything to make the family sad again. Apologizing to you and mom will never be enough, but please, let us have a proper conversation next time. The three of us as a family. Yeah, let's do that. If we do, I'm sure mom will be happy. Alright. I'll get in touch again. I'm really sorry. Listening to Kanako's voice, now freed of its burdens, I ended the call. This is just the consequence of my own actions, bear it. In the coffee-scented air of the shop, I muttered to myself as I pocketed my smartphone. The future I was originally heading towards, death by overwork in a black company, and the subsequent collapse of the Nayahama family. It wasn't inevitable or unavoidable. With a little courage, it could have been easily resolved, and today, I had proven just that. Realizing how foolish my first loop self had been, knives seemed to pierce my heart one after another. But for now, it's over. Before I deal with the main issue, there are some minimum things I need to take care of. Despite being tormented by the weight of my conscious sins, I murmured in a low voice. Returning to this first loop world, the first thing I needed to take care of was escaping that godforsaken black company and putting an end to Kanako and mom's sorrow. With this settled, I could now approach the original goal I had in this first loop world without any reservations. Now, let's get to it, shall we? Operating my smartphone, I called up the map app, savoring the convenience leagues beyond a regular flip phone. The search term I entered was the name of the company I had seen plastered across magazines and online news countless times.